Growing with fishes. Growing with fishes.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining us on the Growing with Fishes virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference Day 2. We have quite an awesome lineup for today. Let me get all of the links working for everybody. One moment here. There's a minor mix-up. The old link is having some issues, so we had to remake it. Zoom is, for whatever reason, decided to not connect to previously queued videos like it used to do. We use it for the show all the time, and of course it decides to misbehave for the conference, but it's okay. Give everybody a moment or two to connect. Before we get started, I just wanted to mention, everybody, if you're wanting to learn more about aquaponic cannabis, Marty and I have put together a quite extensive recorded virtual aquaponic cannabis class. You can find that at apmjclass.com. We'll be re-releasing the new version of it on November 1st, so be sure to check that out if you're interested in a long format, week-long class that is quite extensive. We cover everything from business to cultivation to extraction, and quite awesome and quite extensive. We've been teaching it for quite a few years. The other thing I wanted to mention here is we have a awesome merch store. If you want to support the awesome efforts that we've been doing to put on this conference, be sure to check that out. The link is available in the description at the bottom. I will fix it. I noticed it's not in the link for today. I'll get that fixed as soon as Joe gets talking. And yeah, and then if you need help with your nutrients, so you should check that out at the link below as well. We have a subscription service that you can check out as well. Anything else? I'm trying to think from yesterday. Big shout out to all of the guest speakers yesterday. We had Angela Tenenbrock, Roger Loper, Matthew Gates, myself, Brian Flipowicz, Breeder Steve, Chris Trump, Dr. Wilson Leonard, Josh and Kelly from Dragonfly Earth Medicine, and Wade Laughter were all with us yesterday, giving us wonderful education. Be sure to check that video out if you haven't yesterday. And big shout out to our sponsors, Mammoth P, Spectrum King LED, Potent Ponics, Real Growers, Optic Foliar, FOOP Organic Biosciences, and True Aquaponics Store for sponsoring the podcast and giving us items to give away and other things to help support the podcast and the conference. So I really appreciate it, and thanks for all that you guys do to help promote the community, and thanks for giving out some free product for everybody to use and improve their gardens. So now we have Joe Pate. He's done a lot of really awesome research with aquaponics. He was formerly over at University of Kentucky State, learning all kinds of awesome things about aquaponics and hemp, and is now has his own company where he's out there helping people with their farms, and he's going to be talking to us about all kinds of cool stuff today. So thanks a lot for joining us, Joe.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Steve. I'm glad to be here today. I'm going to go ahead and start sharing my screen, and we'll just start moving forward. All right, everything look good on your end? Awesome. So thank you all for coming and tuning in today. My name is Joe Pate. I am the founder of Regen Aquaculture, an agricultural consulting company and biotech company focused on regenerative aquaculture systems like aquaponics and other integrated aquaculture systems. And today I will be talking to you about moving past the essential elements for plants. This is a fun topic. I think we should hopefully learn a lot going through, and if you have any questions, hold them till the end, and be sure to send them over to Steve and Marty, and we'll try to get you answered. So where do we begin? Well, when we talk about plant health, that's really the foundation of what we're looking to do. We're looking to grow plants that are naturally more productive. So, heavier yields that are producing more chemicals, which, are either beneficial to humans. They're able to withstand disease and pest, and so on. And so this is really the foundation, what we really are trying to achieve in agriculture, whether it's growing food crops or whether it's growing cannabis. And so when we look into, kind of what makes up plant health, that really breaks down into really three categories which drive that. We have the environment, genetics, and plant nutrition. How well the environment matches up to the plant's needs is going to affect how well that plant's able to perform. If it has the right amount of light, if it has the right amount of CO2, of water, say maybe even vapor pressure deficits, right? And maybe it changes throughout the plant's stages of life. Genetics, I think this is one we look at quite often and, spend hundreds of billions of dollars trying to get the best genetics, and either do that through pedigree or even now through, genetic engineering and altering the plants to be able to, do better, perform better, and to be healthier. And then we have plant nutrition, which, just like us, we can have the right environment and the right genetics, but if we don't have the right food, the right nutrients going into our bodies, then we're just not going to be healthy, And these three components, are generally what we talk about when we describe growing a healthy plant. And we even start to see that all of those are really connected. So, the environment and the plant plays a role in how well the plant can absorb those nutrients. Say it's the environment of having lots of the right redox state, or pH is right, or something along those lines. For plant nutrition, if you don't have, or rather, genetics play a role in how well we're able to absorb nutrients, how well we're able to utilize them, metabolize them, put them into use. And then, both of these play a role into genetics. Over time, you have hereditary traits, which are basically stored genetics. They're the information from our parents' environment and their plant nutrition and how healthy they were able to express in, their offspring. And these play a huge role altogether in driving that plant health. Now, today we're going to be just focusing on the plant nutrition side. I think some of the talks we've covered, environmental issues and genetic issues, and even touched on plant nutrition. So I'm just going to dive a little bit deeper into that and really start maybe hoping you to look at plant nutrition and how we see plant health in a different way. So when we look at plant health and plant nutrition, we generally break this down into minerals. You type in plant nutrition on Google, and it'll very first thing that comes up is essential elements, talking about minerals, macro, micro, and so on. And that is really, the understanding that most conventional knowledge has taught us over the last 100 years or so. I think now, we're starting to see that there is a big role that biology plays in the overall availability of minerals, and that really both of these drive into plant nutrition, and that you need both of these in order to constitute what we can call plant nutrition and leading into higher up plant health. And we're gonna kind of go past this understanding, which I think hasn't been the most common knowledge. Really, if you look at it, our understanding of biology interaction with minerals and how that affects plant nutrition. Much of that work has been done in the last 40 or 50 years, thanks to the help of lots of renowned individuals that really have helped uncode, kind of what's going on. But kind of ignoring biology for right now and focusing on mineral nutrition, because, that's what conventional knowledge has kind of taught us, is to focus on these minerals. And those usually break down into what we call the essential elements, or the essential minerals. And that's our macronutrients and our macro nutrients. And that's pretty much about how far we talk about it. And, whether you're in colleges or in high school, this is, or Googling on the internet, these are pretty much the first things that pop up when you look at mineral nutrition of plants. And so we have to kind of step back and take a look at, how we came up with this idea of these macro and micro elements are the essential elements, that these are what a plant needs in order to grow and be productive and be healthy. And to do that, we take a step back to this definition of what we call essential nutrients. And so this was created by Dr. Daniel Arnon in 1953. And he basically said that, one, a plant cannot complete its life cycle without this element. Two, no other element can perform the same function of the element. And three, the element is directly involved with metabolism. And these have been and played a large role in shaping how we understand plant minerals and plant nutrition today. And when we look at this, I think it is very important because it gives us kind of the foundation of looking at, where it all started. And just a little background, because I think it's important, going into who these people are, these leaders that kind of set forth the path, and the pioneers that kind of set forth the way for younger generations. And so, Dr. Arnon, he is a very well-renowned and well-respected scientist who did a lot of work and research into how plants photosynthesize, how they are able to interact on a biochemical level, and the definition of these plant nutrients. And Dr. Arnon was actually a PhD student of, forget his first name, but Dr. Hogland right now, who many of you all might recognize, the kind of the Hogland solution for hydroponics. And, I may have heard that. Well, Arnon was his student. And if you want to learn more, there's this great memoir that I actually found a few days ago that just really summarizes life in a really cool and unique way. And so, it played a lot of importance in kind of understanding. But what that gave us was this, we have our micronutrients and our macronutrients, and they make up about 16 elements. And here I've actually split up nitrogen into ammonium and nitrates, the two forms that we commonly talk about nitrogen being formed or absorbed by. And I did that just to kind of separate out the charges of the two elements, one being positive, the other being a negatively charged ion. And so this was our circle, and it has been, we focus on these. We talk about iron, manganese, boron, molybdenum, zinc, copper, and so on. But, as you can imagine, this is kind of limiting. And so we go back to this definition, and pretty soon after it was actually written, another doctor, Dr. Nicholas, in 1961 actually amended this and said that, no, number two isn't quite right. And in fact, let's say that if say the addition of an element enhances the plant growth, even though it acts as a substitute for one of those 16 essential elements that are undescribed, well, then in that case, it should be considered an essential element. And this was Nicholas's definition, which, expanded this out a little bit. We ended up gaining a few nutrients, predominantly nickel, silicone, and vandinium, which really these nutrients go back and forth between being considered a essential element and not. And it kind of depends on whose definitions you're looking and what research you're looking at. Often, if you look at literature, it goes back and forth between whether there's 16 or 20 essential amino acids, essential elements, and that ranges in between there sometimes. But again, we kind of see how this breaks down. Another way of looking at that is here we have the periodic table, and I've went ahead and listed what the macronutrients and micronutrients look like. And this is our basic understanding as of 1961. And, it's been developed on since then, but this is the basic understanding. We have about 20 nutrients that are considered essential, and everything else we didn't know. And you can imagine here, this looks pretty blank, and it makes you start to wonder, well, if these are important, what do all of these other things do? Great question. Before we get into that, let's look at, what we get when we just focus on these nutrients. So here you see an aquaponic system. This is from a research system that I was operating back during my time at Kentucky State University, and we had 6 replicate systems. Here you see just the 2, but a big overgrowth of plants. I mean, this looks like it's producing really well, and anybody who is hungry or loves vegetables would love to see this and be really happy with it. If you pay attention and you look close, you can see some nutrient deficiencies throughout here, some calcium deficiency causing rippling, a little bit of senescence on the leaves, which is most likely caused by some elements, I would say probably molybdenum or manganese or boron or sulfur or iron even, but overall looks like a really healthy plant. You also get plants that look like this. Now on the left here, this, I know I didn't step back and take a good picture of the plants beforehand or a farther back picture, but this is a hemp plant that was outdoors in some research trials in soil at Kentucky State. And this plant's about 4.5 foot tall by 4 feet in diameter, roughly speaking. And, a lot of people, when they see that, they might be like, oh, that's a really great plant. I really like that plant and be really happy with that. And you look at the stem over here to the right. It's pretty thick stem. It looks healthy. It looks like that is going to be able to take up lots of nutrients, lots of water, and give the plant everything it needs. But then you start looking and you see, well, if you look closer at this plant, you might notice some stretching of the nodes or longer internode distance. You might see some of the senescence on the plant that, does happen eventually, but is often also driven by our nutrient availability. And a closer look at that same plant. So now you see, you're getting some good color development in here, but, we obviously have some insect issues on the leaves. We even maybe start to have some hemp russet mite or maybe botrytis or something going on in here. I didn't look too closely with a scope to really see what was attacking these plants, just because it wasn't really available at that time. But you know, we started to see this, and for a lot of us, this might seem normal. You know, you might see occurrences of this and so on, and think, yeah, that's my plants look like that. But you know, you also, when you're focusing on that mineral nutrition, you start to see, or rather just those essential elements, you start to see, you know, issues with maybe Pythium or Fusarium or Rhizoctonium, you know, so root rots or stem rots that start eating away your healthy plant. You might see issues with spider mites or aphids, which I know are big in the cannabis community, as well as a lot of other agricultural fields. And you see a lot of powdery mildew instances around those leaves too. And so, you know, these are all things we hate to see, but, you know, we've pretty much made a common sight in agriculture. And we say, oh yeah, that's a common thing, you know, and we then say, you know, here are these tools to get rid of that. And we provide our growers lots of, you know, chemicals that are highly oxidative, or pesticides, miticides, fungicides, etc., which, you know, sterilize and kill all of the life on the plants. And that's pretty much conventional agriculture. And that is what it is. But when we look at these plants, what they're really telling us is that these plants are nutrient deficient. How do we know these plants are nutritionally deficient? Well, simple, because healthy plants don't get sick. And I know this seems like a alien concept maybe to some, but you know, this same message has been put out to our community through, you know, great leaders like Don Huber, or I forget Dr. Waddell's name at the Waddell Institute, or Elaine Ingham, or John Kempf, or, you know, some of these other ones. But basically, you know, when you have a healthy plant, you know, we have a plant that has the right environment, we have a plant that has the right genetics, and we have a plant that has the right nutrition. When you have those three, it's like us. It's like a athlete in its prime. Diseases and viruses don't affect it so much. Not to say they're always 100% immune, but they seem like it. They're able to go years and years and years without getting sick, you know, for us humans. And the plants are no different, really. We need to think about, you know, building up their immune system, their ability to fight these pests and disease. And going farther in this, you know, it comes down to a bigger question of kind of redefining how we see pest. And, you know, generally when we think of pest, well, this is what we see, or, you know, what we imagine: these insects coming in here, they're eating our crops, destroying them, making them so that customers like them less. And it seems like they are all there just in spite of you. And sometimes, especially if you go about it in conventional approaches, it can seem like a losing battle trying to fight these insects. And it really can be, you know, because frankly, we're growing unhealthy plants, and that's drawing in healthy food for these guys. And, you know, I think we need to change that view and kind of start saying, all right, plant-eating insects aren't our enemy. They're not out there to get us. They're not, you know, they're not out here to make our jobs harder, or to make our lives miserable, or to make us lose money. They are nature's cleanup crew. They are taking the food that frankly is not fit for us, you know, to be considered medicine for our consumption. that is high in sugars and high in nitrates and nitrogen and other simple compounds that basically don't do us any good. And so when you have a healthy plant, this is actually what insects are to see. And when you look into the communications of it, it's really a fascinating field, but this is it. It's pitch black when the insects are flying around. They don't see a healthy plant. Now, when you have a nutritional imbalance, what they see is this: a big neon sign that says, "Come eat me. I am food for you. I am ready to die. Put me out of my misery. Kill me so the strong can survive." And this is the message plants are sending to the insects. It's not necessarily that, say these insects and plants didn't co-evolve to, constantly be competing with each other, but actually that's just the fact they did co-involve, so the plants are always trying to get stronger and get better, and the insects are always trying to develop and be able to consume, or rather, pass on their genes is the overall life goal, but be able to consume, when you look at kind of evolutionary roles, be able to consume larger molecules, things that are more complex, and then plants make them more complex and insects can't eat them, and insects get more complex digestive systems and then they eat the plants, and it kind of creates this symbiotic relationship in that coevolution of things. And I won't go into this too much today, though it is really a great and really fascinating topic. Here's another image of what they might look like. So insects, say for flying insects that are high above the atmosphere, or high above in the atmosphere, they are flying around, and the red spots are basically the food. The other stuff they might see a little bit of interest in, they might see none, they might see some, but they are really being lit up like that neon sign, being drawn into those unhealthy plants. And we're not going to go into this too much, but some farther resources on this, which each one of these I think are an excellent read. And if you are having issues finding hard copies of them, I think if you look hard enough, you'll be able to find lots of copies of these on the internet that are available for your use. And so, the biology of plant-insect interactions, bioelectrodynamics and biocommunication, plant intelligence, tuning into nature, these are all great books that kind of go farther into this, and there's a lot more that get into biocommunication and this great topic. But moving forward, so we are going to say you have been convinced that, all right, disease and pest issues are a result of nutritional imbalance. And that means we need to expand how we see our nutrition of plants. We start to expand this out, and this is, even more common of what we see today. But we have macronutrients, micronutrients, beneficial nutrients, some minerals of concern, and still our group of unknown minerals. And when we start laying that out, this is kind of what we start to get. And I didn't lay out all of the beneficial elements on this slide because it started to get a little much, but here you see on the bottom half, from nickel to vanadium, you have our micronutrients, and sometimes beneficial nutrient for silicon and vanadium are considered. They switch back and forth. And the macronutrients on the top, calcium to phosphorus and up, and the cations on the left and the anions on the right. And this is kind of a nice way of laying it out because allows you to start kind of seeing why and how these things interact with each other in terms of their nutrient uptake. And really, this is a fun chart I've been playing with and have even expanded it out to where it gets pretty complex, looking at, you know, the mobility of those nutrients and more interactions between them. But I won't be able to show you that today just because it's a lot to get into. But putting this on maybe a simpler view, you know, we'll throw it up on this periodic table because it is something we're also familiar with. But you know, when we look at things, this has started to grow quite a bit from that table we saw, you know, in 1961. Now we've got a lot of our beneficial nutrients on here, and they're kind of filling in a lot of these blank spots. And, you know, I'll go into some of these in a few, but really a lot of these beneficial nutrients and minerals of concern, it kind of changes depending on what species of plant you have, the stage of its life, things like this in terms of how much you need and whether something is a beneficial nutrient or going to be a toxic nutrient. In most instances, there are the rare occasions, but most of these beneficial nutrients that you see are in quantities in the soils that we grow in that, you know, they're typically not going to be high enough to be toxic concerns unless you're near a mining facility or perhaps you have some other factor going on, extremely low pH due to, you know, acid rain or, you know, whatever it might be. So moving forward to that, well, yeah, moving forward, we'll go ahead and keep going. So we're going to look at some of these nutrients and what their kind of roles are. The first I think that we should really talk about is silicon, which I know Roger mentioned this a little bit the other day, but this is really a nutrient which, I mean, even according to Dr. Nicholas's definition of essential nutrients, silicon plays into the role of an essential nutrient. Other people's definitions, they say no, it's a beneficial nutrient. Some say it's even a functional nutrient. Now they've come up with some of these terms, but saying that, you know, it has a role, but the plant can grow without it. And sure, that's true. The plant can grow. You'll see, like we saw those plants in the back, you know, a few slides back, you know, with heavy amounts of disease and insect issues. And when we look at silicone, you know, there's been a lot of confusion because it's usually broken up into high accumulators, medium accumulators, and non-accumulators, which I've relabeled as passive accumulators. So our high accumulators are plants that actively take this up, and that might be sorghum or rice or wheat, you know, grain crops, grass crops, generally that actively take up silicone and need it in order to put into the structure and growth of the plant and in order to become resistant to lots of stress and disease issues. We have medium accumulators like your cucumbers, even tomatoes, and, you know, things along those lines. This is taken up less, but still really important. And then you have our passive accumulators. And I've changed this from being non-accumulators to passive accumulators because when you looked up the definition of non-accumulators, basically what it said is that the plant takes up this nutrient at about the same rate as water. So it's not actively eating this nutrient, so to say, but it's drinking it with its water and it's putting it into its leaves. And, you know, it may not be actively consuming it, but because it is passively uptaking it, I think, you know, we should not say that these are non-accumulators because in fact, they do accumulate silicone. And there's been lots of studies to document that and support that, but they actually benefit from it. And when you think about how that happens, well, this is a really great slide here. My picture, but when you look at here on the side, how we look at it is that normally when you have the plant, if you don't, or rather in a healthy plant, what you might see is you have this cuticle layer, this waxy layer that develops on the leaves, and sometimes that's really shiny, sometimes it's less shiny, and it's largely attributed to the amount of lipids in the plant and how those distribute. Then you have a silica layer, which basically creates this really big wall, this shield in between the cell wall and the cuticle. And then you have the cell wall, the plasma membrane, everything below. Now in a healthy plant, the fungi or the insects will be on top of this plant. They'll bite through the cuticle, but they won't be able to extend past the silica layer. And when you look at what silica happens in the plant leaves, it starts to get into this amorphous state where it's really crystalline, and it's just really, in fungi and insects hate it, cuts them up, it's no good. It's a very good blocker. Now, when you don't have that, what happens is the fungi or the insect can go right through the cuticle into the cell wall, and now they are actively attacking the inside of the plant, and now you're going to start seeing the plant react to that by sending various defense mechanisms, whether that's acelaic acid or something else, to begin shutting off that leaf and everything. Just to kind of show a little bit more on the silica. So these are some benefits shown with applying this in plants. So drought tolerance, better temperature tolerances, better resistance to heavy UV lights, heavy metals, salinity, able to better handle living stresses like disease or fungi or pathogens, or even in some cases herbivores. And this exists in many forms in the soil, but the only form that's really available is going to be this monocellulic acid form. And that is heavily produced in soils. If you look at silicon, the second most abundant element on the earth. And it's heavy in the soils, but it's often not bioavailable unless we have a heavy biology, which fuels into the production of this monocellulic acid. And that's because those bacteria and fungi and other things, other microbes produce organic acids that, and as well as the plants that help solubilize this nutrient. And when you look at that in humans, we see that, it actually plays a lot of roles in human health too. It reduces cardiovascular disease, reduces Alzheimer's, induced by aluminum, strengthen bones, connective tissues, reduces alopecia, and so on. So a lot of factors in the plants and in us for health. Silicone has a synergistic relationship with boron, calcium, copper in building that cell wall for health and overall plant immunity and protection and production. And so can't emphasize it enough, it's really integral to be applying to our systems, especially if you're growing in aquaponics or hydroponics, where we don't have access to those soils or that's high amounts in soils. The forms we apply these are potassium silicate, which is applied to the roots or the foliage, sometimes fermented plants like stinging nettle and horsetail, and there's some others, or even now they have refined monocellulic acid, which you can spray on as a foliar spray. The effectiveness of these all kind of changes depending on the plant and the mode of uptake and things like that. But the best way to apply in terms of cost is going to be to the foliage and then also to the roots in aquaponics, because foliage, especially in hydroponics and soil, in aquaponics, it's going to be important for the foliage, but really also in the roots, just because we need to buffer our pH anyways, and or rather bring up our pH anyways. And potassium silicate can be a great replacement for potassium carbonate, and just be really great addition to the system that's easy to add. And I know over at True Nutrients, they're selling this, and gave some away yesterday. So get you some, definitely. Looking at iodine in plants. Now, when we talk about iodine, this isn't one we often talk about in plants at all. We almost never talking about it, and yet it is often deficient. It's a mobile nutrient, so those deficiencies often show up in the other leaves. It's unique, and there are a few elements like this, but it can actually be absorbed in a gaseous state through the leaves, through the stomata, or through the roots, as these few different forms. And it is heavily taken up by the xylem, but then it is also able to be redistributed slowly by the phylum inside the plant. It's stored in the cuticle waxes, so building up resistance to plant disease, as we saw in that last picture with the silicone. The cuticle layer is important. Builds up in the fruits, seeds, and roots. And it's a strong antioxidant. It plays a major role in the plant's ability to fight these things, as long as antioxidant roles for us. And a really interesting fact I learned while I was learning more about iodine was there's actually only about 9 years of farmable reserves left in the soil without us actively applying it to our plants. And that is the same whether it's large-scale agro crops or cannabis or food crops, vegetable crops. We just don't have that much amount of it. Another interesting fact is the ocean is the largest sink of it. So it's just sitting all right there. Then we say, okay, what is the role of iodine in maybe human health? And well, when you look at it, in the WHO, the World Health Organization, said iodine deficiencies are the most common, or among the most common nutrient deficiencies in the world. And you can see areas with high risk, in a lot of more heavily developed countries, you see it's not predominantly an issue. But in regions when it is an issue, it causes numerous issues, which really the most identifiable that kind of sticks out to us is this thyroidism or hyperthyroidism, and causing what's known as goiters, swelling of the thyroids in the throat. And, it's really painful and hurtful illness. And our solution to that is we throw some table salt on there. We iodized it, and we said, all right, throw this on your food, and we're going to be able to meet our needs of the iodine. And that's been our Band-Aid for a long time to fix these issues. And I mean, it works. If you look at that map, there's quite a bit of the world that isn't affected, but it doesn't really solve anything. And that's why, I think expanding on this more as a nutrient is important. And there's some really cool papers that were recently published, which showed the availability for iodine to be used as a mineral for biofortification of plants. So creating plants that are stronger, healthier for humans. And then if they're healthier for us, then, they're going to be less healthy for pest and disease, because often pest and disease, if you look at their role on the evolutionary chain, are again really kind of simple creatures, and they're rather complex, but digestively speaking, they're pretty simple. And you Google iodine biofortification, and you'll see paper after paper in last few years. And this is, all these top ones are in the last 4 years. And then I also really like the title of this paper, Iodine Biofortification of 4 brassica genotypes is effective already in low rates of potassium iodate. It's great. It's already effective. We already know that it works and we know how to apply it. And then we are able to produce food where now we don't need that iodine supplementation from salt. We're getting it from our vegetables. And this is especially true in leafy greens, are more heavily accumulators of this than the fruiting portion of crops. And so that's the same, say in leaves of a tomato plant, not that you'd want to eat those because you're poisonous, but they would have higher levels of the iodine in the leaves versus the fruits of those plants. So iodine has a synergistic and antagonistic effect with the selenium and silicon, depending on how high levels it's in. It's got a synergistic relationship between cations, especially potassium, magnesium, calcium, manganese, cadmium, and the ways that we're going to be applying those, if you should be in, the form of potassium iodate, which can be applied as a foliar spray. Seaweeds have also been shown as having, not always, because not all seaweeds are extracted equally, but seaweeds often will also have adequate levels of iodine in them for the plants to meet these nutritional requirements of humans and plants, which may not be essential, but has been shown to improve their health. We'll apply that as a foliar spray, or even seawater. As we said, the ocean is the biggest sink of it, yeah. So moving on, we're going to look at selenium. And I chose these 3 elements because they play a large role in human health as well as plant health. But a larger role, I think, in human health, or at least a more relatable role in human health. So when we talk about, selenium, we generally never talk about it, but when we look at it, it's especially important in the synthesis of selenium-based amino acids, especially those that have to do with methionine and cysteine, which are those are our sulfur-bearing amino acids also. And so, you can imagine that the selenium and sulfur will play a role together in being able to function as well as it should. So selenium is uptaken through the roots in a few different forms, but when it's done so, it is able to be put into developing of these healthy proteins. And we actually see, even, this is a trace element, so required in very small amounts, but it is, we saw increases in photosynthesis, helps the regulation of the reactive oxidation of the species. So that's basically how, when a plant gets attacked, how heavily is it going to try to oxidize that disease, or sometimes you might even have unwanted oxidization inside of the plant. That's not a result of insects, but sometimes a result of environmental stimuli. But helps regulate that and control the plant's ability to not over oxidize, but not under oxidize, reduces metal toxicities, and improves growth and development, helps maintain cellular structure and function with the building of those proteins and enzymes and amino acids, and then helps distribution of the essential elements, especially those cations we looked at earlier. When we look at how this plays a role in humans, well, it's important for building and maintaining gut lining. In fact, having a lack of it in our diet can cause a reduction of our gut lining, which leaves us open to diseases, like leaky gut syndrome, which is really a foundational step in illness for humans because it opens up a path of susceptibility into our immune system, and it allows for toxins to be taken up or to be not taken up and regulated the right ways, and cause for other disruptions, including in disruptions of the endocrine system. So our hormone system affects in the thyroids, the kidneys, the liver, the gonads, and so on. It can lead to deficiencies, can lead to infertility, immune issues. We already mentioned hypothyroidism. Deficiencies are rare in the US and Canadian soils, just because we tend to have quite a bit of it. But interestingly enough, it's not always the case in indoor agriculture, because sometimes the soils that we're using don't have it in adequate amounts. And then in addition to this, in hydroponics and aquaponics, deficiencies are very common. We almost never talk about selenium, and I can't think of any real conversations I've had with some of the leaders in the industry about adding this, where they have said they are adding it or they applied in small amounts. But even as little as 2 to 6 parts per million, we can see that the nutritional requirements for selenium are for the human diet are met in the plants we produce by providing that small amount. We see selenium has synergistic relationships with nitrogen, sulfur, magnesium, molybdenum, iodine, and other trace elements. And really, if you look at those are foundational elements into building chloroplast and chlorophyll and proteins. And so plays a large role in these, as well as an antagonistic relationship between silver and arsenic and cadmium and mercury and titanium, where it can prevent the uptake of these, which some of these are heavy metals that in too high levels can be really harmful. So forms to apply selenite to the roots or foliar spray, or selenate to the roots or foliar spray. I think, to be honest, foliar sprays are really the way to go with this because you just need such little to apply. All right, so we've talked about these essential elements. Now, what else is needed? And we go back to our chart on the periodic table, and we say, I'm not really sure. We have no idea of what these other elements do at this moment in time, and we are continuously learning in greater detail with the increase in technologies how these elements play a role in developing human health and plant health and animal health, and looking and starting to expand on how they can actually improve our lives outside of just focusing on these macro and micronutrients. So you might ask, well, Joe, how do we know what we don't apply, or how do we apply what we don't know? And I think that's a great question. And while we think about it, I wanted to just take a second and stare at the ocean. It's a really beautiful scene. But while we're reflecting and thinking about how can we apply these, maybe the answer is right before our eyes. It's the ocean. And the ocean is something that, when you look at it over millions of years with the fall of rain, we have constantly been bringing all of this accumulation of minerals that plants need and that are available in soils all down into the oceans, and bringing it all down and just hosting it there for us. And really, I think it's one of the biggest overlooks of available nutrition, especially when we talk about these trace elements, which may not be considered beneficial by Arnon's definition, or rather essential and sometimes even beneficial by some of those definitions. But again, we don't know the roles that a lot of these play. It wasn't too long ago that we knew the roles of iodine in our food, or the roles of chloride, or the roles of arsenic in terms of beneficial stuff, not to mention of course, the toxins and things like that. And when you get to the ocean, there's over 92 plus minerals in there, and 50,000 plus organic compounds more, bound up in living organisms and created as exudates by plants and fungi and zooplankton and other organisms in the sea. And these are all just waiting for us. Now, there are some concerns with that. Contamination is a big one. We have some of the worst polluted oceans, the worst polluted oceans in history, and maybe they're getting a little bit better with strives towards ocean cleanup. But in reality, we're still heavily polluting our waterways and our oceans, and that is, putting in chemicals and hormones and toxins that are bioaccumulating in the food chain, and we're starting to see that. So there are issues of contamination. There's also some issues of salt toxicity, processing the salt. How do we dry it? It might take a lot of energy if we were going to be distributing it out, and maybe those both, while getting this nutrient, play a role in increasing carbon production because now you're having to transport those nutrients. But it's not much different than mining those nutrients, and potentially maybe even less harmful than mining, since we're not necessarily digging in to the earth. There's a lot more research on this done by a lot of teachings in Korean natural farming and other natural farming methods, as well as some work done out of the Center of, I believe it's the Center of Tropical Agriculture out of Hawaii. If you type in diluted seawater and Hawaii, those will pop up. And forms to apply are generally listed, but here's some 1 in 30 dilution if you're applied on a foyer spray, if you're pulling it out of the ocean, if you're mixing it up from another mix that isn't exactly 1 gram per liter, but roughly 1 gram per liter for a foyer spray. And at these low levels, you tend not to have really any issues with salt toxicities and things like that with the majority of plants in a majority of situations. Not always the case, so always test before you spray. And for further resources on this, a really great book is called Sea Energy Agriculture by Dr. Maynard Murray. This is a pretty fun book that actually Dr. Murray's son reached out to me and some colleagues when I was at the Aquaponic source, and had asked if we had heard of this book or any of the works of his father, and ended up sending us a few copies as just a way to get his father's research out there and kind of show. And Dr. Murray tested out using sea salt, and well documented its use in a number of crops and soil and hydroponics applications. So if you want to learn more, a really great resource. In general, if you want to learn more about elements that are in plants and humans and some of their roles, I think these 3 books are, some of my favorite and my go-to, and those would be Trace Elements as Contaminants and Nutrients, Marshner's Mineral Nutrition of Higher Plants, and then the Handbook of Plant Nutrition. And really, all 3 of these are great resources. Again, if you can't find the hardback copies, I think that if you search hard enough, you can find available copies online, and great resources to have and read through when you're having your morning cup of coffee or relaxing throughout the day. But so moving forward, is mineral nutrition enough? No, mineral nutrition is not enough. In fact, solely focusing on mineral nutrition is the foundation of plant disease and insect pressures. And it is the reason why we, even in the midst of a insect apocalypse, where we have, I believe, upwards of 60% of our insect populations on Earth going extinct, we still see extraordinary pest and disease issues in agriculture. And it is predominantly a result of our mindset of looking at trying to focus on mineral nutrition. And then when things go wrong, applying pesticides, fertilizers that are salt-based and, very oxidative, and then also bleeding into those insect pressures. And it's also the same in the US, results in the United States. When we see the food we've been eating in the last 30 or 40 years, you start to see kind of this, this development towards we have an increase of heart disease, high obesity rates, endocrine disruption, mental health imbalances, increase in asthma, even in children, increases in food-borne allergies. And this is all a result of our agriculture system and the way we have been conventionally doing it right now. And if we want to move past that, then we need to, and this is a really great quote that was in Dr. Maynard's book that I showed, and this is a paraphrase, but he said, "The US is the most well-fed, nutritionally deficient country on the planet." And I couldn't agree with more. We see this, in our obesity rates and our health issues where we get an excess of food, but that food is very poor in nutritional quality, and it is very poor in medicinal qualities. And then, that expands out to looking at human and animal nutrition. And this is pretty much how we see it now, broken up into, minerals, carbohydrates, proteins, amino acids, lipids, vitamins, secondary metabolites, non-nutrient components like fiber, probiotics, even secondary metabolites would be in there. And typically we focus on carbohydrates, proteins, lipids, and, we get the rest of our vitamins, secondary metabolites often from supplements because we're not getting them from our food. And that's an issue. And I think that's why we need to, look past the mineral nutrition and start comparing how.
So we actually need to wrap up here. And yeah, so was a really, really awesome talk. How do people find out more about you and what you're doing?
Yeah, so, I'm just gonna skip forward a few slides here. So to find out more, you can reach out to me at joe@regionaquaculture.com or follow me on Instagram or Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, any of the following. Right now I'm working on getting our website up and finalized, but feel free to reach out to me. We're already starting to working with farmers, and we're actually, if you're interested, I will throw this slide back up. If you're interested in following this research, we're really looking at diving into how these play into the plant and how do we start testing that. So if you're interested, email me. And then also there's a survey on this talk that I'll post in the comments for the YouTube channel. And, you can go on there and let me know how you liked it and any improvements. So yeah, thanks again. Best way to reach out to me, email or one of those other assets right now. Yeah, well, thanks for your time, Steve. It was a great talk. I don't know if we have any time for questions and not.
Just depends if Josh is ready to go. You still getting your stuff sorted there, Josh? Or you about ready?
Well, it's all clever, man. Go with the flow.
Okay. There was a question in chat about what is your, what nutrient do you recommend the most for aquaponics, or what nutrients do you recommend most for aquaponics? I think was that and a question about can they collect seawater from a warship cemetery? I think that's probably maybe not a good idea, but.
Yeah, so first question, commonest problems in aquaponics, I would say, often I see a lot of deficiencies in molybdenum and manganese, and then silicone. I think, selenium, iodine, a lot of these other ones we don't get unless we're adding them or they're in our natural waterway. For those, I think foliar sprays of, sea salt, and really, when you're making a foliar spray, don't just go, it's a lot better to, build it up in kind of a synergistic effect where you're applying nutrients and biological stimulants and biological inoculants and some, and so on. So applying those, and when you do that, you're able to really help out with a lot of pest issues, especially aphids and spider mites in, aquaponics. Because now we're able to convert a lot of that excess nitrates and convert them into ammonium and urea, and then amino acids, and farther into proteins and bigger structures. So I say those ones, and then as far as the nutrients are collecting salt water from, I believe you said warships areas. But I would say,
You said warship cemetery, which I would imagine there's quite a few additional compounds you might get in your garden that you don't want.
Yeah, I would agree. There's probably some stuff going on there, and maybe even protections that prevent you from going down to those areas. I'm not quite sure, but I would say stick away from it. For me personally, I'm landlocked, so I really like using C90. Is a great one that I'll add into mixes often, and it's a great boost.
Alrighty, well, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks a lot, Steve. Everyone enjoy the rest of the day, and I look forward to seeing some good presentations.
Yeah, and if you guys like Joe, he'll be speaking again at the Aquaponics Association as well. He's got some different talks he'll be doing there, so definitely check him out.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
For sure. And we did have some sad news I found out this morning. I guess I'm a few days behind, but if you guys are wanting to go out and support the guys over at the Growcast and have been a fan of the Growcast content, Rob from the Growcast passed away suddenly 3 days ago. And he's been a huge part of the community. Josh and I actually met him out in Portland, and it's really sad to have him go. So I know they're doing a Grow Pass thing right now. If you really appreciate all the content he helped create for all of us, definitely go over there and give him some love over there on the Grow Pass and over there at the Growcast, and help support them through this tough time, because it was very unexpected, and I'm sure they could use the help. Alrighty, before we do that, I think we will also give away some iron from True Aquaponics. I think Ash B, let's give it to Ash B. They're asking a bunch of good questions in chat while we're going. So Ash B, you just won a pound of iron. We'll do a running thing while we introduce Josh for a thing of Mammoth P as well. So if you want some Mammoth P, type Mammoth P into chat. If you guys don't know Josh from Dutch Blooms, Josh puts on a lot of work into the community and getting a lot of content out there. He helped put together the Science of Regenerative Organic Cannabis Conference, which had its 3rd year this year. And I was over in Africa, but I heard they did an awesome job of getting it going before COVID kind of threw a wrench into everything. So I'm sure they'll be back at it again next year. So I'm really looking forward to that. But Josh has really helped put together a lot of great content for the community and a lot of great information for the community, and put a lot of hard work into it. And he has a really awesome farm up in Washington where he does kind of a integrated permaculture using aquaponic methodology and sustainable soil methodology and living soil methodologies, all kind of in one amazing property. I've had the pleasure of teaching up there, and it's a really wonderful place. So really happy to have him on. Let's go with Cheryl Howe. Cheryl Howe, you won the Mammoth P. If you want to email me at potentponics@gmail.com. And then Ash B, email me at potentponics@gmail.com and we'll with your address, and we'll get those out to you. Thanks a lot. All right, Josh, go ahead and tell everybody about your farm.
Yeah, man. Shoot, I'm taken back by Rob, dude. Honestly, I just realized that I'm a bit slow on the feed, and he was a cool dude. I didn't know him that well, but he came out to the conference in Portland and interviewed us, and so I'm, shout out to his family, and shout out to the Growcast and the work they're doing over there, guys. They work really hard and do a number of different podcasts. There's the cannabis one, and then they do a coffee one, and a bunch of stuff. So it really, you guys should check them out. They do some quality stuff. So, and on the Mammoth P stuff, you guys have obviously talked about Mammoth P and aquaponics. That's a question.
We haven't touched on it. We haven't touched on it much during the conference, but it definitely is one of the, in terms of microbes that you can add to aquaponics, one that really unlocks the most amount of total ppms for something that you can simply add to your system. But there's lots of other great compounds out there as well. PSB is another one if you want to make your own and you don't have access to Mammoth P, and you're like when we were in Zimbabwe, it's a little bit hard to get Mammoth P there, but we had to make some similar stuff. But if you're in the States, and especially if you're getting started, it's an incredibly great product for aquaponics.
Yeah, and you can grow it out too in a brew tank to increase your application. So I want to just invite you, Steve and Marty, to be a part of this conversation. The way I just want to approach it by telling a bit of my journey in aquaponics, and having you guys ask questions and be a part will help me sort that out. So let me see if I can flip my video. There we go. This is just, I'm standing in front of this beautiful bud. I don't know how well it comes through on the screen, but this is just a beautiful, it's a Blue City Diesel, and I'm really proud of this field. It's a big field of ganja. I don't know, there's like 100 some plants here, and last year was the first time I planted in ground. This soil was totally fucked up by yours truly. I had to clear what was a forest, you can see, to put in my farm. I didn't have to, I did, and it really obviously destroyed the land. And so what I have been doing outdoors is I've been building Hugo cultures, and that's been really successful for me. And came to the tail end of last year, and I decided to throw some plants in the ground, and it was just kind of a toss. And then this year I threw them in early, and it really kind of was a testament to the tech, if you will, that I've arrived to via aquaponics as a big teacher and a big part of it. And so this field is essentially grown with I literally took the plants out of the pots, put them on the ground, and shoveled compost around them, and then turned overhead sprinklers on. And once a week I would pump out my aquaponics tank and just drench them, and then I foliar fed them a fulvic acid spray, and that's it. And so it was a pretty cheap way to grow a lot of good weed. And the compost that I put on there was grown. It was municipal compost that I bought and injected with fish shit, and so that's part of the tech. And so the microbes that are involved in this are, what I like to think of, a mix of the terrestrial and the aquatic, microbes, and it produces some fucking awesome ganja, So flip this back around. I started with aquaponics in 2011, 2012. I was in Minnesota, Stillwater, Minnesota, and answered a Craigslist ad for a hydroponic grower. And I really needed a job, and I thought, well, I grow weed. I could probably fit that bill. This has got something with weed. So, because I'm used to the West Coast where we were selling clones on Craigslist and stuff. So, in Minnesota, I just figured it was someone that needed some work in their garden. And I showed up and I ended up getting a job at this aeroponic farm, lettuce grow. It was a startup. And they brought in this guy, Richard Stoner, and he worked with NASA in the 80s to develop aeroponics. And I learned a ton about this. We designed a 50,000 square foot lettuce facility where we were growing A-frame design with a sprayer that ran down the middle of an aisle. I won't explain the whole thing, but the only way that you can grow aeroponically is with chemical nutrients. It's just to get to the true aeroponics is with chemical nutrients, and because you have to get such a fine spray, and then the whole point is to reduce down to the smallest amount of water, to the smallest amount of nutrients. And so you need the finest mist and you need the finest particle. So organic material just doesn't pass. It won't do that. It will coat the roots and etc. So I started questioning, how do we do this, organically in my head as I'm working at this place. And I got the boss to give me the go ahead to do a trial with aquaponics. What did I do? I just started Googling organic hydroponics, and it was like, boom, there's aquaponics, there's Murray Hallam. I ordered the book, kit, DVD thing, read it in a couple hours, and was like, let's do this, man. Let me set this up. So he gave me like 16 trays, I think, 4x8 trays, and I built a little pond tank system and set it up, and 2 months later, it was the only thing growing in this 50,000 square foot facility. All the aeroponic stuff was failing, and but what we had done, because this guy was kind of wanted to push the boundaries, and it was really frustrating to me as a young dude, was he was trying to, he's like, we got to crack the code on how to do this aeroponics aquaponically. And so we started playing around with refracting the spray. And so we would run, I think we were running half-inch PVC lines, and drilling 1/8-inch holes on the bottom, and they were spraying down to the bottom of the grow tray. And then we were suspending cocoa core mats on top of the thing, and so the roots would grow down through and get the splash. And so I ended up not working there, and I got really interested into aquaponics. And 2 months later, I bought 2 greenhouses and started an aquaponics farm to grow microgreens. And I bounced on that tech, and I literally spent, it was like 2011, 2012. And so there was hardly any information out there. Steve, I don't know if you were working at that place in Colorado even then, but it was hard to find information. So, there's a lot of just going and figuring shit out. And so I spent like 2 years building and rebuilding. I took a course with Will Allen and learned the 2-layer system. And so I had all these media beds, and I would end up having to shovel them out and clean them out and put Mammoth P in there and put seaweed in there and put calcium in there and put iron in there, and was figuring all this stuff out slow and hard and painful, and growing microgreens and selling them. And it evolved to, at that farm, the best success I had was growing tomatoes. And I set up in a greenhouse very similar to this right here. This is my cannabis greenhouse. But I set up 2 IBCs as the fish tanks. They were 250 gallons, so it's 500 gallons worth of fish tanks. And I ended up, I went into a filter, a very simple swirl filter, and then up into a gravel media bed, and that just circled and circled and circled. And then I had the tomatoes planted in pots, the soil, 5-gallon pots, and they would get like 3 minutes of water, 3 or 4 or 5 times a day, whatever it was, of this aquaponic water, and it had the math all figured out, and they were cycling through the whole tank, once a day, and it was getting fresh water tapped in there. And I had it loaded with tilapia. I think I was running over 100 fish per tank, pretty stocked, large fish, not tiny ones, because I was just running through the water. And that's when I kind of like, it clued onto me this connection between the soil and the fish poop. And then fast forward, a couple of years later, I'm growing cannabis, and I finally get this legal permit, and I finally buy my own property, and it's like, all right, here I go. I'm going to set it up. Am I going to set up an aquaponics cannabis facility? And it was a big conundrum, and because the problem was the finances to put it together. It's more expensive to set up a big aquaponics system than it is to set up a soil system. And so I decided to go with the soil. I should also rewind a little bit and say that at some point I switched over to growing back to cannabis, and I was growing in warehouse, and I employed the same technology, the 2 IBC totes. If you look back on my Instagram feed, you can see it with a double wrap system and swirl filters, and that would go into my grow rooms, and that's how I fed them. And I did that for a couple of years, living soil beds. And so when I moved to this, I had this property. I probably have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aquaponic systems that are like very, very low tech. And that's kind of where I've arrived to in this relationship. Is for me, I chose to go back to soil because of the finances, but it also clicked and has made sense along the way. So I want to kind of be honest about that. The finances were part of the driver, but then when it came down to practical growing, in my vision and what I want to do in terms of growing is I want to farm, and I don't want to manage employees. I'm kind of a cranky ass boss. I really am just very particular about this shit, and I want to do it my way. And so I can take all my clones out of a cloner and put them directly in these soil beds, and then give them 10 days to veg, and boom, we're going. Versus in the dual root zone system, you have to repot and move, and that's labor and money and shit I couldn't do or don't want to do. So I've kind of arrived at this system where I have these aquaponic systems all over the place, and I'm harvesting the poop, and I'm taking that poop, basically 5 gallons at a time, 2 to 5 gallons at a time, and dumping it into one big poop mixing tank. The remineralization tank, which I'm sure has been talked about at the conference. I haven't, have you guys talked about remineralization here yet?
A little bit, yep. A little bit yesterday.
Excuse me. And so it all goes into this remineralization tank, and then I pull off of that tank, and I put it into 100-gallon brewers.
Can you show people your tank?
Yes, I can. Yeah, I'm gonna walk through here. So
okay. I was gonna say, why don't you show them?
Yeah, please do that. Slow me down. I get nervous. That's why I need you to kind of slow me down.
Oh no, hey, you have all these wonderful things there. Show us what you do.
So this is Steve and I actually built this. This is an unfunctional aquaponic system that I haven't finished. Sad to say. I hope to finish this very soon, and this will be my veg space. You can see we've designed the beds. We even have the plumbing in. But I have a temporary swirl filter that I can pull off, basically 5 gallons of pull of this shit, and it goes into just a simple up and down media bed full of weeds. And I got green water over here, just fucking running. And it's nothing fancy. I have probably 25 butterfly koi in there, and I just let it rock. I try to keep it shade covered a little bit. And all I'm doing is pulling that off right now. Hopefully in the next month, I'm going to be able to convert this whole thing, throw a greenhouse over it, and it'll house all my moms. And then I'll be able to take my cuttings and house all my veg stock in here. I want to come back to the stream, because the stream is kind of the evolution of where this is and going. And you guys were talking about it yesterday with I forget the woman's name, but she was growing the fruit trees and aquaponics.
Yes, Angela Tenenbrook.
Yeah. And I think that marriage is just so beautiful. So I I pull off that and I just put it into a simple brew tank where it's just aerating 24/7. You can kind of see it bubbling back there. You guys gotta excuse my mess. It's harvest season. But there's a little bit of tech involved in this too. So this is a 100-gallon brewer. It's got a linear pump. These things are rock solid piston pump. They're expensive, but they're rock solid. And then I have this cool fancy fitting here. And the cool thing about it is you can see the valves all come apart. And I can take this whole thing apart when I need to and clean the whole thing. And it's not as important for this setup as it is for my brewers to clean those. This one's kind of always going and doing that thing, and I'll just pull off 5 gallons and then I put it into one of my other brewers. There's a 200-gallon one, but I mostly use these 100-gallon brewers here. I'm kind of shuffling around. But this is what a typical brew setup looks like for me. And then I can just pull off of this into my spray rig, which is around here somewhere. And I can inject it into the soil. It's out here, I'll show you guys. I can inject it into the soil. I can spray it foliarly, and I can, drench. And so more often I drench, more often than not. This is the last of that compost pile that I injected. We probably injected this with, I don't know, close to 500, 1,000 gallons of fish shit, brewed out fish shit in that manner. So we go 5 gallons fish shit, 95 gallons water, 6 ounces molasses, 30 hours brew, inject into the compost. And pumps are very important. I don't know if you guys have got into this, but when you're dealing with biology, especially biology post harvest, post brew, post where you want it to be, you gotta avoid propellers, pumps. You have to use diaphragm pumps. And so that's what is special about this sucker, is that I used a diaphragm pump, which is pretty common in these type of spray rigs, but I overbuilt it so that it could handle the grud and could get some distance without damaging and going over 100 psi. I think we can keep it under 90. And that's a very expensive machine that I can drag all over my farm. I got a spray rig, but I want to show you this. I'm kind of going off thing here, but this is and check out this company, Synergy Ag Pro in California. Let me turn my thing sideways. It's 13.5 gallons a minute, 120 volts, 70 psi. It's plug and play diaphragm pump that I hook up to this 275 gallon brewer, and I just use air pumps to brew, and then I can flip a valve and turn that on, and I can spray it, same thing, or drench it, which I more than likely I'm drenching more often than not. And that's kind of the basic tech right there, is the harvesting of the fish poop. And a lot of people building aquaponic systems, most everybody uses propeller pumps. And Steve and I have talked about it. He doesn't think it makes a difference. Instinctually, for me, it makes sense that it would make a difference. But so the theory is the propeller is chopping up a percentage of microbes in the solution, in the water. In a thriving aquaponic system, you have an abundance of microbes. And so if you're killing off whatever the hell percentage of, this is kind of where we've come to conclusion, is whatever percentage of it, it doesn't matter. That's where Steve is at with it. I'm at because I'm a perfectionist dork. I'm just like, it matters, dude. Like, if it matters, it matters. We're gonna use stainless steel, dude. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just kind of like that way. And so I kind of would like to challenge someone to pull some data on that and maybe, you know, do some small comparisons. But for me, in my setups, I really like that pump because I can use that. I have 2 of those, and I'm about to hook it up to the system over here I showed you. And that'll be the driver. It'll suck from the very bottom of the pond, so it's getting all the poop, right? And then it'll go up into a big radial flow filter where I can pull my shit off of, and then it'll go into my media beds where I will grow my moms in dual root zone pots, big dual root zone pots, like 20 gallons, not small ones. Because I want to have big plants that I can just take bunches of clones off of. So that's kind of the tech I've been at for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, is this continuous cycle of, and I apply the compost fish poop brew once a week, twice a week, once every couple of weeks, kind of as needed for the plants. And the cool thing about it is for me, it gives me a lot of flexibility to not have to be a chemist in aquaponics and not have to measure all these things. I can balance, you know, a little bit of calcium here and there, a little bit of iron here and there, based upon what I'm seeing the plants growing in the media bed filter. And it's just, you know, I just can take it a little bit more laissez-faire because I have all the nutrients in the soil. And what I'm really trying to get out of this fish stuff is microbes, in my mind, you know, in mineralized nutrients. So it's kind of developed from there into Creek Tech. And this is, you know, Creek Tech in progress, right? There's a big pond back there behind this field and a little stream. And what I have so far is this I've dug out a little bit. I'm gonna come in here and manicure this hole, line it, put a drain on the bottom, so all the poop comes into here, and I can pull it off with that diaphragm pump into a radial flow filter, and then down into the stream, which I'll fill more with media. And I've made a series of, you know, I'm kind of doing it slow as I can. You know, I'm just doing the shoveling myself here. I don't have even a tractor. I have a couple little goldfish in here, if you can see them. So I have a couple little, you know, ponding, you know, kind of spaces as the water flows through. And then this over here will be another one. And then it goes through another one on the other side before it goes back into the pond. Snap my coffee here. So the end goal is my property is long and narrow, and I have I'm going to make layers of ponds. So next summer, after I build this and get this filled how I want it, next summer I'll dig another pond up there, and I'll end up having a series of basically where the sediment or fish poop can kind of come off, and it can hang in there and mineralize on its own, and I can pull it off as I need it. And also send all of the rainwater from all my buildings into this system. Send all the rainwater from my property as it comes down into this system, so I can collect a lot of water, because that's really, you know, was the big driver for me when I got interested in aquaponics. Is that water is an issue. Water is an issue, and that was back in 2012, and it's more of an issue. It really is. Like I dug a well on this property here, 180 feet. It cost me $15,000 in it, and it was bunk. You know what I mean? It was poison. It was full of shit, and so we just had to, like, whoops, I guess we'll just not do that. So it was kind of like there was a lot of drivers that pushed to this, but now as I've kind of walked into this and set this stuff up and building it, I'm realizing that this kind of is the way that we should all be designing our farms or our gardens, whatever size it is. And I kind of like want to make the argument that, flip back here, I also have ducks in the system here, you know, and frogs and all the stuff that comes with ponds. So you get that diversity, which is cool. But I kind of want to make the argument that every, permaculture design, every regenerative farmer needs to have aquaponics. If you're indoor, if you're outside, whatever the situation, it can be such a simple technology when it's brought into soil, and it makes the soil like just go off the charts for very, very little, and it's fun. You get to have fish, all this stuff. So and then on a larger scale, like the way we can collect water and really conserve water, it's pretty huge. And I think that part of what I was learning in Minnesota when I was growing in those media beds, and they were getting full of sediment, I ended up just kind of throwing my hands up and saying I was having a hard time with bell siphons in this long bed I made. I made a 36-inch wide by 18-inch deep by, I don't know, 40-foot long media bed. And I was having a hard time getting it to the bell siphon to work to raise and lower the water. And so I ended up just saying, yeah, and just lowering the water, reducing the water flow, and just having it being a constant flow on the bottom. And that's when I started to see my tomatoes in the media bed work after about a year later of doing that, because what was happening was all the gunk that was down there, the worms and everything, they were turning that shit over and remineralizing it, and I ended up finding nutrient balance in that without having to do all this other stuff. And it's kind of low tech farmer tech the way I approach it, but I think that it can take off a lot of the mysticism and a lot of the fear, because you have to almost learn so much if when you start balancing all this stuff and hearing people clean their pipes and all this stuff. I'm like, holy hell, like that. I'm not talking shit, like that's super cool, and that's what you got to do if that's your system, but it's not for me. It's not the way I want to approach it, and I think this kind of mixed way, it makes it a little more accessible. You want to say something, Marty?
Oh no, I just got here.
Oh, hey, dude.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Yeah, you guys, is there any questions on any of that?
Yeah, we had how exactly is the source water starting to flow into an existing pond? ?
Right now there's a propeller pump down there at the bottom, because that's what I got to do to get a powerful enough one that I can afford, because diaphragm pumps are really expensive when you start to get into the big pumping, and they're really loud. So there's got to be a better solution, maybe an air pump. But right now there's a big propeller pump down there that's pumping from the close to the bottom of the pond and just pumping up through here, and it's basically just to have water moving and keep it alive. I have ducks and stuff and the dog, and they all drink off of it and do their thing.
Awesome. I'm trying to see what other questions we got in chat. I don't see. Oh, the question asked, is that all man-made?
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and that's I kind of went overboard, in some ways, but this can be very simple. Like I was trying to say, these IBC tote systems, you can start with one IBC tote. You can get on Craigslist for $90, sometimes $60 if you look and wait. Get some fittings, another 20, 50 bucks, $100 on a pump, another $100 on a reservoir, and some rocks, and you're moving, and then you can kind of add on from there. It's really simple. It's just buy another IBC tote, and it's really exciting. And you can start with goldfish, and move into koi, and maybe get a couple tilapia one day. And when I'm building my systems, it's really important to me to have a variety of species of fish. So I have fish that are on the top of the system, in the middle of the system, on the bottom of the system, some algae eaters. Steve probably went into that big time in his talk.
Yeah, and we didn't touch too much on fish, or just a little bit, but yeah, you can especially make a lot of money off of those algae eaters.
Well, and it keeps, for me, right, I'm trying to harvest that poop in the most gentle way, so, because that's, for me, I want it to be in this tank and just gentle, and I don't want a bunch of dead bodies in there. And I want that poop to be moving through the system, and caught in the filter. And so having them in the different layers, it keeps it all moving,
Do you want to show off your greenhouse there?
Sure. And yeah, the greenhouse is kind of, I should have gone in there sooner, but it's where I put all my effort, and it's where I've been pumping this compost tea fish poop water for 3 years. And it's a natural soil that I built raised beds and added a soil mix, essentially a potting soil mix that I made myself. And next up, yes I can. So yeah, it's full of a bunch of mixed plants here. There's a lot of sweet alyssum, thyme, there's creeping thyme, there's regular thyme, there is dichondra, there is a bunch of oh man, what is this? The spacing. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff, and some of it's to keep the beneficial bugs. I don't know if you guys talked about that at all, but the sweet alyssum in particular is good for housing. Is it a road beetle? I forget, the aureus. And aureus will get around and it'll pop on the plants, and it'll come back to the sweet alyssum, and it'll when the plants don't have pest pressure. So it's kind of nice. You don't have to buy as many beneficials. Another one that I like is the Lacia Force is what it's called. They got these big little butts, and I'll see if we can see some, but I haven't bought them in probably 2 or 3 years, and they just cruise around and they're always mowing. And this greenhouse it's coming into its stasis. Is kind of the way I think about it. I made this man-made thing. I have heated pipes running down the bottom of these beds, so they come on in the winter and they heat the root zone. There's insulation 4 feet down all the way around the perimeter of this thing. The water sheds into the pond, and then I suck that water back up, put it in my tank, brew it and dump it back onto the soil bed. So it's kind of a closed system in that way. Yeah, but I literally can throw very healthy or very sick plants, and they just become so healthy. And at this point, I don't really have to add much. I've done runs with nothing, not even adding water, because there's so much life in the soil down there after 3 years of applying this fish food. And so these guys in the middle, they're all looking a little scraggly, because they went into flower. I had to get them back in the veg a little bit. So you can see where they've just taken off. And I'll flip around to this other side, and you'll see that how it's kind of the next step here. I've got a big dehume there that I'm hooking up. This is the little brains for the root zone heating. And this is the brains for the computer. It controls the climate. This is some seeded plants. The Gary Payton, the Hollywood PK, and Medellin. And I got the creme brulee over there too. But yeah, just see over here, plants are jamming, and they're all gonna get flipped into flower next week from today or tomorrow. yeah, so I don't know. Any more questions up there, Steve?
Just looking at chat, trying to see what responses we got back left.
One thing that I also mentioned, you can hop in here with that question, but genetics, I think it is an important thing, especially growing cannabis. I started the seed company based upon the idea of biointelligent seeds, and then you can check out I'm spacing on dude's name right now. Basically, there's some science, and we've all kind of experienced that when we grow plants or seeds that have been grown in organic systems, they are more adaptive to growing in organic systems compared to plants that were grown in synthetic systems. And I think that you can take that to the next level. And there's definitely some dudes out there, Eddie Meddy extracts, that are breeding specifically in aquaponics and dual root zone systems, and maybe the seeds I'm doing, they're definitely living in that, and the seeds Steve makes. So I just want that to be a part of folks' consideration in how they, move through the aquaponic world. And I think the same would be said about vegetables too. So if you're a vegetable producer or whatever producer you are, give yourself a jump start if you can, and get some seeds. And maybe that might take a little bit of research and looking around to some neighbor farms that are in your state that produce aquaponics, and maybe like, hey, Mo, can you do a seed run for me? Or I don't know. We'll figure it out though.
We had a question. Are you going to make changes somehow to ponds or for flowering cycle?
To ponds for flowering cycle? No. I don't make changes to anything for flowering cycle. The only change I make, so other than applying, at this point, let's say I apply once a week, once every 2 weeks, twice a week, this compost tea. Other than that, the only thing I'm regularly applying is a fulvic acid spray, foliar, and I do that once or twice a week, and then I stop that when it in flower, and then that's it. I might stop. I'll probably, usually we'll stop giving the compost tea maybe week 4 or 5. Just let it roll on water. But if the plants need a little boost, I'll give it to it. And I don't do anything specific to change. I rely on the plants having the ability to choose that on their own, and then I provide the meal. Not even the meal. I stock the fridge, if you will. Ignorantly and foolishly, I stock the fridge as best I can with what I think they need, and then they make the meals they want.
What additional nutrients are you adding to your teas? Somebody asked.
I do add some stuff here and there. Humic acid is a big thing that I like to get into around. I also practice KNF. So I'm kind of like practice all these different things and follow the way I'm vibing on the plants. I know the cycle of the plants and the life cycle of the plants and what I've given them and what they need. And I, just kind of go there instead of following a recipe book or a simple thing. I can use, I can bump them with some calcium on a WCA, or sometimes I like to hit them with a good switch over. I usually do with a switch over full on KNF banquet, FBJ, OHN, WCAP, and I mess around with seawater. I definitely will dose once a cycle to twice a cycle with C90 in that foliar, and also in a root drench, and that just gives a full mineral solution. I used to do a lot of adding meals every cycle, and I got away from it for the last 2 years. this last cycle, in honesty, I didn't add really anything except for the fulvic acid spray and water. And I felt that the crops were beautiful, but I felt that they could have been a little bit more potent. I'm used to in the summer, just like when I'm out mowing the side of the yard or whatever, by the greenhouse fan, just stopping and just like huffing the greenhouse fan, and it just wasn't quite there. And so this round, I decided that, I probably was missing some minerals, and I decided to amend that with rock dust. So I threw a banquet of rock dust, basalt, glacier. I did the minerals from Crater Lake Minerals. So I did kind of a little banquet of that, and then I added some maxi crop. I'm a big fan of maxi crop. It's really expensive, but the plants love it. The fish love it. The fish water, everything loves it. And I actually was super blessed with two things that I was blessed with, and I haven't really had this before, but Dragonfly Earth Medicine sent me some product that they made, and I hadn't really delved into what they do, and it's a really cool thing, and it's a nice meal. It's a really nice meal for these plants. And so I fed their lush roots, and then their green goddess, and then they gave me a foliar, which I'm going to use today. But I totally saw these plants just turn up a notch with that little like health shake, if you will. I mean, they have mycorrhizae in there. They have different bacillus species. I could go grab the can and read it, but when I first glanced at their product, shamedly, I just kind of thought, well, I'm getting all those things in my stuff, and I'm doing all that. I don't need a product. And then I got gifted this stuff, and it was really cool, and to see the plants really. And I'm doing a trial comparison side by side, so I saw the jump in the ones that took that, and then. The other thing I've been messing with this is, and I don't mean to just be like shouting out these companies, but these are, if you guys, those guys know Josh and Kelly from Dragonfly Earth Medicine. They're a couple, and they're friends of the community. They are they are big givers, and they give in knowledge and time and resources to a lot of people, and they're very special people. And I'm glad to tell you my honest experience with this since I was asked. And then the fulvic acid, I am getting from a company called Fulvonic, and they do ionized fulvic acid that is really cool. And they're just kind of a new company up north of me in Canada. And they reached out to a friend, Hallam Farms, who's a local, a fellow can-upper. And anyways, yeah, I'm a big fan of fulvic acid. I can't say enough about it. I think it needs to be used in any form you can get it. I shout out to Dr. Robert Faust too. His company is really solid on their fulvic acid. Do you use it in your foliars at all, or Steve?
I just stopped doing foliars altogether, and do everything through the root zone these days. But if I had a particular, maybe if I was doing clones or seedlings, I would definitely consider it for sure. But other people have different methods that work good for them. So
Yeah, it's like my do-all, fix-all.
And check out Dr. Faust's episode of the podcast. I think he's been on twice now. I think in both times.
Yep.
Really informative.
Yeah.
says, what about planting on the edge of ponds? Could you plant on the edge of your stream?
Totally, and that's in process. The thing's a shit show right now, but yeah, there'll be intentional plantings all throughout the whole thing. I want to have it set up so I can use it as a dual root zone in the summer, where I can just have a strip there where I can set plants. I actually put an Instagram post about kind of advertising this conference a couple of weeks ago, and showed how I'll just use. One thing when I was in Minnesota, I was growing in all these media beds, and at the time, you just see any media publication, you'd see a picture of some dude with the lettuce holding a big old thing of roots like this out of the styrofoam, floating craft going, and have this big old root zone, and was so cool. And so, you know, and doing that with my friends, maybe after a couple beers once or twice, you know, being like, look how cool this is, and stuffing them back in there. And then I started relying on that for different tech. You know, if I lost a cultivar or whatever, I knew that I could just pull it out of this and shove it in an aquaponics system. You know, I can, at the end of a cycle here, I'll show you, I've done it. These guys right here, they're like, I'm basically breeding here on this farm and going through a lot of cultivars. And so I'm looking for different phenols that do it for me. And so at the end of the cycle is when I get to choose that. And so I just yanking these right out of the ground and throwing them in the stream for a week. Once I see new root growth, I throw them in a pot and water them with the aquaponic water and put them in a veg cycle. And there's my first little growth there. And it's happening in all these guys. But I just kind of learned that I could use that as a tool for the different things I'm doing. And so I'm going to have that little platform there where I can sit some dual root zones, or I can throw some plants down real quick and whatever. Water a tray if I'm in a hurry. You know, sometimes I'll do that. That's how, you know, I'll just throw a tray in there, you know, set it in there and let it get watered.
Very cool.
Somebody asked, do you use recharge?
I don't. No, and you know, for the most part, I don't use really any products other than the stuff I was talking about. The fulvic acid and this fish poop has really been it, and I'll buy meals, you know, like crab meal and cut meal, and then I make the KNF stuff, and that's really been the staple.
On that note, are you doing anything different for your IMO collections, given your environment there?
I collect. No, I collect the IMO the same old Korean natural farming method on rice. I think there's a lot of merit to collecting on different local organisms. It's not something I have had the time or desire to go into, to be honest. Like, I feel like I found a niche in my microbial pocket, you know, harvesting and you know, distributing my microbes. And so I kind of like, you know, put that aside, and my real interest right now is in breeding, you know. And so I've kind of got this base where everything is constant and everything is even, and it gives me a good look at genetics, and I can make good selections that way. So.
Well, what cultivars are your main ones you're rocking right now?
We're behind me. I'm really excited. Is Cherry Pie cross, or BX Cherry Pie BX cross Cherry West, which is a Cherry Pie BX2 crossed with a Lime 1, and so it's got some really loud flavors. I pulled a number of males out of this. This population was about 800 or 900, and I pulled probably 15 males. I'm categorized into 4 or 5 flavor profiles. There's a lot there, and it was very strong. So I'm super excited to look at that. And then this whole section here is the Medellin 111, and it is stanky. I got it in a flower room. I'm dumping seed on it in another room, and it is very garlicky, almost like GMO, turned up a little bit. So I'm really excited about that. I mentioned the Pure Kush, the Hollywood Pure Kush, and the Cherry Pate. I'm really excited about. I've got that. This is the Testarossa F2 selection. You know, the buds are kind of doing their thing, right? But it's very dark purple, gas on gas on gas, the rubber with the Skittles in just the background. And I'm really loving this plant. I'm going to make the F3s out of these and get those out. This one here, this is the skunk band. I'm really jamming on the skunk band. I dropped pollen on all that stuff with the skunk band. I pulled from Dominion. This was a really beautiful one too. It's just starting to re-veg right there. This is an Ethiopian cross sky peddler fish that I made, and it has these just huge purple green nugs and smells just like this deep, rich, floral, zesty. I don't know. It's really hard to describe it. It was very, very, very pleasant. Here's some more skunk band. I got a GG4 cross mat population I ran through, and I found some really good stuff there. And so there we go again, re-vegging. And so that's basically what I do. I re-veg them, take clones off that, and then I'll go through and make the seeds off that. And I have a good fresh stock, so I can make them healthy and young. And then over on the other side is kind of my collection of all my genetics. I stock about ice cream cake like everybody else, the ATF, the Congo, the Union Island, up soda that I like. There's a jelly roll I got from my top foundation. It's pretty cool. And a Dosi Rio still in. I got an Oreo from Mr. Green Jeans that I'm loving. The ATF that I've held for a while. I just got the Piho back, which brings me to the point. I was going to do a donation giveaway if you want to do it, whatever. I was down to give away a breeder's pack, if you will, 100 seeds of the Ethiopian, it's the triangle fish cross G13 houseplant crossed onto my Piho pet that I've held. And I think you've smoked some of that Piho in the past. And it's the Piho is Great Ape crossed cherry pie crossed Tahoe OG, and it's phenomenal. You get it down to the end, and you just like want to eat the butt type, weed. You're just like, oh my gosh, it's still so tasty. Just like, let's just save that one over there for a little while. So I'm down to throw in 100 pack, and we can do that. Give that away, whatever looks for you guys' schedule. Other than that, Steve, this is a really cool thing you did.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It's always awesome to see living soil beds that are being fed from those types of setups, and you have one of the cooler setups out there, and definitely unique for sure. Trying to combine the two methodologies and do a permaculture design. I think a lot of people haven't kind of seen it in practice, and it's nice to kind of see it in person.
And it can be simple. That's like why I wanted to show the work in progress. Like the questions like, do you want to plant the edges? Yeah, I have all those plans. But it can also be very simple. Get a pump and a water source and another water source and make it move, and put some rocks in there and some poop, and just start going.
All right, well, hit him up over I guess I guess he'll do a post over on his Instagram and then about how to do the giveaway, because I don't want to get us flagged here on the video here, but we'll follow up. But definitely follow up with Dutch Blooms on that, and check his Instagram for more info. All right, well, thanks a lot for coming on. How do people find more information about you and what you're doing?
Right now, regenerativeseeds.com is the seed bank, and I'm really proud. As a side note to those folks that are in Washington, I'm really proud. I've been working with Kaya, Pacific Northwest Roots, who is also a local hash maker, breeder, grower, producer, and he took all my greenhouse crops that I've been running through and made some beautiful hash, and we got it in jars, and it's off for testing. And so for the first time owning a rec license, first time in basically 4 or 5 years, I'm going to have some product in stores, and he made that all possible. And so I'm really excited about that. And it's it's under my label, Dutch Blooms, so pretty cool. And then also the conference, regenerative organic cannabis.com. We're kind of on COVID pause. I'm not really sure what to do. I might throw out a poll here and see if we do an online thing. Just kind of waiting to see honestly, what happens in the fall, you know, if everything starts to get worse, I probably will lean towards doing an online thing and making something happen and taking care of those people who bought tickets and trying to make it feel really good to everyone. But I just kind of want to see how this goes. If it's getting better, I really want to get together with everybody. I'm missing people real bad this time of year. So stay safe, everybody.
Oh yeah. Sorry about the random dog noises in the back.
Oh, we didn't even hear it. But thanks to you and Marty for all your work, and thanks to all the other guests that came on and shared, and the ones that are going to come share. And Marty's going to set straight all the bullshit I just said in his talk.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. We have a quick giveaway before we move on. That was really awesome to see that kind of on a more permaculture design. Really stoked on that. So Casual Fields Mullen Ferment is also giving us some stuff. They found out about the conference, so they wanted to give away some stuff. So why don't we give away some Casual Fields Comfrey Ferment? I've used this in aquaponics as well, and in soil. It's real good stuff. Won't kill your fish, so it's good stuff.
Yeah,
So if you want some, what's up?
They sent me some samples, and I've been using it in my aquaponic systems in my soil garden out front, and I've had really good results with it. It does smell, just FYI, I keep it inside. But other than that, I've had really good results with it. So shout out to them for hooking me up with some samples and giving it a shot.
So if you want some Casual Fields Comfrey Ferment, type out in chat and we'll pick a winner. All right, well, we'll give that a little bit of time. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, Marty, and if you're interested in the ferment, type that out in chat.
All right, so yeah, I'm AP Meds, and today I just want to talk a little bit about some different home grow setups. Let's see, let me get my screen share going. I was going to show you guys some more SketchUp stuff, but my program won't load, so that's been frustrating. I did load the web version where I do have one here that we can look at. So this is actually the 3D model of that I started in the free version of my current flower system. And so this is a great way when you're designing systems, just kind of see how things fit together. And for me, I mean, I do a lot of this in my head, I guess. So I can design systems in my head, but when I need to start communicating them to other people, it's a lot easier to be able to create a design like this and send it to someone just to be able to make that work. So I do have some other stuff here I'm going to show you guys that's been, let's see, where all right, well, I guess I won't. Okay, so anyway, this is kind of the basic model that sort of evolved over time. I'm going to switch over here and show you guys some pictures of kind of where some of this stuff started. This stuff that you see here is all my first year outdoor aquaponics grow. This is not dual root zone, but this was fed probably 3 to 4 times a week to be able to achieve this kind of bud formation. And this is Platinum Delight by Blue Power, I think it is. It was called Platinum Cookies. These are some soil plants that were put in that were fed with aquaponic water. So pretty similar to what you just saw from Josh, to where we were kind of using the tank as more like a culture or almost like a brewer, and then we were feeding off of that. Here's more of the first grow, the first outdoor grow, I should say. I did a couple of small indoor grows before that. You can check those out on my YouTube channel if you want, at AP Meds. So again, here just kind of some examples. This first system here was set up a little bit different than the way that I do it now, but some of the things are still the same. The U siphon that we talked about was all put together during this first system. This is the second evolution of the system here, where I built a shade table over the top. These are just half barrels with little dual root zone pots. So you can just kind of get an idea of what the setup was. So my water was getting pretty hot in the summertime, so I built this table to go over the top of it, kind of added it on. You can see there's a couple different kind of pots I was experimenting with. This is this black square one. This is just a round bucket. I think it was a 1 gallon bucket. So I just had different setups to be able to kind of experiment with what worked and what didn't. And that most of my home-based stuff you'll see has been pretty much that. Here's some indoor. So after this this outdoor run, I was shut down on outdoor. I wasn't really able to do much more on that. But here is the indoor stuff that I've done. This was kind of my first, like, maybe serious indoor run with some bigger lights. Here's some more of the finishing up of the outdoor. So this plant here grew all the way up through the top of the gazebo. I want to say it was probably, like, the plant itself was probably about 7 or 8 feet tall. And, you know, because it was a couple feet off the ground. So right here, this is probably about 12 feet. So just kind of give me an idea of how things sort of evolved over time. And as I made changes, got improvements. So here's some of the dual root zone. This is a Starfighter OG. All of these are through here. These are more shots of aquaponics fed soil beds. So these are raised beds to do that. Take a peek at some of those. A little harvest picture there. So all this was great. Had really good luck with all of it. This was all done in dual root zone or in soil. You can see some more indoor stuff, some more beneficial bugs. This was a run of sub-irrigated planters that were fed with aquaponic water. So they weren't attached to the main system. They were just fed with the tank water. And this was a weird cross. I can't remember what it was. It was something like a peach frost by something. I don't remember what it was now. But it came out really strong, really fruity. I would say that the sub-irrigated planters fed with aquaponic water were definitely good quality. Everything was good about them. I just still prefer the aquaponics. Just seems to get a little bit more terpenes and flavor. Has a little different punch to it. Here's the kind of the really purple genetic expression that came out of one of those Platinum Delight plants. So here's just, in my opinion, is a great example of full genetic expression that you get from a microbial activity in an aquaponic system or living soil. This was definitely some of the better stuff. Here's the harvested peach frost by something, I still don't remember what it was. This is a sour, it was a really sour one. Sour strawberry, I think is what it was. Turned out really well. So I was definitely going through and feeding a number of different stuff to these. I've tried, doing the sub-irrigated planters. Here is, this is Shiskeberry, and I think this is Gorilla Glue. I've tried different lights. I have tried LEDs. I've tried ceramic metal halide. This particular run that we're looking at here is all cookies that was grown in with all ferments. So these were all grown dual root zone aquaponics and fed with a sour plum ferment and blackberry ferment, the two that we're going through here. So let's see, that was pretty much all this. So here's a good comparison. This is grown under LED right here, and then all of these down here, same cut, and then this is under ceramic metal halide down here. Same cut, same clone, off the same model. Really, the main difference was the size, and could definitely be explained just because the LED was putting out a lot more power. So here's some nice gland pics. I know we've had a lot of talks about trichomes and stuff already, but these are taken with just a cheap microscope that you can buy off of eBay or Amazon. It was like 10 bucks, 20 bucks, plugs into your computer. And we've talked about them a lot, but this is the kind of detail that you can get to be able to take a look and see where your trichomes are. So here's how those finished up. I do think that there was a link between using the ferment and having maybe larger gland heads. I'm not sure if there's more of them, but these are some really well-developed trichomes. And definitely some of my more popular herb was this cookies right here. And you can see here is kind of how it finished up. Turned out great. Became super popular. Here's the ceramic metal halide, the way it finished up. It did take a little bit longer also. But other than that, this is a grape slumper down here. So you can just kind of see the evolution of my systems as we go through. This is the last one that I did before I moved. And then here is the new system when I built it out here at the new house. That's the same model that we were looking at over here on SketchUp. So you can see here's the, this model isn't finished because it's the older one. But here's the beds, they come out, dual root zone pots. This is the main fish tank over here on the side. It overflows into the media beds. The media beds have U siphons that go down into the sump pump. So the pump sits down here and the sump pump pumps back up here to the top, and the fish tank then overflows back down. So I used the 3D model to set up my light pattern, kind of see what size my beds needed to be. I didn't do it exactly like this. You guys will see down here. I actually spaced this out from the wall a little bit. My garage isn't exactly 20 by 20, but yeah. So this is kind of the beginning stages of when I designed it, and here it is in full fruition. You can see the media beds, dual roots on pots. This is pretty much in full flower. I think I already had to pull a plant maybe in here somewhere, so it's not quite full. But just to give you give you guys an idea of what it looks like from start to finish, just sort of the original design all the way through to what it looks like in the end. So you can see my dual root zone pots in here. I feed these in the top. You can see, and then this is kind of all torn out now, but I did have a bunch of greens down in here. And generally all these are full of microgreens or kale or buckwheat or any number of different leafy greens. So that is sort of what it looks like. Here's a row. As you can see, I have just under 4,000 watts of ceramic metal halide. No LED in here yet. I do want to do that eventually. And in here, this is a great comparison video. This is one of Steve's favorite for comparison pictures. You can see this row here in the back is all been fed additional amendments, and this plant right here has been fed just castings out of the worm bin. So this one received, let's see, was langbeinite, rock phosphate in varying levels along this whole row. So I did, basically this one here is like a quarter dose. This one here is half dose. This one here is 3/4 dose, and this one out here is a full dose. So what I want to highlight here is how you can get multiple test runs or test plants with dual root zone inside of the same system. So if you're a breeder, if you're doing a phenotype hunt, whatever it is that you are trying to vary in order to get different results, the easiest way to do that is in a dual root zone system. Because each one of these plants can be different, as opposed to if you're dosing the entire system at one time, then all of these plants are going to be on the same nutrient dose, right? As opposed to in a dual root zone system, each one of these can have its own soil mix and allow you to test multiple things inside of a single run and speed up your process dramatically. So instead of, you know, here, let's just count the plants: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You can have 12 different mixes going in one run that will last 3 months, as opposed to doing 12 different runs that will each one last that long. Could put you out a year just to be able to test the same stuff, or have multiple systems, I guess, if you wanted to do it that way. You have to separate them out. So dual root zone gives you a huge advantage for any type of research that you want to do. If you're doing like comparison research, if you're doing phenotype research, genotype research, chemovar research, any of those things are going to be made easier and faster to do that. So again, this one here, definitely smaller, less of a yield. This entire plant pulled down just under 3 ounces. I mean, it was like right at 3 ounces. And the next closest comparison plant would be this one back here. And this one came out more than double that, with maybe, you know, a couple dollars worth of amendments, if that. So this is a great way to be able to test multiple things at one time, and just to give you an idea of, because I get this question a lot, was the reason that I did that. You know, what happens if you just do castings with dual root zone? Do you really need to amend the soil? And I guess the answer is you don't need to do it in order to finish, but if you want to get results more like this row as opposed to this one, then you know, it might not hurt to throw that in. So here's a closer up shot of the castings plant. I did notice that it did seem to have less bug pressure. I don't know if that really means anything to anyone, but yeah. All right, so now I think I'm going to switch over. Let's see if we got any questions about this stuff here. Oh, yep, looks like we do. Let me scroll up here. Were you feeding lacto weekly in the sips? Yes, I was feeding lacto by just adding a little bit of bokashi bran when I added the aquaponic water, and they were getting fed. They were pretty small sips, so they were getting fed every couple of days when they got bigger. So the larger your plant gets, the faster your water disappears in a sub-irrigated planter. So just be aware of that. Method of tomato.
So I think that's a great demonstration of why you want to grow with dual root zone, and brought up a lot of really good points on why, you know, the increase in control and the ability to do, you know, all these different feed rates at once, and then do one run and immediately dial in a strain rather than having to do a whole bunch of runs, really goes to show how superior it is, especially when you get to commercial production. It's just night and day.
Yeah, I do think that. I mean, that's just critical. If you're trying to get faster, you can't, unless you're going to build multiple systems, 12 different systems for 12 different plants, then it's going to be a lot harder to be able to do that. What size pots do I use? That's a great question.
Looks like we lost Marty there. Marty will be back in a second. I was just checking our, trying to juggle, make sure all the different speakers and everybody are lined up through the different communication methods. I think he's cutting back to his other, is my audio not working? No audio? So my audio is not working? Check, check, check. Hopefully my audio is working now. Not sure what happened there. Okay, cool. All right, looks like Marty's back. Or I timed out. No, Marty's back. There we go. All right, not sure what happened there, but Marty is back on track. I know he's going to do a broadcast from his grow here in a second and show off his U siphons, and he's a pretty cool setup for how to set up in a room where maybe you can't screw with the floor, which is a lot of you guys out there. So that'll be neat to show. I'm not sure what he's going to show us next.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
I think my internet went down. Let's see if I can get my screen share.
We're experimenting some technical differences. To quote Idiocracy.
Right.
Since the rest of it came true.
So somebody was asking me what size pot to use. And I would say that I've used various sizes. Actually, in these pictures, there are different size pots. So here's my rule of thumb for the minimum, which is for every foot worth of plant growth, whether that's tall or wide, if you're doing a scrog like this, obviously this plant's only a couple feet tall, but it's grown out wide and folded out. So for every foot of plant growth, you want to have a minimum of a gallon of soil. So here we're probably 3 feet tall or 3 feet long in this case. So I would say you want a minimum of 3 gallons of soil. So you have to remember that your pot needs to be sized to the length of time and size of plant that you're gonna run. So that would be my recommendation. So anywhere from a 3 to 5 gallon pot for an indoor plant that's maybe only going to grow for a couple of maybe a month and then flower out. That would be my recommendation. So that would be definitely the minimum. You can go larger if you've got room. I don't think that I've seen any negative effects of it going, having too large of a pot. But I don't think that it's necessary for something that is going to be a smaller plant. So in this case, where I'm only growing it to a 3 feet tall and flowering it out, I'd say a 3 to 5 gallon. Do we have any questions? Let's see. What percentage of the pot is soil versus rock? That's a great question. I did want to talk more about the root zone, so I'm actually going to switch over to my camera here and go to the whiteboard, because there was a little bit of confusion yesterday also on dual rig zone pots I saw in the chat. So I'm going to try. Since SketchUp isn't working, I'm going to go old school over here to the whiteboard. So in my dual rig zone pots, I set them down into the media bed. We have extra holes drilled in the bottom. You guys see that all right? Cool. Now, don't go too far up the side. So generally in a regular pot, there's already a hole that comes up, you know, a couple of sides of the pot. And I don't go up higher than that usually. So in here, so this would be the media bed down here. And the important thing here is our water level. So if our water level in our media bed, I want to come up above our tallest holes. So your media in your media bed, we're just going to say it's all the way up here to the top. Now I know sometimes it doesn't always work out that way, but your media is going to come all the way up here. Because even in a general aquaponic system, you got to have a couple inches up here above your water line, so that the top of your media doesn't stay wet all the time just from evaporative wicking. So there's usually about 2 inches of space that you want between that. So in here, almost the same height as your media, or even a little bit above. If your water line is pretty close, you can do that. This is where you want your burlap layer. Up here is going to be soil. Your water level in here is going to be the same, right? It's going to come up to here. This part down here is going to be media. So this whole section here is going to be full of media, but only part of it is going to get water. When the water level fills up, it's going to come up to here and drain back out. So even inside your pot, you want about 2 inches of media between the water level and your burlap. So this space in here should stay relatively dry. You don't want it soaking all the way up here to your burlap, or else it's going to soak your burlap and it's going to wick right up into your pot. So if you, depending on your system setup, you can do this a couple of different ways. One thing that happens is if you have really deep media beds, this pot will start to sink down this way. As it gets heavier, it'll start to sink down, and this will start to sink down, and it can start to wick as your plants get later in flower and get heavier. And then if they start wicking, they'll get heavier also, and the problem just gets worse. So I've dealt with this a couple of different ways. The first thing I did to try and prevent it was I just put little cuts of PVC in here like this, just to prop them up. Which worked pretty good. I didn't really have a problem with it. As long as it keeps it up off the ground, it doesn't really matter. But when we go down to my system here in a little bit, you'll see what I did in my system is I actually added 2 pieces of PVC that go this way in my media bed, so that my pot can sit right down on top of them and not sink down. And it also gives me extra drainage from end to end on my media bed. Now this is a 2-dimensional drawing, so it doesn't look perfect. But just to give you an idea, these both sit down in here, they run parallel to each other. They're not hooked up to anything, they don't do anything besides just provide drainage and allow me to set the pot down on top of those. So any place in my bed, I can go through and dig down the media enough to find the top of these pipes I know I can set it right down on top of it. It's going to stay there. And also the roots aren't going to block up the entire media bed. The water will be able to flow all the way from one end to the other without getting completely blocked. So that's a great way to keep all of your pots at the same height, keep them from sinking down too far, and help with your drainage to go all the way through from end to end on your media bed. Any other questions about dual root zones, Steve, before I erase this?
No, let me check chat here. Anybody have any other questions about dual root zone in chat? I know there's a lot of questions. A lot of people don't quite understand it. A lot of people think it's a wicking bed. It's not a wicking bed.
Yeah, so if you were doing a wicking bed, you would just extend this all the way down to your water, right? But in this case, we don't want to do that. We don't want it to wick. And the reason we don't want it to wick is the entire purpose of dual root zone to start with, which is that you can add amendments to the top for what what I either be a top dress is how I do it. You can do it be liquid nutrients, but you can create a concentration, a higher concentration of P and K. So when you have this higher concentration up in here, the whole point is to keep it out of the water table. So if you have a wicking bed, you can wick water and plants can grow in it. But what happens is that all the P and K starts leaching down into your water table and it defeats the purpose of what you were doing in the first place. So you definitely want to make sure that this doesn't stay constantly wet and wick all the time so that it doesn't leach all of the P and K that you're trying to keep isolated on this plant to do it. So in this case, the plant's coming down here, the roots are growing down here, so it can get water. But these nutrients up here are going to be just for this plant. And these plants are going to grow, the roots are going to grow out in the entire media bed. Like when I pull my plants after harvest, the entire thing is just a mat. It's not like it's just going to be limited to inside of the spot. And that's part of the reason why we drilled extra holes, is to give it more root space.
So we had some more questions here. Do you add holes to the horizontal PVC pipes?
These ones here?
Correct.
I didn't consider doing that. If I did do it, I think I would do it right here on the lower part of the sides. But I
think I would go with like slits, maybe with like a chop saw, and make it like, rather than a hole, go with a slit so that you have more of a more area so that it doesn't get clogged as easy.
Right. And so what I did is I just have these open on both ends and there's no holes in them, because it's just one big long media bed.
All right. Does a lot of roots accumulate in the media bed?
Yes, this entire thing right here, the entire media bed, if you leave your plants for longer than a cycle, even one cycle, which would be like 3 to 4 weeks of veg and 8 weeks of flower on average, this entire media bed will be nothing but a bed of roots. So generally what happens is everywhere except for this top layer just gets covered in that, because they'll light prune up here at the top. So they'll fill up everywhere that is dark, essentially.
And then how many inches of dry soil above the burlap?
Really as much as you can fit, I guess. Up here, if you have a taller pot, then you can put in more. But
I would say I wouldn't go with anything smaller than a 3-gallon pot at minimum.
Yeah, unless you were doing really small plants, like if they're only a foot tall and you're just flowering clones immediately, and you're doing like 1,000 of them, then I would say 3-gallon is probably the minimum. Any other questions?
So we
I'm
have some more
confused.
questions.
What's the
Yeah, go
gap
ahead.
between the gap between the pots and the tray? So down here, this would just be media. So in my case, I have a mix that's about 20% lava rock.
And I'll shout out to Martin too. I met him at.
So that fills up full space down here, all around these pipes. We'll go look at it in just a minute too. Anything else, Steve?
Let me see here. Sorry, trying to juggle all these different things at once doing this. All right, if you have a larger rock area below the water line, does it increase the diaphragm action on the soil level? Yeah, so the more, as long as it was walled in on the sides, yes, absolutely, it would push a greater volume of air through that.
Yeah, and I think that brings up two great points. We talk about this all the time in the siphon, right? So as the water level comes up, it pushes out all the air that is been in the media bed already, fills it up, so it pushes that all out like a diaphragm pump. And then when it drains back out, all that air comes back in. So the water level drops back down. As it comes down, it sucks new air into all the root zones. And then the other advantage of this diaphragm action is that it pushes this air up and it comes inside of the pots. So you don't want a hole right here close to your water line, where instead of pushing air up through your soil zone, it'll push it out. It's probably not a big deal, but and even mine aren't always perfect. It's a lot better now that I have these in here to set them at a constant height. But the air pushing up will shove air through the top of the soil layer if you make sure that it comes up above the holes here on the side. So that's why I don't put too many up here on the side. I always put extra ones down, no taller than what the opening is already, which is usually about a half or an inch, depending on what size. But that the more area you have down here will give you more root zone space, and the more of that root zone space that takes part in that diaphragm action, the more access you will have to air. And I'm a big believer in siphon systems for this exact reason. I think that taking or giving plants access to air in the root zone, as opposed to putting all of your oxygen requirements on your dissolved oxygen. So both your fish and your plants are running off of the air in your water, is not as efficient. So I do think that whether you have a siphon system or timing system or whatever it is that you use to vary the water level, however you achieve that, I feel like it's necessary at this point. I'm not a fan of anything constant height I've seen produce or do anything good, and that goes for DWC also. I know it's super popular, and there are ways that you can adapt it. Like I know Steve has shown in his videos where essentially instead of this being a media bed.
Yeah, great chance to demonstrate this too. Go ahead.
Yeah. So our normal setup is what I just described, but one thing that we've run into repeatedly are specific aquaponic designs or systems, commercial systems that have been sold that are DWC, and they want to convert them from lettuce to cannabis. And so we just imagine this as a DWC bed, right? So now this is all water down here. This is the top. So here's our raft. So I'll just imagine a little bit. So if we take a pot that instead of having little tiny holes and putting just a bunch of plants in here like we do with lettuce, we could re-engineer this raft to have a slightly larger hole. And then over the top of that hole, we put a dual root zone pot. So then the roots are growing down here in the water, and all of our soil is up here. The burlap separator goes closer to the bottom.
Yeah, and then oftentimes we'll even use a little layer of hydrogen, even 1 or 2 layers thick, right above at the bottom of it, just to help give an extra air layer there. You can get by without it, but it does help just after some experience doing it at scale.
Right, so this is a way that Steve's been able to adapt DWC for that, but it doesn't change a couple of things about DWC, which is that you still are going to share all of your air for the most part, other than what is in the top part of here. A lot of your air is going to be still going to have a higher requirement for dissolved oxygen than what you if you had a siphon system. And your water volume, the amount of water that it takes to fill up the DWC bed is going to increase the amount of supplement you have to add in order to achieve the PPS that you want for your plants. So if your water volume is less, then you're supplementing less at a time in order to get there. Any other questions on that?
Anybody have any questions on the dual root zone? Oh, here we go. Any interesting suggestions on how to separate hydrogen from the mass of roots for later reuse? I found the easiest way is just to take it, let it dry out, and then once it's fully dried out, you can just pull the top. Oh, it looks like we lost Marty again, but I'm sure he'll be back in a second. But you can just pull the top off once they're dried, and where that burlap layer is really easily separated. You can pop it right off. And then you have that soil layer separated. Now you can compost that, amend it with some of your fan leaves, amend it with some of your fish waste, and amend it with some IMO, and get that, let it rest for a period of time, and then you can go ahead and reuse it, but you got to refresh it a little bit, right? And then we're going to take the hydrogen, and what we found is you can get, what's the name of it? It's kind of like the iron, the diamond shaped iron like you use for grading, like for floors or for like catwalks and stuff, like above like a power plant or something like that. That actually, you can get that in sections at the hardware store. And that actually works really good for separating the hydrogen and kind of holding the rocks, and not the rocks back, but separating the hydrogen, allowing that to fall through, but kind of holding the roots up for the most part through into the top of that. And you can even add a little bit of extra, maybe a layer of chicken wire over top of that to have something else for it to grab onto. But it really seems to be the easiest way to separate it in mass. But usually once you pull it off and let it dry out, I can hit that with some good microbiology, and I'm not too worried about eliminating that 100%, right there. But with the microbes and everything else that we have on the system, it's going to recycle those nutrients and those leftover roots pretty fast and not really be a problem. Very similar to, say, like a natural living soil bed. We're basically growing aquatic soil, right? So that's what, like Dr. Leonard was saying yesterday, it's more akin to a living soil bed, not a hydroponic bed. And we prefer to call it aquatic soil, me personally anyways, and the aquatic food web, because that's really, again, much more akin in terms of how it's structured and how it actually functions, is much more akin to soil. Is your mic working there, Marty?
I think so. Are we good?
Okay. Yeah, just making sure, just because you disconnected, reconnect, just making sure it's all good.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to get a jump start here on my
Says,
use
I have a
site.
gray colored lava rock in from prior owner from outside landscape. I'm wondering if it might be bad. Like cinder blocks could be, should I just use the red colored lava rock? So if it's actually gross stone, which it could be, gross stone's high in silica, but it can raise pH if you have too much of it and if it's not been aged a little bit. But it can be a great way to passively add silica. But again, without seeing it, it would be hard to give you an honest statement. Red lava rock is often stained, so that would be my concern. Make sure it's actually red lava rock and not stained lava rock.
Also, just so you know, like I know that a lot of people ask about lava rock and like just end up going to like Walmart or Lowe's or something to purchase it, and it's just really expensive there. It's not necessarily you can't use it, but if you look at like landscaping places, you can usually get like an entire yard of it for a lot cheaper than you can buy it by the bag. So
I was gonna say you can usually get super secs anywhere from 180 to 300 bucks, depending on where you are in the country and your local access to it.
So just, I mean, you can do that. If that's the only thing that you got, then I understand. But besides that, it's just really expensive. So that's my tip, especially if you're going to need a lot of it. I wouldn't buy it like a few bags at a time. Okay, so I'm going to move on here to use segments here for just a minute. And again, I apologize for my terrible artwork here, but hopefully we can at least get the concepts down. So we talk a lot about bell siphons, and we use them a lot in aquaponics. Those are usually mounted here inside the media bed. And then they just have a normal drain that goes out. With a U siphon or a loop siphon, either one of them, we're using the same principles that we have for a bell siphon, and then we're creating a siphon with a restriction that fills up to a particular water level. So in this case, when we use a U siphon, as opposed to it being mounted inside the bed, I generally choose to mount them on the outside. Now you can, if you just Google U siphon, you'll see models that go inside, but I like using the remote U siphon better because you get to, which you can do a remote bell siphon, by the way, also. I'm not going to get into that right now, but I like being able to have just a big open drain here. So there's no restriction on drain inside the bed itself. And there's no clean out that you have to do. You can remove this down here and clean out the drain from the bottom. So you don't have to dig out the media bed in order to do maintenance, which is a big advantage, in my opinion. You also get all of the grow space up here in the top. I still don't plant right over the top of the drain, so roots don't immediately grow down into it. And then also here on the inside, I have an inverted net pot. So an upside down net pot sits over the top of the drain and keeps all the media from flowing down into it. Because this is actually just an 1.5 inch drain. So this is actually a good sized drain here. So there's a bulkhead that comes out the bottom. We hook up to the 1.5 inch. Now this is on my flowering system. I have some flex tube systems also, which we'll take a look at, which are a little different. But for this system, what happens is the water is being pumped in the top, right? So we're not going to worry about our water input right now. Just know it's coming in the top. All this will fill up down here first. Of course, my blue marker's not working as soon as I need it. So all this is going to fill up first. As it fills up, it's going to fill up the media bed. Once it gets full, it's going to fill this all the way up to the top of the U. Now here's the important part. The top of the U is going to be your water level inside your media bed. So in this case, we only look at it 2-dimensionally. You go across from here over to here. That's regardless. This media bed could be 100 feet away. It doesn't matter. It's only the height as far as the water goes. It's filling up this tube, and it fills all this up. We can also have another media bed. We could have, like mine are attached in two. So we could have another media bed over here that's attached here. This would be a T. And then both of these would fill up at the same time. 2 beds, 1 siphon. This would fill up, this would fill up, and again to the same height. So one concern is, like in my system, I built it inside of a garage. Oops, you guys might not be able to see all that. I built it inside of a garage, so it's a little bit sloped. So the way my beds are set up, the water level is not the same. I can't go all the way across and do all of it. So I do two at a time because they're slightly different height. But that's how you can connect multiple beds onto one siphon. It's really the same principle as a bell siphon. As the water fills up, here's our restriction over here. The water fills up. Once it starts, it'll just trickle out over the top here. So it'll just have a little bit of water flow that comes down. In my case, my sump tank is right below it, and it just empties right into that. And then my water pump sits down here, and it pumps water back into the top. So as this fills up, it comes over this first part right here. It'll start coming out just a little bit. So you have to have enough water flow coming into the top of your media beds to overcome this amount of water right here. It's trickling water, but it's not actually draining. You probably need more water flow. The other option is to add restriction. If you're maxed out on your pump and you're still not kicking off your siphon, it's not starting, then you might need more water flow. Or if you can't get more water flow, you can do what I do, which is add the ball valve right here. And I can't recommend this enough to make your life easier on the numerous levels. The ball valve will allow you to restrict the flow coming out of here. Here's another tip too that you can do. If you have low water flow, you can put another elbow right here at the bottom, like this, which will turn in. That's another great way to make sure that the disc kicks off, or you can use both. Doesn't really matter. The more you close this valve, the more pressure it'll put back here on the system, and it will allow this to fill up with less of a water flow. Now, also restricts your drain. You're going to drain out slower. So it just depends on how you want to configure it. But let's compare this to a bell siphon, right? We've got a bell siphon, keyword cut. We're cutting slits in this every time we want to add more space. If we cut too many, then we got to take the whole thing apart and make a new sleeve for it. And there are ways of making it adjustable. I know there are definitely different ones out there, but I did not enjoy working with bell siphons, and so that's when I started working with new siphons, and I find it to be infinitely easier. So what happens is once this right here, this air bubble that gets hot in here, so as this water starts filling up in here, an air bubble will form right here, and eventually this air bubble will get pushed out and down here, and this siphon will start. So this will become pressurized, which I use for passive aeration of my tanks. So I have a small gap between my water all the time, so it's always just shooting straight down into there and aerating the water as it flows through. So that's a great passive way to get aeration with it's not quite like a waterfall. I mean, it is falling, but because it's so pressurized, it creates a lot of air just from doing that. So I don't run any air stones in my system at all. I don't have an air pump. Everything is done through passive aeration. So I have this right here, and then I also have a waterfall on my pump when it goes back into the main fish tank to aerate the water going back into there. I also don't have any media filtration. my only media, physical filtration are my media beds. So I set them up to filter out as much as possible. I dose them with labs on a regular basis. I feed the fish Bokashi brand once a week, which is just a Neem-1 Bokashi brand I got from Terragenics, and that really helps break down all of my solids. And then tons of red worms. I have 7 red worm bins, and I'm always overpopulating my beds with red worms. So that's kind of the basic U-siphon setup. So I have 2 of these. I have 4 beds and 2 beds on each siphon, and they run like clockwork. I can adjust them if I, for some reason I want to change the flow. For a while, I had a Venturi set up like here. But it was cutting down my water flow a little more than I wanted it to, so I actually just took it out. But when I had the Venturi on there, I just come down here on each of the siphons. When I had less flow, I would restrict this more to get it to run on less flow. So the ability to use the ball valve to adjust the amount of resistance that you need to start your flow will make your life a lot easier. And you won't have to restrict your water flow. If it's too much, you can just let it flow and have the ball valve open more. So rather than putting resistance on your pump, you're just using the ball valve to create resistance on the drain and start your siphon easier. Got any questions over there, Steve?
No, I think that's about it. We do have a couple of questions, but we're about out of time. I think Wendy is about ready here.
Sure.
We'll double check, but how do people find you there, Marty? And maybe we can do a little Q&A during the end of the second half of lunch or something for you.
All right. Yeah, so you can find me at AP Meds, Growing the Fishes podcast, at AP Meds on Instagram, at AP Meds on Patreon. You can find me in a number of different places. Aquaponic Cannabis Growers Group on Facebook, like 7,000 members now. Steve and I do that. So,
yep.
Yeah, hit me up if you got questions.
All righty. Oh, didn't realize my camera was off. Wendy Kornberg is going to be our next guest. She's I like to call her the queen of KNF. She is by far the most knowledgeable woman on KNF and natural farming that I'm aware of. Certainly the most knowledgeable one I've ever had the pleasure of meeting for sure. So thanks a lot for joining us. And she's going to be talking to us about some other KNF methods and kind of supplementing a lot of stuff that Chris was talking about yesterday. She does a whole bunch of different in-person stuff out there in California. I know she's at a different type of workshop almost on a monthly basis. So be sure to check out her Instagram and things like that over at Sunabis to find out more information from her. If you want to learn from her in person, I know she's always teaching in person as well. So thanks a lot for joining us.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for having me. Awesome. It's I'm gonna do a little preface and let people know that I don't actually grow aquaponics. That being said, a lot of the stuff that we do in Korean natural farming, or what's the rest of the world calls it natural farming, just NF, is absolutely applicable for aquaponics and for these types of systems. I know that Chris went over a lot of things yesterday because he has had experience with aquaponics. He grew lettuces and ginger and all kinds of things. So he's gotten to play with that a lot more than I have. That being said, I am pretty experienced in using this type of methodology and farming systems for cannabis specifically. I do grow other crops as well. We grow on our homestead here. We have tomatoes, we have cucumbers, my children have a little section of garden, which has been fun because they just get to go out and, do whatever. We try and grow giant pumpkins. We're not so good at that yet, but it's a fun process for a 6-year-old and a 10-year-old to go through. So yeah, so that being said, I'm just going to go ahead and start jumping right in because as I was going over these things, I realized that there's a decent amount to cover and I feel like there's going to be a lot of questions going on. And I really want to make sure that I leave time for you guys to get those questions answered. I was going to be on my computer and my phone so I could kind of see chat and answer things as they came up, but my computer is dead. And being that we just came off of a natural farming workshop, I think that I might have left the charging cord there. So
no.
I'm, yeah, you know, I
Okay.
tend to.
We'll queue
Yeah.
up the questions for you.
Yeah. So if there are questions as they come, if Steve, if you want to jump in and if it seems pertinent to the moment, and I might say, you know, I'm getting to that or something, but in general, I know that a lot of this stuff gets a little bit confusing for people. So starting out, what we're going to talk about really is so normally in soil, what we see is that building your soil and creating your soil health and getting fungal dominance as a part of your soil system is really, really important. That is kind of key for an easy hands-off approach to farming. Using this system, I should say. Well, using any system really, but it's definitely pertinent for natural farming. That being said, I know that with aquaponics, that isn't something you guys work with. So we're just gonna kind of ignore that section for now and talk about the foliar feeds. So natural farming has all of these wonderful recipes on how to make basically anything that you want to put on your plant. If it needs nitrogen, if it needs potassium, you need micronutrients. We don't really, that I know of, have ways to dial in. There are ways to dial in micronutrients, but that's kind of, you know, that's an aside, and I don't know that we'll have time to get into that too much today. But in general, you know, if you need something, it is here and available. And the best part for me, at least, that I think is that you can make all of this yourself for very, very cheap. So it's really economical. It's easy to play with. You get really fast plant responses with these foliar feeds. And if you're in any type of cannabis industry and you're thinking about going into the legal side of the market, and even if you're not, really, you should be controlling what goes onto your plant. But especially if you're going into the legal market, and especially if you are in a state like California, which has extremely tight regulations, our testing is, Steve and I talked about this at one point. I was trying to do the math and I was just like, I think it's like 0.11 millionth of a percent of something that was allowed. And it was a fipronil. We were having a discussion about flea medications. And and the flea medication in NexGard, I believe it is called, no, it's not NexGard. Frontline. Yep, that stuff right there. That's the stuff. Yeah. So that is causing, is anybody else hearing a echo? Is that just mine? That's
me.
Oh, wait.
That's me. My bad.
Oh, that's you. Okay. Sorry, that's okay, Steve. It's very distracting. So yeah, so fipronil is an active ingredient in frontline flea medication, and there are absolutely cannabis farms in California that are failing testing for that. And we've had this huge discussion, and people, you know, a lot of people want to say, well, this is overdrift from different spray. This is this is that. But the truth of the matter is I live in a really rural area and there is no possible way overdrift. Some of these are tucked, you know, their grows tucked in the red, going to be clean. It's going to be pure. And I have control over what I put on it, which means that when people are stressing out about testing, I'm just sitting back and being like, why are we all so worried? So I did kind of mock up a little thing. Natural farming uses a lot of acronyms. We are kind of like the Navy SEALs of the farming world. And I'll see if I did this huge whiteboard and then realized that it was actually really big, and now I don't have my computer, so I can't tell if you guys can see it. And I can't tell if it's backwards. Is it upside down and backwards?
Nope,
no, it's not. I mean, that's good. Okay, great, perfect, lovely. So as far as it goes with our foliar feeds, there's always 3 things that we use in every recipe. You're always going to have fermented plant juice, FPJ. You're always going to have OHN, Oriental Herbal Nutrient, and you're always going to have brown rice vinegar or BRV. If you don't have brown rice vinegar, so brown rice vinegar specifically is actually really, really hard to get here in the United States. That being said, you can generally find rice vinegar, which is a great, you know, second. And that can be bought by the gallon at like restaurant stores. It's all over the place. make sure you don't get one that says seasoned. It has to be the unseasoned rice vinegar. And if you can't find that, you can make your own vinegar. You can use apple cider vinegar. There are other options, but you don't really want to use an industrial white vinegar. Those don't have the same nutrients and values that we have when we have our like whole live vinegars. So if I ever run out of brown rice vinegar, I also have little quarts of Bragg's apple cider vinegar with the mother, which is what I use to seed my own vinegars when I'm starting them. It just kicks the process up a little faster. So like I said, you're always going to have these three, no matter what you're doing. Those are the kind of the base of your recipes. Generally, your fermented plant juice is at a 1 to 500 ratio. Your oriental nutrient, herbal nutrient, your OHN is at a 1 to 1000, and your vinegar is at 1 to 500. And the thing that people have a hard time with, and especially when we're talking about those of us in the cannabis industry, which everybody thinks more is better, more is better. Like we really should like, you know, pump it up. And I mean, I used to grow salt-based nutrients. So back in the day, yeah, I ran the Fox Farm schedule using the 50-10-10 and the, you know, 30-20 whatevers, and you're putting it on excessively heavy to just push things super hard. And I found at that point in time that number one, I didn't really like using those products. They just didn't feel quite right to me, which is kind of funny to say, but it just always felt like I'm like, this isn't, I don't know, I don't really like it. And I didn't really prefer the flower that came out of it. So as I had like, you know, my little home patch that I just, you know, I'd put extra plants in and kind of forget about them. It was always better. Those flowers that I didn't get the yield off of it the way that I did when I was like, you know, force feeding them all the time. But there was something that was always a little bit different and a little bit more balanced in those flowers. So as we moved further and further away from, you know, having to grow inside and, you know, hiding everything. And I should also let you guys know that I'm second generation cultivator in Southern Humboldt County. So I grew up here in the 80s and 90s when we had a law enforcement team called the Campaign Against Marijuana Planters, and it was supported by the DEA and our sheriff's department. And they would fly in helicopters, and they would have guys hanging on ropes out of the helicopter, and they would come down and hover and just fly over, you know, everywhere, over homesteads, over forests, and they would always be looking for places to bust. So, you know, we learned really quickly how to hide things very well. You had guerrilla grows that were up in ranch land or out in national forests, or you tied things down and like hid them through your tomato plants and your vegetables. And so as we are able to start moving away from that and away from this whole idea of having to be very, very efficient with our growing, because when you're hiking a bag of chicken manure on your back 3 miles up the, you know, mountainside to the nearest creek where you have a secret guerrilla grow, you certainly weren't going to use things that were heavy. You weren't using bottled nutrients. It was like a dry amendment, if anything. And generally it was chicken manure. You dug a hole, you put it in, you figured out how to water it now and then, and that was it. So I think Breeder Steve was talking about this at one point about, you know, guerrilla grows and how you just put things in the mountain and left it. And then you came back months later and hopefully you had a crop. Had I known about this system at the time, it would have been a whole game changer. But, you know, that being said, we didn't know. So very, very small dilution, and you don't need to increase it. With cannabis, we can increase some of these, but you have to be really careful. What we're seeing a lot of is people that are new to this farming methodology, but they're coming from cannabis industry, so they have experience with this plant. And you can really put a lot of nutrients in cannabis, especially if you're doing a salt-based nutrient, especially if you're in cocoa coir. You know, I don't know about how that works with aquaponics. I don't know if you can push it as hard as you can if you're in a soil-based medium, but you don't need to. And what happens is people go overboard and they fertilize too often. They feed their plants too often and they feed them too much. and we see all kinds of nitrogen toxicities and different deficiencies due to lockouts and just all kinds of wonky things happening. And that in turn increases your pest pressure. So pests go to plants that have high nitrogen. There's a signal that puts off, it weakens the cell structure, it lets them get in easier. And our full-term garden, for example, we haven't sprayed anything. We don't spray pesticides over there. We don't utilize, we don't really do any preventatives even. You can use lactobacillus. I think Chris mentioned that as kind of a PM preventative, although there's some, you know, trials going on. We're not sure how effective that's really going to be. But we haven't done any of that, and there's no bugs. We don't have, I mean, cucumber beetles are a big problem on my farm. But we really just don't see that pressure because we're not force feeding our plants. We're letting them do their natural genetic expression. You know, I'm not in this for the most quantity possible. I want a really high quality product, and I want to be able to make more money per pound for my high quality product rather than having to deal with thousands of pounds of mids that I'm having trouble selling and I don't feel good about. So, you know, again, small ratios are good. You don't need to force feed, especially if you're paying attention to your plants. So once you kind of have your basic solution down, which is the same thing that you're going to use for a seed soak also, your germination using this is phenomenal. I did a test, 2 or 3 years ago now, I believe, where I had a control group and I did a seed soak solution on both cannabis, and I also did loofah sponges, and I think I did a third one, but I can't remember what it was right now. And what I found was that the plants that I soaked in the SES solution or the seed soak solution, which again is just these first 3. So it's your vinegar, your fermented plant juice, and your oriental herbal nutrient. That health followed that plant through its life. And I had side by side. I was like, this is crazy. They had about the same height, but the internode lengths were shorter on the ones that were soaked. And the nutrient availability that it picked up its entire life was almost doubled that of the other ones, of the ones that were just soaked in plain water. So that was my first kind of eye-opening experience of this stuff works, and it works at these crazy dilute levels for, you know, an astronomically long period of time. This year, I also did a test run, a trial on clones. Can you dip the root base in the SES? My thought process was, well, if it works for seeds, it should work as well to inoculate the clone roots. And what we found was that indeed it does. The growth difference was almost this. It was, again, like you couldn't visually see that it was that different of a height, but once I popped the clones that had been planted in a 4-inch pot, so I dipped it in the SES, planted it in the 4-inch pot. When I was transplanting those, the ones that had been dipped, the root mass was almost double. So it was just, again, another indicator that, you know, I continue to run side by sides and do trials with control groups because I like to have that proof. I like to, you know, show people this works exactly how we're saying it works. And here you go, visually, you can actually experience it. So, am I frozen?
No, you're good.
No. Okay, good. Sorry. I also live in a very rural area, so every now and then, like, our internet goes a little wonky, and I'm never sure if I'm like, is it still good? So, all right, cool.
No worries.
So that
There
being
was one.
said,
There was one question from Chad: is would KNF in a hot desert environment change anything of that from that ratio?
it shouldn't. I mean, there's always, so the one caveat that I do tell people is that you do need to experience this in your grow, in your environment where you are at, because there are things that do need to be kind of judged, if you will. It's not a lot of things, but you know, it's just like growing any cannabis any plant anywhere, but especially cannabis, is that your terroir will influence what's happening with your plant itself. And really getting it dialed in site specific. We can give you blanket ideas of how to start, but you will need to do little adjustments here and there. So, you know, in general, there's a vegetative growth recipe, there is a flower or bloom recipe, or a reproductive recipe, I should say. And then there's a changeover recipe, which we kind of know in cannabis as transition period. So transition is usually a week before you turn off the lights or flip lights to 12-12, and a week after you flip lights to 12-12. That's when we would recommend changeover solution. That being said, cannabis is definitely its own little beast, and she does have different requirements than any other plant I've ever grown. So a lot of this is, you know, again, there are some just general schedules, and everybody wants like a really nice, easy schedule. Like, I just want to know how often to do it and what to do, and I just want it to be exact. And it's just not that simple. I wish it was, and we can again give you a baseline schedule to follow. But the reality is, if you're farming, if you're growing cannabis, if you're even have a little, especially actually, if you have one little tent or two little tents or 4 lights or something small, learning how to read your plant's nutritive cycle, learning what your toxicities look like, learning what your deficiencies look like visually, you can solve all of those with these solutions. And within 24 hours, I mean, you'll see them turn so fast. But if you don't have that understanding, it's easy to go overboard because, again, there's such dilute kind of homeopathic recipes. People think that it's not making a difference. I'm going to double it because 1 to 500 just doesn't sound like enough. I really want to push the potassium. So I'm going to add, 1 to 500 of WSK, which is a water soluble potassium that you can make. And I don't recommend doing that until until you're really confident that you know what nitrogen deficiency looks like and you know how to treat that. And you know what nitrogen toxicity looks like. We see that actually a lot more than anything else when people are getting into natural farming with cannabis. They really want to push the nitrogen. And I mean, it's amazing to watch those leaves just start to turn dark blue and start doing that nitrogen claw. And it's impressive that you can use something at such a dilute ratio and still see it, uptake so incredibly well. So you've got your basic recipe. Those 3 are in everything at those ratios. So 1 to 500 to 1 to 1,000, very, very small ratios. You're not using this more than once per week. And ideally, you don't even really need to do that. Again, with aquaponics, you might need to do it at least once a week. Maybe you can increase that, but do it with extreme caution and do it only because you're seeing a deficiency, not because you're just going with some schedule that you think sounds better. And, again, I highly encourage you guys all, if you want to go down natural farming, to be very cautious and conscientious about these homeopathic levels because they do a lot. I think Chris talked yesterday about that these solutions are micronized. They're immediately bioavailable at levels that is much greater than the bioavailability of any other bottled nutrients. So into the what to add, when to add type of situation. So, oh, look at that's great. Perfect. So for nitrogen, if you're noticing a nitrogen deficiency or you want to give your plants nitrogen in their vegetative cycle, you're going to add fish amino acid. Fish amino acid takes 6 months to a year to make. If you go to YouTube and you search, oh no, Chris doesn't have this one on there. Interesting. Well, we could go into how to make all of these, but that's kind of like a 5-day course in and of itself. So I'm not going to go into that, but fish amino acid specifically is pretty easy. Equal weight of fish refuse to brown sugar. So guts, head, tail, whatever. You can use whole fish as well. You can use freshwater fish. You can use seawater fish. It doesn't really matter too much. Seawater fish that is black or blue is recommended by traditional farming by Master Cho. So, and then you have to let it sit for 6 months to a year. You can start using it at 3 months. It's really better if you can go for 6. So this one takes a long time to make, but it's incredibly effective. That's generally used at 1 to 1,000 ratio. So every gallon that you make of this, you get 1,000 gallons of solution from. Huge. You can increase that. However, you should not until you notice a deficiency. I have not had to increase it. I've had a few that went super deficient and I used it a little bit higher, like a 1 to 800, but that's because I know my plants extremely well. I know their levels. I grow the same cultivars. So, you know, you kind of have to take that with a grain of salt. We have water soluble calcium. So that's a great one that you make with eggshells and vinegar, super easy. Again, generally used at a 1 to 1,000 ratio. Water soluble calcium phosphate, which is fantastic for your changeover. So if you're going into transition, you want to start doing a foliar of this. Really, that's about the only time it's used other than a bit in bloom as well, because we do need a bigger phosphate boost at that point. Water soluble potassium. This one is not traditionally in a lot of the classes or the things that you know about, because most plants don't really need extra potassium. There's usually a decent amount in your soil or in your soil amendments if you're amending your soil, which if you're a soil farmer, you should. If you're doing dual root zone with aquaponics, I would imagine you should be amending that soil layer as well. But again, I don't really do aquaponics, so I don't know for certain. Maybe Steve can address that at some point. But again, especially if you're growing cannabis, the water soluble potassium is really good to add towards the end of your bloom or into the bloom cycle. Or again, anytime you see that that potassium is deficient. Cannabis is a high feeder for your potassium. It uses, you know, a decent amount of calcium and your phosphate as well. So those are good ones to know about. Seawater is basically your micronutrient. So if you're noticing any micronutrient deficiencies, seawater is fabulous to use. We have a lot of discussions about this because people think salt equals negative, it's bad. People ask a lot about, you know, mercury levels and, you know, radiation and things like that with what's in the fish and what's in the seawater. And I feel like those are just things you have to balance on your own and make your own ethical decisions. For me, you know, I could go out and I could buy a source of potassium or a source of micronutrients or a source of nitrogen that's on the shelf. However, how do I know for certain that those were made with any more integrity, ethics, or environmental safety than what I can make myself? If I can go to my local fish cutter and I can get all of the stuff that would be tossed out or thrown out, and I can turn that into a product I can use at 1 to 1,000 ratio, that's worth it for me. It's worth the risk. I do know that, you know, I'm a mother, so when I started breastfeeding, the amount of mercury that's in breast milk is actually like kind of astronomical. The amount of lead that it gets exuded when we're breastfeeding is crazy. All of those heavy metals actually come out in the breast milk. So again, you know, these are total random tangent. Sorry about that. But point being that, you know, if you're gonna really start to nitpick these processes, then I would encourage you to go and find the bottled nutrient that you prefer and look into how that was made. Look into what's actually in that. I would be hard pressed to say that I would believe that it is better than being able to make this yourself. Seawater, again, the salt idea, people have a really hard time with being like, wait, you're putting ocean water on the plants, but it's so salty. You're diluting that down to a 1 to 30. There are a few things that use it a little higher ratio, but in general, it's 1 to 30. So if you put 1 part of seawater into 30 parts of water and taste it, you're not tasting the salt anymore. It's not salty, but it is adding all those micronutrients. I believe seawater has over 42 different micronutrients. It might be more than that. I don't really remember offhand, but it's a wonderful balanced kind of micronutrient for all of your plants. And you can use that at any point in the cycle. So if you're seeing that there is we've been seeing a lot of iron deficiencies this year, which I find very interesting and kind of bizarre. Zinc deficiencies, there's all kinds of stuff going on in cannabis. And it may just be that we are more comfortable asking for help now, whereas, you know, back in the day, it was so kind of clandestine and secretive that people had a hard time saying, like, I have a weed plant and it has these problems, please help. So I don't know if that's what's going on, or if there's environmental stuff happening where we're seeing micronutrient deficiencies, or if people just aren't understanding how to amend soil and how to utilize things appropriately. So saying like everybody, you know, people say I'm in a, you know, 20-second cycle of this soil and somebody says, that's amazing, I'm not going to throw my soil out, I'm just going to reuse it. But they don't understand you still have to actually amend that soil. So I'm assuming that with dual zone aquaponics, it would be similar. Your soil is going to get depleted. I don't think you're going to want to overdo it. You probably don't want to amend in the way that we would in an open field, but you are going to want to add nutrients back to your soil. Foliars are great. They're awesome, but that's chasing nutrient. That's waiting for a deficiency and then adjusting it when you find it. We really, on my farm at least, and in all of my life of growing things, I would really prefer to have that available in the soil at the levels the plant needs. And then, if I notice something that's a little off, I can go to a foliar, but not having that be part of my regimen. For aquaponics, I think that you guys would want to actually have the foliars be more of your regimen and have your soil be a little bit less, so that you're not leaching all of your nutrients into where your fish are living. Again, this is just my process of thinking about it. I love the idea of the dual root zone aquaponics, and if I had more time, I might set something up. But we have a fairly large farm, and children and pets, and and yes, I love to teach and do workshops. So so I don't have time for that, but someday I'll get into this, and Steve will come and help me set something up, and we'll have fun tinkering and seeing how this works with cannabis in aquaponics and going into the natural farming pretty in depth. Where did I put my little notes? There we go. All right. So yeah, we went over the acronyms. I did want to touch real quick on pesticide use. So in natural farming, in Korean natural farming, there is no pesticides. He doesn't recommend it. The great thing too is all of these solutions are good for human health. So our Oriental Herbal Nutrient, my family takes that every day, from a tablespoon up to an ounce a day. It is a tincture. And I'm sorry, I didn't go over what some of these things were. So Oriental Herbal Nutrient is a tincture that is made out of a ferment of 5 different spices: angelica, garlic, ginger, cinnamon, and licorice root. And actually, I think Chris might have talked about this yesterday, so you can bounce into that a little bit. But that tincture is amazing. I have not had a cold or a flu since I started taking it daily over 3 years ago now. Most of my family takes it daily, and we just have very robust immune systems. My 6-year-old still gets sick because she doesn't like it. So, but even my 10-year-old, we haven't gotten sick in a really, really long time, even before quarantine and shelter in place and the whole COVID debacle that's been happening. Before that, when we're taking this, we just, we aren't really getting sick. So it's great. All of these are really, really great for human health. Lab, I know Chris talked a lot about that yesterday. Great for your gut biome. It's amazing. The cheese that comes off of that is absolutely delicious. It's really good for your livestock. If you've got cattle or chickens or hogs, even dogs and cats, like my dogs and cats, well, sometimes I share the cheese with them, sometimes I don't. But even the lab serum, you can add that into the water for your animals, and it's fabulous. So this isn't just a farming methodology and ideology. This is also something that we utilize for our own human biome and our own human health. So it's really fantastic. That being said, we do find that cannabis is one of the most loved plants by every single pest in the world. I've yet to find a bug that eats something that doesn't go after weed primarily. So when we're doing that, when we're getting into these problems where you see a lot of cannabis aphid issues, we see russet mites, we've got broad mites, we've got spider mites, we've got root aphids, we've got, you name it, it's going after it. So as you're moving into more natural farming, there is a transition period where you will see kind of a fall off on yield and quality for a minute. And a lot of that's just because it's a new system and there's a learning curve. When we have bug problems though, it's not something, cannabis is such a high cash value crop. We can't just throw our hands up and say, oh, never mind, I'll just let the bugs take that one, right? We're like, okay, fix it now. What do I do? Help. And in that case, there's another methodology related to KNF called JADAM, J-A-D-A-M. And JADAM was created by Master Cho's son. So KNF was created by not created, but put together really and brought to the world by Master Cho. His son kind of said, this is maybe a lot of work and I feel like I want to utilize natural farming, but do it differently. And what can I do? So he's done a ton of work on this other way of cultivating. So there's other, that doesn't use the acronyms that I just went through. He has his own systems of making fertilizers and things like this. And the thing that I do like about JADAM is it does include pesticides. And we've been trialing out a lot of things on cannabis. And some work better than others. Some don't seem to work at all. And some of them we're finding is not prescribed by the JADAM book and what he thinks that you should utilize it as, but actually it needs higher ratios. So we have things like JADAM wetting agent, which is basically a safer soap that you can make yourself. It's made of, it's a fatty acid of potassium salts. So you're making this soap out of potassium hydroxide, canola oil, and water. And you're just, it's a small process. It's pretty easy for the most part. And it's great. It's a suffocant and a desiccant for your pests. And we found that it works pretty well with the cannabis aphids. It works pretty well with the spider mites, but you do have to kind of increase the ratio and you have to increase the time frame. So when you're going with a natural pesticide, this isn't going to be like Avid or Floramite or some systemic pesticide where you're poisoning the entire plant and through that you're poisoning the bugs themselves. It doesn't have residual contact, so it's not like you spray it on the leaves and then anytime the bug walks across it, they die. These are just contact killers. You have to coat the pest itself and it will die. The mortality rates seem to vary, but initial kill rate is 60 to 80% with just JADAM wetting agent. If you want to increase the efficacy and decrease the amount that you're using and the amount of times you have to spray it, oh gosh, what's the word? Anyway, the amount of times you have to spray it, how often you're doing it. Then you can add JHS, which is JADAM herbal solution. And the JHS, it seems to, we're trialing Bay out. We have one natural farmer who is adamant that the Bay kills the aphids really, really well. My trials didn't really confirm that. It seemed to do it at the beginning, but it didn't kill them off entirely. They left the plant, but then they went to the other plants. So I'm not sure how I feel about California Bay Laurel as a JHS just yet. We still have a lot of work to do to decide whether or not it is effective and worth the time. That being said, in the JADAM book, there's actually a whole book on 100 herbs that you can use. For the most part with cannabis, we've really settled on Jerusalem artichoke as being highly effective. Ginkgo has been pretty effective, although I haven't trialed that out as much as I would like because I don't have ginkgo trees where I live. And I feel like I'm forgetting one of them. It's really those two for the most part, the Bay Laurel, right? Which is kind of, it's not in the book. It hasn't been tested. We're still working on it. If anybody is running trials on that and they're, doing good pest counts and they're understanding how to utilize it properly, or if you want to help and you want to run a trial, like let me know. And I would love to gather more data from across the field on what works and what doesn't. So JHS and JWA are great. I don't know about for root aphids. I'm going to say I would probably not mess with root aphids and these solutions unless I really had time and the plants to sacrifice them. And again, I would try and keep this out of your water. So with aquaponics, the JWA is just a soap. You're probably okay with a small amount of that getting in there, but I would really be cautious about making sure you're covering your mediums and keeping it on your plant surface and not getting it into that system. I have the feeling that some of these things could be really bad for it. Jerusalem artichoke might be a terrible thing to get into your system. Again, I don't know for certain.
It's mainly the JWA. You want to make sure you don't get too much of it in your system. And then avoid yucca. Is the only one that I'm aware of that is like instantly fish lethal. In fact, the Native Americans in California and Oregon used to actually collect the yucca juice and concentrate it in into clay vessels, and then use that concentrate to actually pour into rivers, and have the tribe wait about half a mile or a mile downriver, and they collect all the fish during the fish run, and then they dry it, and that was their food for the winter. So it actually works that good at a very small dose.
That's pretty interesting. So yeah, I may actually play a little bit with yucca as a Jadam herbal solution and JHS and see kind of, again, but this is not things that I would recommend that you guys do yet. Like, just stick with the tried and true stuff that's been trialed out, it's been tested. Use things with caution and really kind of, pay attention to how your plants are responding, and don't overdo it. It's slow. This is like eating cannabis edibles. If you don't know how 5 milligrams is going to hit you, take 2. See how that looks. Okay, yeah, and Steve just said it's the saponin that kills the fish. So that makes perfect sense, actually. Yeah, interesting. Yucca. I believe that Wet Betty uses yucca, doesn't it? Yeah. So
yeah, some of the wetting agent products out there, and you also see it too sold as like sometimes sold as like a soil conditioner or a soil prep or something like that, or cocoa prep, and to try and help that cocoa absorb a little more water.
Right.
What that can get you into trouble, especially when people are going into, and they're used to growing cocoa, and they're like, cool, well, we'll just grow cocoa with the aquaponic water, and they buy cocoa that has the yucca infused in it, and instantly, as soon as they flood the tables and bring it back to the fish tank, the fish all die. I've seen that happen more times than I can count. So unfortunately.
Yeah, I played with I did hydroponics at one point in time, just like the ebb and flow tables and the little clay balls, and I realized very, very quickly that it seems like a really intense system. There's a lot of things, like people always talk, we hear a lot in the cannabis industry about like, check your pH of your water, and I'm like, I grow in the soil, like I highly recommend beds. And even for aquaponics, for these dual root zones, if you can do pots on top, but give it a bed, those roots need to be able to spread. They need to be able to talk to each other. I could go down a really esoteric kind of hippy dippy road with this, which is all about, how plants communicate and how they do communicate. And, but basically just, the gist of it being that you want to have them be able to, move their roots where they want to move them.
Especially where you're from with the albino redwood trees that literally use them as a storage locker for heavy metals and keep them alive for that purpose. So, I mean, on the extreme end of it, and that's right in your backyard.
Yeah. Yep. It is. We've got some amazing albino redwood trees. I'm really blessed. I live in a really amazing place, and it's an amazing place to grow cannabis. So, I feel very deeply for all y'all that are having to like squeak out a little area of your closet in your rental in your apartment, because that's rough. But it is what it is right now, and the more vocal we get about needing this to be a medicine. See, and I'm not going to go down the political road either. I'm not going to go down that, but make sure you are being engaged with these processes in your state or country, because it is really important that you have a say and a stake in the game that you want to play in. Otherwise, you will have a lot of problems, and you'll find yourself having to talk a lot more than you'd like to if you didn't talk at the beginning. So get out there and, talk about it. So tools of the trade, I do want to cover that, because I do see some things that kind of drive me a little bit nutty. And that's all y'all with the paint sprayers. If paint sprayers were so great, they would be used all the time by horticulture, and we would not have things like backpack sprayers that are specifically made for gardening. Everybody would just buy paint sprayers. So there's lots of different sprayers out there. They have, you can go from as small as a little handheld one, which if you're doing natural farming is great. If you're on a really small scale, you can tailor in and you can say, this one has nitrogen, this one has potassium, This one has my Calphos. And I can then interchange, and I can walk down in my little 4 or 6 lights, or however, you know, my up to 100 small plants if you're inside or something along those lines. And you can treat each plant individually. The more you grow, the more you realize that cultivars are very, very specific in their nutrient needs. And even within that cultivar, even if you buy clones, oftentimes they're actually not from the same mother. You'll have a few that are phenotypically about the same, and they'll take cuts. And as you're growing them out, you're like, this one's a little different than those ones. Like, what's going on here? Oftentimes you're getting a cut from a different mom, and its nutrient needs are just a little bit different. So if you have all your little handheld sprayers and you're able to, you can treat each plant specifically for what you're seeing in it. So it's great. And within 24 hours, you see them picking up and shifting and getting more in balance with what their nutrient cycling is. So it's really cool to watch that. If you're at a larger scale, you know, they make 4-gallon backpack sprayers. They're pretty easy. I don't particularly like them. I'm 5'2". I weigh, you know, not a whole lot of poundage. I'm pretty strong because I farm, but yet those things, when they're full of liquid, you know, you've got 8 pounds per gallon. So times 4, that's 32 pounds plus the battery, plus the backpack. It's a lot of weight for me to hold on my shoulders for as long as it takes. That being said, it's efficient. They work very well. We own many of them. I tend to put them on the ground and kind of huff them along one by one. But it's a great solution if you're a mid-scale farmer, or you're bigger than, you know, a little handheld 1 gallon or 1 liter pump sprayer will do. You can move up to those. If you're going past that, what we have on our farm, so our farm here on the banks of the Eel River in southern Humboldt County is currently 18,000 square feet of cultivation. We have 10,000 square feet of light deprivation and 8,000 square feet of full term. And what I scaled up to a couple of years ago is a 15-gallon off-road tank sprayer called a Grow King sprayer. And this is made by a company that took the large-scale Venturi sprayers, which you see on really big agriculture. They're like, it's a truck with a huge thing on the back of it, or they make ones that go on the back of the quad, which are really big. They took all of that technology and just sized it down to be something appropriate for a small farm. And I love that. It has a 50-foot long hose, so I can park it and get basically my entire 100-foot row. And it's amazing. It's got all these different tips. It was trialed by Elaine Ingham for biologicals. And that's the other thing that I want to talk about in just a sec, is that so this was trialed for biologicals, and it doesn't kill your biology. So as I'm spraying something like a liquid IMO or a compost tea, I'm not beating up all of my microbes and pulverizing them. So when you look at paint sprayers, they have very, very large droplet sizes, and it's not appropriate to get an even coverage. When we're spraying these solutions, we want it to be, you know, a good surface coverage, light misting. If you want to do it like liquid IMO, you can do a little bit more frequently. And I believe Chris talked about that's something that could be appropriate for aquaponics, but not IMO for your soil. Right. So yeah, so using a liquid IMO for all of your foliage is a really, really great preventative for everything. It's also a great curative for things. I had some Septoria, I believe it was Septoria, on some tomatoes a couple of years back, and did a version of IMO. It wasn't of liquid IMO. It wasn't perfect because I only had IMO 2 at the time, and it really should have been made with at least IMO 4. As I go down more and more of these processes, I'm learning that, you know, further and further that you can get with these IMO processes to make it makes a better liquid IMO. So, but the IMO 2 worked, and the Septoria, I mean, I pulled off all the bottom leaves that were anywhere near the ground, and had a bumper crop of tomatoes that year. So it's very similar. I suspect it would be very similar for cannabis. I think that Septoria has been a real big issue for a lot of growers this year. And I firmly believe that a liquid IMO foliar will probably solve that for you guys. So if you want to get into that, Chris does have a video on how to make IMO. There's also a really wonderful video that he put out called All About IMO. It's about 45 minutes, but it's going to give you the ideology behind what indigenous microorganisms are. And that's really, really important. That's kind of one of the key things that a lot of people miss. So go watch that video, figure out where to collect from, get it into your IMO collections. And then if you're having septoria, or if you are even thinking that you will, because if you're growing weed, you probably will. It's like the longer you grow, the more you'll figure out that, you know, if it hits cannabis, you're going to get it. So just get prepared for it ahead of time. So yeah, so, you know, getting into that is really important and is really good, and staying away from your paint sprayers. Just get an appropriate horticultural sprayer.
We had a lot of septoria last year in Oklahoma because we had a ton of flooding, and we had a really good response doing a bacillus treatment, then a lactobacillus treatment, and then just coming in and hitting it real hard with IMO and just getting those, you know, basically trying to kill it and then replacing it back with the microbes that should be there. And it worked. It anywhere we could catch it early on, it worked without, you know, like a dream. It just depended on if you catch it too late, it's really hard to undo.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And noticing that stuff early. We had fusarium that took down some plants, and people were like, you have to sterilize that soil. You can't grow anything there again. We grew every year in that hole, and it was great. But, you know, it did take some killing off a lot of the biology and then bringing back in the good biology was really important. And I realized I said I wanted to leave time, but I realized I don't have a clock in front of me. So I think that because Optic Foliar is here, hi, I'm probably getting close to running out.
No, you still got 8 minutes.
We're good?
We're just
Okay,
queuing
sweet.
up. Yeah, no, people are just
Cool.
making sure their stuff works. That's all. You're good.
All right. Oh gosh, we're so on top of it. Good job, everybody. That's awesome. So one thing that was asked quite a bit yesterday in chat when Chris was talking was about cannabis FPJ. So fermented plant. I don't have a mustache. This isn't fair. So cannabis FPJ, fermented plant juice using cannabis. I have very strong opinions on this one, and it's not based off of, you know, just like, I think this would be rad, I think this sucks. This is actually based on side-by-side trials that I ran last year or the year before, maybe, I can't even remember, honestly. And it's not great, you guys. It sounds like so much fun, and if you're growing weed, you'll probably want, and you go down natural farming, you're going to want to make a cannabis FPJ. Number one, it's really low yielding. Number two, if you're making a fermented plant juice correctly, you're only using the growing tips. So generally, if we are having beautiful, growing, vibrant tips of cannabis, we want to make a clone out of that. We don't want to turn that into plant food. The male plants for cannabis FPJ, I know that Chris covered that. I'm going to reiterate, bad idea. It's a hormonal confusion. I think it's a bad idea. I haven't done it myself because I'm not willing to try that this year. Maybe next year I'll do it and see if I can cause hermaphrodism. I mean, there is an idea that, you know, maybe we could force some feminized seeds using it, but I don't know for certain. I'm just gonna say it's probably a bad idea. And then people also want to use their fan leaves. Fan leaves are lower in hormones, they're lower in their growth regulators, they're just lower in everything. They're old leaves. It's like, if I want to eat some prime venison, I'm not going to kill the oldest deer in the pack. I want to go for the younger ones. It's kind of, I live in the country. I'm a little bit country here. So, you know, again, younger plants, younger growing tips. This is where all the nutrition and all the growth hormones and all the good stuff that we're creating, that we're capturing in an FPJ, that's what we want. So if you have old fan leaves, juice them, make pesto. You can actually eat them. They're great. They're fine. You know, again, if you've got male plants, I juice my male plants. Every year I juice every single male plant I have, and I put it in ice cube trays, and I use it every single day as an ice. Well, I actually ran out this year because I didn't grow enough males. But in general, every day I have just an ice cube of fresh cannabis juice that's been frozen. And it's really, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with the juice of cannabis and how that is helping people with their endocannabinoid systems and their just their human health overall. And I think that the University of San Francisco, maybe, no, Stanford, I believe it's Stanford actually, has some doctors down there that are very interested in running trials with sick people with fresh juice. So it's a great way to utilize those leaves. And we only have a couple minutes left. Were there any other burning questions in chat or anything?
Oh, forgot I was still on mute. Yes. Someone asked what your website is.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. So website is sunnabis.com, sunnabis.com. We're also Sunnabis on Instagram, which is where I do a lot of the sharing of my trials and just kind of what's going on the farm and, you know, flowers, whatever, all that good stuff. And then I do have a Facebook page too, but it's just a regurgitation of the Instagram page. So Instagram, oh, here, and I'll do this. Like I was so prepared. Haha. Sunnabis, also www.sunnabis.com. You can get a hold of me, Wendy at sunnabis.com, or sorry, Wendy at sunnabis.com through email. However, I'm not the best at emails. It's not my preferred form of communication. So just take that with a caveat. If it's important, just be like, hey, this is super important. Or get a hold of me on Instagram, private message me and say, I sent you an email. I'd like some help.
All right. Do you have any advice for people making soil mixes?
Well, I have lots of advice for people making soil mixes.
I'm just reading chat. Sometimes they're vague.
Yeah, so making your own soil mix for aquaponics, I don't know that I can advise on that because I don't, again, it's not, I know that it's different, so I'm reluctant to really say much.
We do pretty much similar for our living soil layer as you guys, just with a little bit more aeration. So maybe with like 15% additional aeration. So whatever the component that you're using to add aeration, that's really the biggest difference, just so we can get more airflow through that when it's flooding and draining, that's all.
And then
that makes sense.
I swap out anything that's primarily nitrogen, like feather meal, for instance, is popular. And it's just, I mean, it's basically just nitrogen. So I swap out anything that is, I would say, primarily nitrogen. So in your NPK, if the N is bigger than the other numbers, I usually try to swap that out, remove the nitrogen, and then add something else with P and K to make the difference. So you can really adapt any, like, of your common soil mixes that you want to give a try. Just swap out any of the nitrogen stuff.
So be cautious about the nitrogen. That would make sense again because the nitrates in fish. So as far as in general soil mixes, there's one of the foundations of natural farming of doing soil mixes is adding a percentage of red soil. So depending on where you are in the world, that's something that you could look into. When I fly out and go places, I drive down a little highway that goes from Highway 101 over to I-5 and then down to Sacramento, where I fly out of usually. And they have this amazing red soil there. It's like so vibrant. It's got all of that iron and all of those nutrients and minerals and things. And I kid you not, I drive with 3 5-gallon buckets and a shovel in my car, so that every time I can go over and bring back 20 gallons of this red clay, not clay, but this heavy red soil. And it's almost a terracotta color where I live. It's actually very much like the wall behind me here, that color of red. And so natural farming, I believe that's generally used at about a 20% ratio of your soil mix. So we do a lot of indigenous microorganism soils in the gardening that I do. Again, you're not going to want to do that though, because you don't want that IMO4 in your system. So if you're even just maybe leaving that out and swapping that with some other type of compost, that would probably be a good way to start. But I don't do a lot of the super soils. I just, we grow in the same dirt we've grown in forever, and we just amend every year with, the IMO, and then ideally IMO 5 when you're taking it all the way into your heavy nitrogen source. But again, that's something that's going to be more specific for soil growing and not necessarily as much on the aquaponic side.
All right. Well, it's really exciting to learn a whole bunch more about KNF from you, Wendy. How do people find you again on the different various social medias and all the different things? And how can they find out the latest if they want to try and learn from you in person?
So yeah, again, Sunnabis, Sunnabis on Instagram, Sun-Grown Cannabis. And I usually do a lot of announcements and things on there. Being that we're in COVID time, I know that live in-person stuff has kind of like backed off quite a bit, but we still are doing some. And we've got some more exciting stuff coming up later this year. And then on email, you can reach me at wendy@sunnabis.com. And those are really the two best ways. We also do have a website, www.sunnabis.com. So it's like sun-grown cannabis, Sunnabis. And that's pretty much easy. Little quick announcement is that if you guys are interested in going really deep into cannabis education, we have a program that's coming out through Green Flower Media. So if you Google Ganjier, 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 it's basically it's a sommelier program for cannabis. And as far as we know, it's taken 2 years, 8,000 hours. This is just the first level, and it's pretty amazing. That will be coming out. So if you're interested, check that out. Click on the little interest button, and you can learn from really just incredible teachers.
That's really awesome, and I'm sure it's been a ton of work. I saw some of your posts about that online. They're pretty awesome. So
yeah, it's been 2 years in the making, and we were not allowed to say anything for all that time. So everybody's just like, oh, this is killing us. We can't mention anything about it. And people be like, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going to LA, but I can't tell you anything else. So we're finally launching now, and we're finally like, yay, we get to kind of tell a little bit. So it's exciting.
that's cool. Sweet. Well, I'm super excited for you on that. And thanks again for taking the time to join us.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been great. And it's been a great conference. It's been really fun. So I've loved watching.
And you're going to be doing a radio spot here later today too. Do you want to plug that real quick?
Yeah. We're going to have our Ganja Tree show is a monthly show, the first Sunday of every month from 1:30 until 3 o'clock. If you're local in Humboldt County, you can reach us at 91.1 FM. And for everywhere in the world, it is kmud.org. And so kmud.org, you can listen to live. You can also find it on the archives. And we're interviewing Shango today. So Shango Los from Shaping Fire is going to be on with us. And we'll be talking about autoflowers and growing up where he is, which is the Vashon Island, which is lots of incremental weather, very short growing season. So I'm kind of a bit of a snob when it comes to autoflowers. I've yet to have any that I'm like, this is amazing, but it's come a long ways since ruderalis was kind of the autoflower that people grew, and it was really a ditchweed that was like, well, it was horrible. So I'm actually really excited to hear about his experiences this year in growing those autoflowers and what's going on with them now. So 1:30 to 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, kmud.org. It is a call-in show, so if you guys have questions, you can feel free to chat us up.
Awesome. Well, really appreciate it. Thanks again.
Awesome. Have a great day, you guys.
Cheers.
Thanks.
That was awesome. Really great to have a diverse group of voices to talk about Korean natural farming and to learn from a bunch of different teachers that have had experience at all different types of scales, with all different types of things as well. So super stoked on that. Next up, we got Dinesh from Optic Foliar. Always fun to hang out with him. We always have a good time, usually at one of the Dude Grows Cups or at one of the Denver events, but or sometimes even up in Vancouver. I think that was the last time I saw you, actually, was up at Lift and the Regen conference, I think it was. Yeah. So yeah, always fun to get around and talk to you all over. So tell us a little bit about what you do and about Optic Foliar.
Great to see you guys again as well. Thanks for having me on, and always a pleasure to see you as well and be a part of Ponics. Yeah, my name's Dinesh with Optic Foliar, and I'm based out of Vancouver, BC. And we specialize in foliar spraying and delivery to the plant's mesophyll layer, and spraying with the lights on and just solving a bunch of foliar spray problems that growers deal with whenever they think, talk, or use foliar spray products.
Awesome. So tell us about what it is that you guys have out there for products and some of the different problems that you guys solve for people.
Yeah, awesome. So when we talk about foliar spraying, a lot of the science and research goes back to, Dr. Tukey, who first proved foliar spraying worked. And then it evolved that people needed ways of making a spray stick to the plant, because the natural barrier the epidermal surface provides just makes foliar sprays bead off and just fall off the plant. So that introduced the use of spreaders, stickers, wetters, and dish soaps to make the spray stick to the plant. And then other rules evolved along with it, spraying with lights off, spraying the undersides, pHing a spray, and also rinsing and repeating. So what we like to do is break down the science of it. And the science of it is that within the plant leaf, there's an area called the mesophyll layer. And it's something everyone can look up and Google themselves and image search. The mesophyll layer, it's responsible for using plant energy like photosynthesis and nutrients to convert to sugars and growth. However, when we apply foliar sprays, no one ever talked about getting a spray into the mesophyll layer. And that's where we like to step in and specialize in. So with products like our transport, we get the spray into the plant's mesophyll layer, lights on within 30 minutes guaranteed. And it allows, opens up a whole new avenue of plant growth and solutions for not just bugs and fungus, but also performance and growth. So we basically have a whole line of foliar spray products, starting with transport that can be used with pesticides, like natural pesticides like neem oils, different oil sprays people use, and it allows you to use all those sprays at quarter strength and then spray lights on. And then one of our really popular products we have is a multi-purpose spray called Overgrow. And that's something that's hugely popular for us just because it's a ready-to-use spray. And again, it's lights on, no damage or burning, but it combines all of our performance products into one. And so within a single solution, you get a spray that's for increasing light intake into the plant, which results in more nutrient uptake, making your plant more efficient. And then we provide all the nutrition your plants need with the REV in terms of additional macronutrients, micronutrients, vitamins, sugars. And then the final component we add in is our attack for plant health and powdery mildew. So it's all sold in a ready-to-use mix with our Overgrow, or we offer it in a multi-part spray. But the Overgrow is really cool because it's all in one, and it's something that you can use on cuttings, veg plants right into flower, and it doesn't damage buds, hairs, leaves, or trichomes. And this is where we really like to set ourselves apart, because in flower, big growers, small growers, we all run into problems sometimes, whether it's a deficiency or a bug or a fungus problem. And every solution out there is going to cause some sort of damage or side effect. And that's where I like to provide a number of solutions that don't damage your buds, don't damage your hair, your taste. They don't compromise any testing. And they're safe to use in late flower for mold and such. So it's something that I like to provide, or we want to provide solutions from, not just small cuttings, but to late harvest without compromising things that we've done in the past. And the things that we've always compromised in the past is, I start with like spraying with the lights off. So you're spraying with the lights off and you're moving around your room and you knock over a plant or you hit something, or I remember way back when, the parabolic hoods and the flat hoods we had, you'd hit your head on those walking around in the dark. And then, when you talk about spraying the undersides of leaves, well, when you're spraying certain bug sprays and pesticides, there's a cool product that came out where they had a spray bottle and you could turn it and spray the undersides of the leaves. The problem you always ran into is that you'd be spraying stuff right back into your face there as well. And again, and it's a rinsing off, and it's just like we just the thing that got me is that we're human and we're humans, we solve problems. And when I looked at the foliar spray problem, there's just so many problems, and I just understand why we can't fix it and do better. And so that's the whole reason Optic Foliar came to be. Is I imagined a better foliar spray, something without compromising, and something that works with your plant to give you, really dynamic solutions. And yeah, so I travel all over. Just got back from a nice Western Canada trip to Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Regina. We're right across North America, overseas, and yeah, love meeting people, love meeting growers, and definitely got a few really nice samples here that I love getting from my customers in my travels, and lots of good flavor we get back.
Did you have any samples you wanted to give out to people there in Canada for optic foliar stuff?
Yeah, no, we offer samples pretty much worldwide.
Awesome. So yeah, I get did you want to give anything out while we're doing the thing here?
Yeah, absolutely. We can give out. We got promo packs of our Overgrow and the concentrates to make Overgrow available, and we got we got contests we promote as well. We're giving out really cool prizes like rolling trays, shirts, hoodies, including more samples. But yeah, we're definitely more than happy to get out some Overgrow and the concentrates to make Overgrow as well, the Transport Watts Rev Allium or Attack all in one pack, and it gives you an extra 8 liters of Overgrow to make on your own.
All right, well, if you want some optic foliar stuff, say optic foliar in chat, and we'll pick the top three people, and or just 3 people at random here, and we'll get that off to Dinesh. So why don't you type in optic foliar in chat, and we'll pick a few people here. So what are some of the other more unique things? I know I've used your transport quite a bit with aquaponics to help get foliar feeds that I was using from other different formulas, or even sometimes my own formulations I was working on with nutrients, and adding that to help really get that to the plant faster. Is that something else that you want to talk a little bit more about?
Yeah, so with transport, it opens up the opportunity for growers such as yourselves that have their own foliar mix. So whether it be a kelp spray, maybe a humic spray, maybe a macronutrient mix spray, it allows you to take whatever you're currently using and use it at a quarter strength dosage, and then by mixing in a transport, it lets you spray lights on while using less. So whether it's some people got their own maybe bug sprays that are a mix of different oils, cinnamons, cloves, rosemary, and such, or different extracts. Again, it'll allow us to pull that back and spray lights on, but also when you're using it in flower, it'll prevent that residual from building up, not just on the leaves, but damaging your buds. And that's a big issue, is when you're spraying in flower, if you got your own mix and it's damaging your plants or causing residual or messing up any of the extracts, reach out to us. We'll get you some transport to try out, because it'll really be a game changer in the product you're trying to deliver your customers. Because again, for me, it comes down to is when we're in flower, we're trying to crop and harvest with the safest, cleanest, most beautiful looking trichomes, taste, aromas, colors. And look, I look on Instagram and the genetics are amazing. The oranges and the purples, all the colors and the flavors and the varieties are amazing. However, the growers got to get it to harvest, and we can't compromise any side effects in late flower. And so when it comes to late flower sprays, when you're using some of those oils, cut it back to quarter strength, try out our transport, and you're going to find a lot less to zero damage to those trichomes, buds, hairs. If you're finding it's affecting any taste, we can probably help you with that as well in terms of making a much cleaner finished product.
Awesome. All right. Is there anything, how do people find out more information about your stuff here? If they want to find out more about optic foliar, more about your products, if they want to try and get some, how do they go about doing that? Yeah,
we're on opticfoliar.ca. You can find us on Instagram, Facebook. We're based in Canada, but we get emails at from everywhere at sales@opticfoliar.com. That's probably the most direct, easiest way to get me and reach us at sales@opticfoliar.com. But yeah, no, we're available in a number of different markets. And if you got questions on foliar spraying, I always just encourage people to reach out. Tell me what you're using, tell me what issues you're having, and let's see if we can find a better solution for you. And we're always available to help no matter where you are.
What strains have you been seeing people rocking a lot lately up there?
That's
Or
always
what strains have you been getting samples of this fall? How about that?
So it's funny, like, again, like you see the Instagram and the different sites, and they got like, Gelato gets big, and, Max and Skittles and Runts. I guess get the local variation of it or the road variation of it, where it's like maybe it's a purple Skittles or an orange Skittles or a Mac Runts or some sort of combination. But yeah, recently I got some Slurricane here, a variety of Gelato, some hash someone gifted me. I can't remember the name of this one. But yeah, I get a lot of different variety and genetics, and they're all usually very, very good.
Well, thanks so much for coming on, and appreciate it. We're gonna give them to Norwal Up, Caroline D, and Mekamoto M LLC.
Right on.
Shoot me an email over to Ponics at gmail.com, and I'll get that over to Dinesh, and we'll get you some stuff in the mail. I really appreciate it, man. Use your stuff all the time, especially for foliar feeding with the transport in aquaponics, especially for vegetables. We use it quite a little bit more than the cannabis, just because we can use it more months out of the growth cycle. But definitely a big fan. So
awesome. Thanks for having me on, and always a pleasure to see you. I hope all the listeners and the viewers out there are being safe, staying safe. Everything will get better, and we'll hopefully be hanging out and seeing each other at conferences again. This year's been a shit show, but stay positive, do our thing, and look forward to seeing you all again real soon.
awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
Heck yeah. We're just waiting on Scotty and the other gentleman to connect here. I think they'll be connecting any minute, so we'll have them. Marty, did you have anything you wanted to add or finish up from earlier? I know I didn't know if you had stepped away for a moment or not. All right. Well, thanks again for Dinesh for popping on and doing that. I'm not sure if I froze. It looks like Dinesh froze, and Marty is not there, so I'm not sure. Might be me, but if not, we will be back shortly. I'm going to take a short break while I get things sorted with our next guest. All right, does anybody have any questions while we're waiting here? Just trying to get everybody connected. Experimenting some technical differences. Yeah, so somebody had a good question yesterday they reminded me of here in chat. Somebody asked about ripeness. How do you know when the plant is ripe? And how you decide if the plant is ripe? And I think Frenchie had the best information on that of anyone I've heard as far as an explanation. And is those trichome heads, think of them like a tomato or like a, or even better yet, like an apple, right? So you're looking for a certain size and skin firmness on that apple. And you're looking for a plumpness and the right color as well, not just color alone. And I always thought that was one of the more intricate and better explanations I've ever heard on ripeness as far as trichomes. And I think that that really is the better expression, because sometimes you're looking for a lighter color, sometimes you're looking for darker color, but you know that you're actually looking for that. When is that trichome head actually plumped up and swollen to that ripe state? And that, you know, can vary from strain to strain. You got orange apples, yellow apples, green apples. You know, I'm sure they have other ones now since I've been a kid, but I don't eat apples all that often because they spray them with entirely too many harsh chemicals. But how's it going there, Scotty? Looks like we're still getting his audio connected there. Well, we'll cut to Scotty once his mic's working there. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know Scotty, Scotty Real is the host of the Do Grow Show, which was the inspiration for this show way back in, oh man, what year was that you guys got started? I was one of your first guests back on episode 40 something or 30 something, way back when you guys first got started, when you guys used to film out of a grow tent there in Way to Grow, which was a really awesome awesome spot. And they put out an incredible large amount of information on a weekly basis. They do a show 5 days a week, or maybe even more than that now. I know he's having microphone problems, so we'll see if we can't get this sorted here. I do apologize. We're hoping that we can get that fixed up for you guys. But yeah, so Scotty is the host of the Do Grow Show. They put out a ton of education, tons of interviews. They throw some really cool parties. One of them called the Do Grows Cup out in Colorado every year on a normal year. They also have the concentration celebration, which was a lot of fun last year before everything kind of got turned upside down. And yeah, all different types of things. They throw the what is it? The Nug Throwdown in Oregon, and all different types of things depending on the market. So super, super cool. They put out a ton of information and a ton of education. And they also have a wonderful product called Recharge. It's a really good broad spectrum probiotics supplementation product that you can put into your system for compost teas. You can apply it directly to your soil. In my opinion, it works a little bit better if you mix it with some water and then pour it in that way, or brew it up for a couple hours or even overnight, and then add it to your system. It'll really give you the best bang for your buck with the product. But it is one of the best things. That and Mammoth P have been two of the best products we've found in aquaponics in terms of, you know, anybody can just buy it off the shelf and throw it in their system, and you'll see an immediate response with how quickly and how clean the system is too. A lot of the microbes in Recharge also help keep your aquaponic system clean, eat a lot of that sludge, break down that waste that the fish make, and convert it into plant food and get rid of that muckiness. So great for that too. So looks like hopefully Scotty's got his stuff sorted. Thanks for joining us, Scotty.
Hey, thank you for covering for me, man. I show up and I hear Recharge being mentioned, man. Appreciate that.
Heck yeah. Got to support you while you're getting your mic sorted.
It's at least biological and not technical, because if it was about technical, I don't know if I'd trust me on it, man. Ooh, buddy. Yeah.
So how you doing? Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and the education you put out there, and then a little bit about Recharge.
Sure. My name is Scotty. Go by Scotty Real online. I like to say I'm good friends with Ponics Steve over there. Big inspiration, teaches me a lot. And I got into the microbe game, I don't know, I'd say about 8-10 years ago from being a commercial grower, or I don't know what you'd call it when you're running multiple 20 lights, but I was running a lot of lights and always having a problem with pH, always having a problem with these little fluctuations. And when I started adding, I started with, I learned a little bit about compost and castings, then went into the actual microbe packages. And now I'm the kind of guy that says you shouldn't be grown without some kind of microbes. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. I do a show trying to promote just good growing practices called the Dude Grow Show with my buddy, the Dude. Steve's on a bunch. And yeah, it's about it. Just try to advocate for microbes. I tell you what, just I know I'm rambling. Tell you what, it was going so bad, the technical. I was like, I don't care. I'm smoking a joint, man. So I'm a little calmer now. But what I learned about microbes is how there's symbiosis with the roots. Of course, you guys know that. For y'all, you got symbiosis with the fish, where it's a total circle. I hate to quote The Lion King, but I think that's the last movie I learned something out of, which is there is a circle of life, man. You know, those microbes grab energy from the soil that give it to the plant. The plant grabs energy from the air and the light, and geez, it ends up just feeding the microbes again. So it's absolutely beautiful. It's amazing stuff.
I like to always tell people, you know, the microbes kind of act like the syringe to help get the medicine into the plant a lot more efficiently. You can drink medicine, but it doesn't work quite as good as giving it through a syringe, right? So the microbes kind of help act and get it in there faster and make it work much more efficiently, you know?
Yeah, you know, it's such a trip, and I just got here, guys. I hope I'm not hijacking anything. I just love to talk about growing cannabis and growing things in general, you know, but it's how, man, the micro, we'll bullshit about the party. You know, the party, it's what, 11:59 and 59 seconds. The clock's about to strike midnight on New Year's. You know, that's like the whole 4.6 billion years of time. You know what I mean? Just into that 1 year. Fucking what did we get here, man? People got here like fucking 11:59, you know, like a minute ago, 30 seconds ago. The micro's been at the party setting up since March, man. You know, so it's just like they've been here for so much longer, just millions and billions of years longer than us, that it's such a dumb thing to think that they didn't figure out a way to insert themselves into our lives. You know, we're the fucking spaceship for them. And, you know, the gut microbes, the plant microbes, it's the same goddamn thing. It's just the plants and people are kind of opposites. We breathe oxygen, they breathe CO2. They have poking out kind of, you know, like root hairs to colonize. We have folds in our gut to colonize, but the whole purpose is just increase surface area. So there's more area for the microbes to colonize and solubilize those nutrients, man.
Oh yeah. And people, you know, a lot of times don't realize how much of a difference it can make in their roots and how much larger their roots can be, even with just a small inoculation of it. Like Wendy was talking about right before you, you know, especially with the microbial inoculants, it doesn't, you know, a small amount goes a long way, and people kind of, you know, often can, you know, overdo it and cause themselves some problems by, you know, trying to double or triple or quadruple the dosage. They can, you know, mess stuff up that way too.
Balance, man, balance. Go eat a gallon of yogurt and tell me how your belly feels. You know what I mean? But go have a little bit every morning, man. You're going to promote good microbial health. Hey, let's talk about that mycorrhizae. That is the sexiest one, because that's the one that's like an inoculation. Or it is an inoculation, meaning that you take that mycorrhizae, and you guys know all this stuff. I'm kind of embarrassed to show up here because y'all are smarter than I am about microbes, man. You rely on them for fish, you know? So but that mycorrhizae fungus root, you know, and you just think about a fungus. Think about your fingernail. You get a little fungus on there. You don't have to re-inoculate it. That shit will grow on the new fingernail until you find a fungicide that'll kill it, right? That's the same thing with a plant root. If you inoculate with mycorrhizae, a fungus root, and you like, the whole idea is to put it on when the plants are really young. So that shit starts colonizing and colonizing, and just as the plant root grows, just like think of it as your fingernail. And you got fungus on the plant root in the beginning. When it's little, that fungus just grows right along with it, man. So I think shit like that is so amazing. Something like mycorrhizae, if you use it right, has so much freaking value to it, man.
Oh yeah, and not only that, you can use all these things with aquaponics without any kind of problem.
I'm sure. I'm sure, you know, the worst thing for mycorrhizae is to give it a whole bunch of nutrient, you know, a whole bunch of accessible nutrient, because that shit's their mind, you know, it's their job to make those little micro transactions to pull nutrient out of the soil or out of the root zone, I should say. But, you know, if you're just loading it with, that's why with synthetics or with anything like that, you got to get it on early, because once you got that inoculated on your fingernail, you know, your fingernail's growing, who gives a shit, you know, whatever you put on it, man, it's not gonna, usually it won't kill that fungus. So it's pretty interesting. Mycorrhizae does work. Rex just works with synthetics too, synganics, all that stuff. It's pretty amazing.
That's awesome. So what have you guys been working on lately there in the bakery? I know you guys have been doing a lot of awesome content.
It's just being ridiculous, man. Dude, we just have fun here. We got a little studio here, so we create content. I love talking grow, and man, I've been trying to figure out a way to hook up with a bunch of seed breeders, man. So I decided to start give it away now, man. So yeah, we've been playing this game every Friday. You get really high and you buy a claw machine on Craigslist and shit. But we actually have one of those crane machines, and we go and give out prizes. We give out seeds and shit like that. And believe it or not, that's what I've been working on. Doesn't really feel like work, but we're working on the greenhouse too, man. Big time. If you want to talk a little grow, it's the hang.
Yeah, but before we switch to that, how do people become part of the crew and get in on that kind of stuff? Because you guys have a kind of a separate thing that you guys do, a separate community that you guys run, and you know, gives access people to, you know, a lot of cool stuff that, you know, maybe isn't available over on YouTube and stuff like that.
You know, dudegrows.com. You can yell Dude Grows into your phone, but man, we've been at it 6 years, I want to say, something like that. Just putting a bunch of content down, but it's fun. You can see us when we were, you know, bottle A and B growers and stuff. We know what we were doing till now when we're microbe, your soil's alive kind of shit, you know. But it's fun. Dudegrows.com, man.
Yep. And you guys have a Patreon community where you guys do all kinds of fun other stuff too, right?
Yeah, where's that? Dudegrows.com support. I don't know, man. Just go check it out. I like to say yell Dude Grows in your phone. Hopefully we make friends with each other first, and then you can get involved, man. The way we do, right?
Oh yeah. But if you're looking for extra stuff and you want to have, especially if you're looking for seeds and all kinds of cool stuff, they do all kinds of you know, different gatherings and things in different parts of the country. You can find out about through that. And it's a great way to connect with the community and support people that put out a hell of a lot of content. You know, there's a lot of people out there that put a ton of effort in, and few people put as much effort in as Scotty, dude, and Guru over there in terms of putting out an incredible amount of content per week. You guys putting out content 5 to 7 days a week now, more than just about anybody else I'm aware of. So big props to you guys on that.
Thanks so much, man. And it takes a village. I love turning on. You know, I can't really watch myself on YouTube, but I like turning your shit on. A bunch of people, Rasta Jeff, Irie Genetics, love that guy. Embracing Organics, all those are good shows.
Awesome.
But yeah, babe, I don't know. Am I done my time? You know I can bullshit, man.
Oh no, you're still good for a minute. So do you guys have anything coming up? I know normally you guys have the cup. Are you guys moving the cup to next year? I heard. I saw some rumblings on of maybe things getting together for next year.
You know what? I would love to say that. Don't even but don't depress me.
Oh, fingers crossed in case. Don't want to jinx it. Yeah.
You know what I want to talk about is shit that I can fucking control.
Oh yeah. So let's talk about your garden. Yeah. Tell us about your greenhouse.
Because it's so great when you come. I mean, this shit's looking good. We had some fun. So, you know, I don't know much about organics. Learn about them. I do come from, you know, the bottled nutrients where you can kind of push them as hard as you want, back off as hard as you want. The real reactive. So we did a synthetic versus I should call it mineral based. We did a mineral based versus total organic, just build a soil, fish compost organic. You could probably tell me a little bit more about what's charging that fish compost than I can, but I'll be damned, man. I tell you what, the organics is literally just add water, or I would just add the recharge. I just add my microbes because I can't not do that. But god damn, man, those organics, I got to give them the thumbs up. It was easy. If you hang out with somebody like Jeremy from Build a Soil that does know his shit and can design it correctly, man, it's a hell of a way to grow.
Yeah, in fact, I was just referencing, they have a link to a Duke University bioaccumulators Excel chart that we use for giving people advice on fermented plant juice and for lactobacillus ferments. You know, what is a good option if I'm looking for iron-rich things in my area, or potassium-rich things to make compost teas out of or ferments out of for that rapid use.
Right.
And I want to go the organic route and get away from your bottles. Actually, Build a Soil has that on their website there. Yep. So that's a great reference. And again, that's from Duke University that originally put that out.
Yeah, whenever you're doing any of these systems, we were just talking about like what's the best system for growing cannabis, and it's the one where you can get good information about. If I'm hanging out next to you, or if I get to hang out with you for 6 months, guess what I'm gonna learn? Aquaponics, man. You know, if I'm going, you know, hanging out with, I don't know, somebody at Remo, we'll freaking learn his synthetic formula. You know, so it really does matter whose information you can access. I got Jaron over here holding my hand with the new Millennium Nutrients, and Build a Soil, Jeremy over at Build a Soil crushing it for me. So it's really about the information, in my opinion, bro.
Oh yeah, and I've definitely used some of those nutrients as well for top feeding. They worked out great there. I had a couple people in Colorado using New Millennium. So
We should swap one day, and you talk as fast as I do, and I'd be as chill as you. It'd be cool, man.
I think I just need to smoke more when I do these. That's all. I try not to smoke too much to keep track of all the different guests and make sure people are having problems and sorting people with problems that are having problems. And
damn, nice job, brother. Nice job. This is very cool you putting this on, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Hey, did you want to give out any recharge while you're on here?
You know, I always like to give out recharge, man. I like to spread the love. That's microbe love right there. Right.
All right. So why don't you type in microbe love into chat if you want some recharge, and we'll pick a few people.
Yeah, come on, man. I'll throw a case at you. I'll throw some recharge at you. Honestly, it makes me feel so good to be behind. I'm gonna sound like going into marketing mode. To be behind a product you truly believe in. I just make these little packets of it so I can give them out to people. And I'm just like, yeah, your soil's alive, man, or at least it should be. Dirt is dead. And when you drive around down that highway, look what you see on the crops that you're growing. It's this dead dirt, man. They're relying on chemical nutrients that are made in the factory to make that stuff. Tell you what, I'm hosting this girl. My buddy brought his girlfriend over, and they're staying a couple of days. She's straight out of Ukraine. She's been here a couple of years. And I go, well, fucking tell me about Ukraine. What's up with it? And the first thing she says, the vegetables have such amazing flavor there. I was like, what? And she's like, the soil is, and she starts telling me about the soil there, man. Dude, that's a trip, right? That's a trip that somebody over there would be like, the first thing they would tell you about their country is how good the soil is. Right?
Oh yeah. Yep, absolutely.
It should say something anyway. I don't know. I love being able to tell people about what soil is, how it should be. Yeah, anyway, just to look into it. It's pretty easy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, if you ever had a chance to go to Scotty's house, he is one with nature. There's all types of creatures around at all times. He's got goats and chickens, and he's like Snow White over there for sure. If you ever go visit him, it's awesome. And
that's the way. Hey, but there is something about that interconnection with nature. Same with the fish. The fish, you know, you've got to care for the fish. You've got to care for the microbes that feed the fish. Man, you really start realizing that you're needed. Which, goddamn, in a time like this where you can't even go out of the freaking house, feels good to have a bunch of things need you. You know.
Oh yeah. Plus, that's what I was going to say is you get access to all that wonderful compost and all that good stuff that a lot of people don't. So because of it.
I have a nice looking lawn. I know you're not supposed to have a lawn, but for a little experiment, for a recharge commercial, I put in a lawn, and I'll be damned, man. That, you know, compost basically and a little bit of microbes, is all you need. It's all you need.
Oh yeah.
Maybe some fish. I'll have to listen.
It just depends on your grow method. But again, if you are looking for something, especially if you're starting off a new aquaponic system and you want something that you can use to connect right away there for your in the beginning when you are starting off your system, especially cycling systems. It really is a wonderful to use to connect and increase your microbial biodiversity right off the bat, and you increase cycling time. If you have too much nitrogen, it can help a lot with that. If you have a dirty system, a lot of people take over or purchase an aquaponic system that maybe wasn't properly balanced. They were overfeeding the fish. You can add recharge to help break down that microbial mass along with your lactobacillus dosing, and combination help mineralize all that and get it broken down and turn it back into plant food and help clean that system back out. So these are all great things, and there's not a ton of stuff out there that's fish safe that you can grab off the shelf and throw in there. So really great stuff, and I've been using it for a very long time. I know you had given some to Aquaponic Source 5 or 6 years ago, way back when I was still working with them, and we tried it out there, and that's how I actually ended up connecting with you guys. And you guys came and took the class there, and then you guys invited me down, and I was driving back and almost died by hitting some ice on 25 and ended up sideways at like 70 miles an hour and somehow steered out of it. But yeah, I'll never forget that day, man.
That's what I mean.
My brain.
Little
But it was
near-death
the
experience with
first like
Scotty.
big interview I did for the company on aquaponic weed, and it was a lot of fun. So, and now we've come a long way. So
it's awesome, man. I love it. And man, you got to come up and make me a solid video. How do hydroponics with recharge? That sounds awesome. Starring
Hell yeah.
Aquaponic Steve.
That'd be awesome.
I
All
dig
right.
it, man. Yeah, thanks for bullshitting with me, man, and letting me come on and preach a little microbe love. And come on, microbe love. Who's got it? Who are we giving it out to?
Oh yeah. All right. So we'll give some microbe love to Blackbird76. Email Ponics. I'm gonna write these down here.
See, man, I'm spoiled over here. I got Guru that runs the cameras. Bruce Banner actually takes notes of who the winners are and stuff. Warehouse Kyle mails the shit, man. Damn it. I need my crew.
How about Copperhead Cultivators? We'll go with you too.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give you some recharge. And who else should we do? Caribou Heart Organics. That's a pretty awesome name. Let's go with you guys too.
Definitely. Sweet, brother.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on. How do people find you? If they want to check out more on the show, how do they subscribe? All different things. You've also, actually, do you want to talk for a second before we go on you and me both, and I think a lot of people in the cannabis community, and maybe some people that are coming in from aquaponics community I dealt with the censorship from YouTube pretty heavily and kind of randomly and haphazardly. Do you want to mention a little bit about that, and then how you guys are kind of hosting stuff more on your site now to try and combat that?
Yeah, I don't want to really talk about my crazy girlfriend. It just eggs her on, man, you know? She's like a ticking. That's what I feel like YouTube is, man. Just like a crazy girlfriend or something that just might freak out on you. She might lock you out of the house at any time, man. Anyway, yeah, I don't know too much to say. We're getting censored like crazy. I put a lot of my content, or I've started to put a lot of my content where I host it privately on Vimeo, and then we host it on our website over there. But it does feel funny. It's a funny time, and to not be in control, you know, I've worked so hard. I got a couple thousand hours, I think, online, and for YouTube to just tell me one day that I'm bad and I can't, I can't hang out there anymore. It just seems weird. So I don't know what else to say, but just be careful. You all, if you make content, own your own content, and I don't know, try to support other people than Facebook and YouTube, you know, Google.
Yeah, and back everything up. That's for sure. Make sure you have your videos backed up somewhere else, because, you know, you can wake up one morning and have your stuff locked and have no explanation as to why. I know it's happened to a lot of people. I remember one of my favorite channels, Growers Roundtable, there got locked down and you know, that was one of the best, amazing sources of information there for a long time, and kind of stopped that. Hash Church stopped doing their show for a long time for the same reason. You know, a lot of the better educational sources that we have in the community have been shut down by that. So, so you do a
Well,
lot of
look-
stuff on your website now to try and combat that. So if you're looking for their content, you definitely got to go over to dudegrows.com to check that out. You know, sometimes they have issues, but they always have a different platform they can get it on, and it's always still on the generally the same schedule. If you check it out over on their website, you don't have to worry about any of the hassle. They kind of take care of that stuff for you.
Well said, sir. Well said. I'm just a color commentator, all right, man.
I just show up and smoke the weed, man.
That's right. That's right. Hey, I tell you what, man, I will, just before I go, I will say I'm looking forward to harvest. Shout out to Pure Pressure. Cliff over at Pure Pressure hooked me up with a Harvest Right freeze dryer. So I'm going to be doing the whole live harvest this time. It will be the first time that I'm, you know, harvesting. I shouldn't say harvesting, but not traditionally drying and curing, actually taking it and throwing it in a freezer and then bubbling it and then smushing it. Pretty crazy. So wish me luck, brother.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it.
Hell yeah, man. Thanks for the platform, amigo. It's great smoking a joint with you.
Heck yeah. Tell everybody how to find you again.
Scotty Real. I'm at dudegrows.com. I love Real Growers Recharge. You can find that over at realgrowers.com. It's on Amazon if you're far away. You can get it all over the place. But yeah, check it out.
Yeah. Awesome. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, my friend. Sorry to be so mellow if I'm being an official promoter of Real Growers.
Oh, it's okay. It's a mellow day, especially if, yeah, we were just talking about at the beginning of the show. If anybody else is out there, go check out the Growcast as well and support them and their family right now. They could definitely use the extra support. They're going through quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. All right, man. I'm going to get out in the nature, go mountain bike, look at some microbes.
Yeah, watch out, man. I hear the mountain lions in your neighborhood are quite aggressive. Make sure you choke it out like that other guy did. Yeah, choke it out like the other guy did. Or give it. You know what it is? You know why you have problems? Because his weed wasn't good enough.
Could be right there, man. You could be right. I tell you what, I will look for some rattlesnakes. They're definitely out and about. One of those things that'll definitely keep your blood going.
All right.
Be good, brother. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. All right. That was always fun. Marty, are you over there? All right. So any other thing, you got anything coming up this week that's exciting there? Oh,
you're talking, I'm still on, brother? Because fuck yeah, you know, I'm talking.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, what do you got coming up this week?
I got like 10 days till harvest. I tell you what, the synthetic side I am used to. I gotta call it the mineral side, but I am really used to driving that thing. I can drive that like a fucking old 5-speed, you know? So that's besides kicking ass. I'm just about to go to flush on it. I think, what do you think, man? How long do you have where you're at? I got about maybe 2 weeks, I'm thinking, until I start pulling some of the strains. And it is interesting, man. Now, some of those strains are going way longer than others.
We started pulling stuff 3 weeks ago down here.
What?
Yeah. Well, we're closer to the equator, though, right? So.
Huh. No, I'm about 2 weeks off of, you know, I'm going to let that shit go. I'm letting it go.
Yeah, some strains finish quicker than others, too, you know.
Yeah, I have five.
A lot of your strains that we're getting access to these days are stuff that's made for indoor. So, you know, has a pretty quick flowering time compared to a lot of the stuff that, you know, is a little more used to the outside is going to have a longer flowering time. Certainly more than 8 weeks, that's for sure.
You're so right, man. Things like that tange are taking their time. While, I don't know, what I'm thinking, you know what? The Mac actually chunks up pretty quick. Got a couple of those going. And I'm gotta say, for as frosty as they are, I know they're fairly slow in veg, but those things chunk up, man. I'm pretty psyched with that. I'm psyched. Sunday Driver is a great plant. Sunset Sherbet is another one that is just huge and chunky and just an early finisher with tons of resin. I'm pretty psyched about those. I actually have a friend that does great concentrates off of Sunset Sherbet. So have to learn that, brother.
Oh yeah, you get what kind of do you have a press or anything to work with there, or what are you working with there equipment wise? I know you have that awesome, what's the alcohol thing that you had there last time I was there?
Yeah, dude, you got me so high, man. Why'd you get me so baked, man? I can't. What the hell is that called? The extract craft, man.
Yeah, that one.
You know, I got away from any kind of solvent really. Once I found out you can spend a few $100. There's a rocket. What is it?
Oh yeah, you get that $300 rosin press.
Rosin bomb. Thank you.
Rosin bomb.
Thank you. The rosin bomb rocket. It's like, I think it's $420 out the door, and I just freeze my own rosin. See, and it's delicious, but the only thing that can make it better is freeze drying it, and keeping it, doing that whole live process. But the press doesn't change. So for me, it's just easy, man. For whatever, $500 or $400 or whatever, I got a simple press. Dude, those freeze dryers will get you though, man. They're a few grand. And after that,
you could grab your freeze dry your weed, throw it in your bag, shake it like you did when Tanasi was there, did that demonstration, scrape it all up, right? Press it.
I don't know if I'll use that exact process, but it's fucking cool though. It's definitely not that hard, and you're just not sitting there trimming like you were. It's kind of weird, man. Cannot believe they're growing without trimming.
Right? People stripping their plants. People didn't used to strip their fan leaves so early like they do now either, though.
No. You know what? Certain crews they did 3 weeks in. People that didn't have a lot of love for the plant, man. They had love for the dollars.
Oh yeah. What is some of the here's maybe a quick question. What are some of the maybe more frequent grow questions that you guys get out there? Because you guys get a ton of help, a lot of people with a lot of grow problems. It's one of the great things about the community that you guys have is you guys take questions and answer them, and it's even part of your program. So what's some of the regular stuff you get on most commonly?
Well, first off, is it ready to smoke yet? You always get is this thing ready to harvest? Which are fun because you feel their excitement, but at the same time, the answer is always no. It's another month or it's another 3 weeks. I'm glad you have trichomes that are starting to develop, but don't pull it yet. So those are always fun, but it's great to see people on their first harvest. We have a dank nug section and we'll fucking show people's first harvest. Well, you can hit the ground running. You got some good advice like what you can get from Steve's show, get from our show. There's a lot of people out there that are giving real good grow advice, especially on YouTube. Man, you can hit the ground running. First harvests are fucking amazing, man. A lot of people's first harvests are amazing. Hey, Use aquaponics, man. What's the learning curve on aquaponics as far as do you expect to do well your first harvest? Does it take 3 or 4 runs of it? Do you have catastrophic loss in the beginning where you have to just replace everything? How hard is it?
I find that it's pretty hard to totally fail at it and get nothing, and it's pretty resistant to a lot of things that might be susceptible in, say, a hydroponic system, especially. We tend not to get root rot and a lot of other root problems that we just don't have because of the increased microbial biodiversity. But I definitely see a lot of people having issues with nitrogen regulation in their first run, either too much or too little. Sorry.
It's all
that's
good.
probably probably the biggest thing that I see with newer growers in aquaponics is just issues with nitrogen, mainly too much nitrogen most of the time, late into flower.
But there's pretty simple. You can kind of start pretty simple as far as some fish in a bucket and using that waste, or is that like the simplest hydroponics?
Oh yeah.
Aquaponics.
So we actually have a kit coming out with True Aquaponics. We're going to have right before Christmas coming out on the market where you'll be able to buy this kit and slap it on your, any size aquarium over about 30 gallons and so plumb it into your grow bed. If you have a prefab grow bed or, whatever grow bed you decide, it's a whole plumbing kit so that you can grab that, hook it up to a tough tote and a prefab grow bed, and away you go with your grow tent next to your fish tank and off to the races. So
I'm obsessed with your male model hair, man. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, right. So we can So we have all of the diagrams. I use my dreads, and we demonstrate how the plumbing goes from one direction
that's
to the
awesome.
next.
Your Zoom
Picture of
background
the-
makes it just look looks like awesome. That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
You look
so-
like you were in
so
GQ earlier, man. It was
it's
great.
full IKEA directions, except it's in dreadlocks. So.
Oh, so good, man. So good. All right, man. I'm gonna go hit the trails. Wish me luck.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, my friend. Have a
Take
great
care.
day.
Cheers. All right, that was awesome. Always love to talk to Scotty. He's a awesome friend of ours, and big fans of his and his content. We love to hang out, go to his events. Love to support his community. He's supported us for a long time, and we're big fans of his product as well. It is one of the best off-the-shelf products for aquaponics. So definitely something to check out if you aren't familiar with it. Congrats to the winners. Somebody says they got locked out of Reddit for posting one of our flyers. Yes, not everybody thinks that aquaponics should be used for cannabis, and they get a bit bratty about it. So can't help everybody, but it is what it is. So we got a couple of minutes here before we get started. I think we'll give out another thing of Casual Fields comfrey ferment, help your plants grow. Has a whole bunch of different vitamins and minerals. It's good stuff. You can use it in aquaponics or in soil. Marty's used it quite a bit in aquaponics. So type in aquaponics in the chat if you want that, and we'll pick a few people that haven't won anything yet. I know we've been giving out quite a bit today, so it's been a lot of fun. Thanks to them for doing that. Thanks Scotty, thanks for Dinesh, thanks everybody today for giving away different stuff. We've had quite a few different things we've been giving away today. We had a question from chat. Other than companion planting, how do you deal with excess nitrogen regulation? So you can add additional plants to the system. You can also reduce your feeding or change your feeding, right? So stop feeding so much protein to your fish, and you'll have less nitrogen as well. Or, cut your feed rate down in half. So instead of feeding them every day, feed them every other day, and then feed them less protein. And or, in the case of a commercial setting, you would just redirect some of your fish tanks away from that system and over to a different veg system. So you'd have 2 to 4 fish tanks or even 6 fish tanks onto a veg system, and then you'd route that down to 2 to 4 tanks depending on the scale, on a flowering system, so that again you're diverting a lot of that nitrogen output away from it without necessarily altering the chemistry in other ways. So really helps a lot. Helps you maintain balance too. Alrighty. Let's look here. Josh Ma, Josh M.A. We're going to email me at potentponics@gmail.com, and we'll get you a Casual Fields ferment, comfrey ferment. Duckweed, maybe that'll help with extra nitrogen. Duckweed doesn't actually absorb that much nitrogen, and duckweed is like aquaponic herpes. It just gets everywhere. You can't get rid of the shit once it's in the system. And unless you have tilapia or really hungry goldfish, it's hard to get rid of, man. It's just not worth it. It just doesn't do anything, right? You're far better off, if you want to be sustainable, raise spirulina and then dry that into flakes. And it's way more useful for your if you're trying to homestead aquaponics and fish feed. It is a much better fish feed doing the combination of that with either soldier flies or a roach species like dubia or hissing cockroaches, or a locally appropriate roach that's a fruit roach or a plant roach that's slower and large. Forest roaches, those tend to do well. You're not trying to do like German cockroaches that you get in your house. You're trying to do like a hissing cockroach, something big and slow, and something that's going to not be a pain in the ass to deal with. So great resources if you're trying to do that on a kind of more homestead type sustainable on property production space. Alrighty, are you about ready there, Brendan? Looks like he's still getting set up. We'll give him another minute or two. Does anybody else have any other questions? And be sure to check it out. We have the store there in the description if you want to check out some merch that helps pay for the website and pay for the hosting that we pay for the podcast and everything else for the year. We don't make a lot off of each one, but every little bit helps. And yeah, we also have the commercial aquaponic cannabis class, apmjclass.com, that Marty and I teach. We have the new video version coming out here on the 1st of November. We have a long format class we've been working on for since January. Very long time. We've been recording it in sections and chunks all over the place. So it's been quite a lot of work, but it's really come together, and we're super happy with it. So definitely check those out. And then again, if you need a nutrient subscription service, we have that available through trueaquaponics.com. We can take care of all your nutrient needs for aquaponics if you need nutrients, or if you need us to do your testing and nutrient dosing for you. We also offer that as a subscription service as well. So check those out if you need those. And thanks a lot for joining us, Brendan. Brendan is one of the owners of Spectrum King. He is also a microbial expert as well with BioCat Grow More, or I'm sorry, BioCat More Grow with More.
Yeah,
that's
the
what it
site's
is.
Grow with More. Yeah. It's BioCat.
Yes, I always get it wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll let you explain it since I always get it backwards.
Well, you have Spectrum King for lighting, right? And you know, we're plant nerds and we obsess over it. So we're always studying the latest technology to get the best results from plants. And then on the microbial side, with BioCat Solutions, we have the More product, which you can find at growwithmore.us. And the idea with More was we saw like buildup, like even in your aquaponic scenarios. I mean, when you see fish that are lackluster in appearance and kind of sluggish, it's because there's parasites and there's all these things going on there. And what we found with More, whether it's a straight hydro setup or it's coco or, you know, soil a lot of times, but the aquaponics guys found out that their fish are cleaner. And we have some aquarium people that said, we'll try it. And, you know, happier, cleaner fish, less parasite problems and less buildup because it breaks down virtually anything. So that's the beauty of it. We called it More because it's not a one-trick pony type product. It does a lot of things. It microchelates any buildup, whether it's salt buildup or some sort of biofilm, it will break it down and turn it back into plant available food. So it's a fun thing to have.
Awesome. So tell us more about, you know, it's a pretty unique product. It's actually a beneficial archaea. There aren't that, as far as I'm aware, there aren't really any other ones out there.
Well, it's a proprietary blend, but you know, archaea, it definitely one of the species which no one really knows much about, but Protobacteria archaea are like the beginning of time, if you will. They're like the oldest, smallest species, and they have specific niches. And when you find the recipe, you know, we have upwards of 600-700 different species living in balance, which defies most people's perception of what microbials do, because they think, you know, you put in 13 types of trichoderma, and then, you know, Trichoderma harzanium is probably going to win, you know, and become the dominant species. But when you have a well-balanced microbiota, they kind of share jobs and work together in tandem. Yes, there will be species that take over depending upon the food source, but they won't eradicate the others. And the beauty of it is, if your pH goes this way, these species will pick it up. If your newt level go this way, this species will pick it up. And they perpetually break things down. So as far as buildup goes, you know, we've had big naysayers and big indoor growers who are like, you know, it's bullshit, it's expensive, the dose is too big. I said, how about this? Run it and see for yourself. And, you know, now we have a thing we call the biocatalyzer, because, you know, the big farms, nobody wants to ship around totes of liquids. I mean, you know, a lot of guys use dry salts, obviously mix their own stuff on site to save shipping that liquid weight. And with freight charges today, it doesn't make any sense to ship liquid. It really doesn't. It's just crazy expensive. So we actually have a system where it's your own brewing unit on site for big farms. We even make a desktop unit that can make the stuff for you and just reload cartridges every week. So, you know, it's finding solutions to get better results from your plants, your animals, organically, really. You know, there's no, I don't want to use any toxic chemicals if we can avoid it. So I'm going to kind of dance around between lighting and microbials, because there's a reason why I'm involved in both. You know, back we're doing HPS grows, you know, and everyone in this field who's been around growing for a while played with bulbs for years, decades, if not longer. And you kind of developed a recognition of what the plants were doing, what they wanted. You kind of got that formula down. Then when you switch lighting sources, well, a lot of those paradigms, it's a shift. It's not exact same thing. You can't do the same formula, the same method, and expect the same results, because it's a different light source. It induces different behaviors in the plant. The plant's going to change its diet a little bit. It's going to want the environmental variables more like outdoor, because our quality of light is more like natural sunlight. So when you have a fuller, if you will, a fuller buffet of light for the plant to eat, it actually ingests food at a different rate and not at the same levels of each. So you may find with, for example, if you're growing LED, that you're going to want your canopy temperature to be like 85 degrees and your humidity to be like 65, 70%. And some guys will say, well, that's going to give me mold. And my answer would be, if you were growing under bulbs, that's a strong possibility. But if you were growing outdoors in Jamaica, that's exactly what you'd have. And the plants wouldn't have any parasites or mold or anything like that. Stimulating the plants to produce their own secondary metabolites, which are great for us for THC, but also for the plant's own immune system, for systemic autoimmune response. By stimulating with other light bandwidths, the plant is overall healthier. So then it comes down to the intensity. In the beginning of the blurple days, or the red and blue disco lights, or whatever everyone referred to them as, you got great buds up top, and they were dense and they were tricky as hell, but that was it. Because they didn't have that, they didn't understand that full spectrum is what gets the light to penetrate the entire plant. Then once we got that recipe down, and we have a patent on it, by the way, once we got that down and we patented it, we also have the intensity level, which makes a massive difference. So we have the plants growing, they're stockier, they're stouter, they're more like outdoor plants. We're getting much better bed penetration. You don't have to lollipop 18 inches or 2 feet of the bottom of your plant off anymore. You can just clean up a foot or so for airflow. So now instead of having 18 inches to 24 inches of canopy that's valid, you could have 3 feet easy. And suddenly when guys start listening to what we asked them to do for environmental results, well, all of a sudden LEDs didn't suck anymore. And other companies started copying us. And then states like California, who are saying flat out, in 2023, you have to grow with LED. You cannot use as much power as you're using with bulbs. The state can't maintain this. The power grid can't support it. Well, now they're going, well, if we have to figure this out, let's learn how to do it right. We have plenty of proof of results from all over the world of what the lights can do. If you don't believe us, we'll show you. I mean, do your own Instagram search, do your own internet search. We don't have to go out and creative storytell like some other companies do. We have real people showing real results, whether it's a 140 watt light closet case up to the 602s or the low pro flowers. You know, when I first demoed the low pro flowers and I got 3.5 pounds of light, people were like, that's bullshit. You pull these plants in from another room, this, that. We have week by week footage showing the plants weren't moved. Other people's results, you know, big commercial farms getting that, depending on the strain, 2.5 to 3.5 a light, you know, like clockwork. And then I said, well, would you like to do better than that? They said, yeah, but what's it cost? I said, well, I'm not asking you to change your lights. I'm asking you to try another product we have, which is more. And now we have big commercial farms in the LA area who got their big biocatalyzers, the BCT for short, we call it, on site. And they added more to the recipe because they saw with their own eyes that they now got 8 to 11% improvements in yield and plant quality. So our obsession over growing the best buds and the cleanest, healthiest without chemicals has never stopped. We're not going to stop trying to find better ways. And if you're the aquaponics side of things, obviously you want to see your fish healthier and your less biofilm and your nose. I mean, nothing worse than being punched in the nose by a dirty system when you open a filter and just about puke. Well, that's not going to happen anymore. If you use more properly, you won't have that awful buildup, and you'll have things broken down to plant available form. Now, like Stephen mentioned earlier about other crops needed and other things not to use, that sense still applies. You know, there's no magic bullet for having too much nitrogen if your recipe's off. The proper plants to assist with that, obviously Stephen knows that inside and out, and I'll leave that to him. As far as the lighting over the top and the nutrient line on the inside, I can tell you without reservation that if you use Spectrum King lighting above, pushing your plants hard, and your water temperature and things are right, and your feed levels right, that you'll see your EC and your ppm will change drastically. But more importantly, you won't have pH spikes by using more. It really helps keep things in a sweet spot. And that's just the balance of microbials. There's no special hidden formula of chemicals in there to do that. There's no encapsulated alkaline and acidic things that open up depending on the pH level like some other brands of nutrients have. This is straight up old school natural. And how would you put this? I've been in grows. I've been lucky enough to be in grows in a lot of parts of the world, and I've learned some pretty cool things here and there and everywhere. And I've also seen a whole lot of stupid and old school ideas that were being maintained. That time's over with the internet, with us sharing information, which are allowed to speak about it. I mean, 25 years ago, we had like secret hand gestures like a baseball third base coach to transmit signals to each other because we didn't know who was listening or who was watching. Now we can say, hey, how'd you get that? And we can just sit down at Starbucks and have a wide open conversation. It changes everything. That we can go forward productively. Like Stephen and I, you know, when we get together and just sit down and we start talking, because both of our heads spin at a different speed, people around us go, what is going on here, man? Like, you guys are all over the place. But it makes sense to us because there's so much stuff that we're passionate about that these are all valid subjects, and every little part helps us get closer to the result we want, the better plants. Whether it's greenhouse glazing, or it's a filter type, or it's a flow rate, or it's a lighting intensity, or it's a variable like a microclimate, like this corner of the room is too cold or too dry, or it's too wet. You know, every little thing, when you start really watching your plants, they'll tell you. And if you get the microbials balanced and you get your lighting balanced, it's so much easier to see your plants. Back in the HPS days, and I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I couldn't tell if my plants had a minor deficiency for about 3 or 4 days because I couldn't see it. Under LED, full spectrum lighting, same day service. You know, the angle of the leaf, the tip, the edge, you see it all right away. So if there's any imbalance, and in aquaponics, you know, you want to stay in a sweet spot, because if you get too far up or down, you know, you can recover, but that's going to affect your end of the harvest run is never going to be the same if you had that couple days of what the fuck in the middle. Sorry if I offended somebody, but this is how I talk. It's the idea to get things right. When you have the variables right, your eyes become hyper focused on your plants. And that's my favorite part of it. I have a hearing problem. My eyesight's not what it used to be, but if I'm in a garden and I'm just looking at plants, it's you know, some people go to Disney World for excitement. I'd rather be in a good garden and not with too loud and with the buzzing of ballast. I don't like dig that side of it. That's why I like LEDs. It's much quieter, but you can see every little thing, you know. And
I have a question for you on that new California law. Is that going to apply to vegetable growers as well with the LEDs, or is that strictly the cannabis?
I think it's from one and to the other slow enough, because the analysis for the power companies has really been focused on cannabis grows, because, you know, the vegetable people have been doing what they've been doing for a long time. They're consistent, you know. And when the cannabis growers went online, they went, oh my God, this sector of the grid is completely overdrawn. We're going to blow things. We got to figure something out. And when we showed the power saving, and more importantly, the secondary power savings with less cooling needed, that it's exponential. You have guys that are dropping 2-3 tiers of service with the same amount of lights turned on. So that means if each farm can save 30 to 40, 50% of their power bill, and you have 100 facilities in the same little segment of a network, that's thousands of homes that can be powered without any intervention needed, nothing extra added. So it just makes sense that for grid stability, we have to find light sources that use less power.
And I didn't realize my mic was open. I apologize.
No, but it was great. Echo and slap back and the bong effects really added to the whole thing. So I dig it.
I sincerely apologize, guys.
It's all good, Steve.
I was going to say is with the other thing with the lighting is a lot of people don't know that's a law coming into effect. Do you want to mention that?
Yeah. And there are other states that are looking at it strictly, because in a lot of ways, whether it's automotive emissions or, lighting, California's been at the forefront, and love it or hate it. There's a lot of things which get kind of crazy out here. Now we know that's the game plan. And what I really dig is that the next generation of lighting that we're working on and we're ready to put out by the end of this year, it's a quantum leap as far as performance. And as the LED industry becomes more mainstream and the technology is coming together, it's exponentially faster, like in the computer world, where we're hitting another generation of things almost every 18 months, 2 years, where it used to be 3 to 5 years. Now it's speeding up. So getting things dialed in, and then new technologies like the anti-sulfurization treatment that some LED brands are now doing. Gardeners, whether we like it or not, and some gardeners who didn't even know it, didn't know that sulfur is the kryptonite of LEDs. And we had commercial growers who were old school, not adding it to their plants and feeding it or foliar spraying, but they were actually burning sulfur in their hoop houses and in their indoor grows. And of course, then they're saying these lights suck, they're dying. I'm like, you signed right here that says you cannot use sulfur with LEDs. The only negative thing you can. The next generation of LEDs has an anti-sulfurization treatment, and we're looking into other secondary things we can do to use more, less porous products to protect the diodes and light engines. Even glass, you could have a glass, like our current lights have glass lenses, but the off-gassing baffle, because the sulfur molecules are so small, sulfur can still find a way in. It just shortens your lifespan, but it's pretty obvious to see sulfur damage. If you turn the light off, you can see it right away. But anyway, that's a separate argument altogether. What I like is the technology is coming into play now. It's where that's no longer going to be a problem, where it was an issue in the past for certain things. Other competitors of ours, what they did is they made their lights kits, or they made their lights come with bare wire, which means it's an infrastructure thing. It's a local jurisdiction thing where they don't have responsibility for it because they didn't wire it in. That's pretty cheesy from Spectrum King's perspective. We want, we back our products. We grow with our products. I want people to be happy with their stuff. I don't care if it's a little light or a big light. If you have an issue with it, we want to hear about it. And anyone who knows that's called Spectrum King, a whole lot of people have spoken to me because they call and ask. I would rather deal with people, and if you have questions, just send them to us. Whether it's sales at spectrumkingled.com or directly to any of the reps of the people. If you're working with somebody, you have a question for me, they'll ask me. No one's shy about it. We want you to be successful with your grow light, and we want to answer your questions. And I like answering grow questions because when I started, I had to screw up a lot of plants because I could not find anyone I could have an adult conversation with. And then more importantly, it was almost like you were stepping into a cult, and what the local cult leader said was law. That's what you did. Now they could be completely wrong with their recipe, and until you train wrecked a couple of times and realize that guy's full of it, you're out a few crops or worse, or you were out altogether because you blew your money on buying supplies to get growing, and your crop sucks and it's awful. And those days are behind us. Any kid anywhere that wants to grow can just go to YouTube and in one Saturday afternoon have a very good idea of what to do. A lot of veterans, need help, and I loved helping in veterans. We offer veterans discount to this day because our own government's not taking care of them properly. We've teaching people to take care of themselves. they like the old adage, teach a fisherman to fish is a lot better than just giving them a fish. I want people to be more aware of what they put in their own bodies, and I want people to be able to take care of themselves. Crazy concept, I know, but if you have the right light above, the plant's getting the right recipe of light it needs to do all its reactions inside to create flowers or fruit or even leafy greens. Then it comes down to what nutrients they need and how are they getting them and in what format. And on the nutrient side of things, a lot of people don't understand is that someone says NPK in their label and they have their micro and their macronutrients listed, but they don't say what form they're in. Is it phosphorus or is it a phosphate? Is it nitrogen? Is it NH2, NH3, or NH4? NH4 is more complex than ammoniacal nitrogen. It's harder for the plant to process. So that stuff's going to build up in your system because the plant's going, I can't waste this much energy to break that compound down. But if you give me cold pressed fifth hydrolysate NH2, that's like junky food and you're going to absorb it right away. So you don't need as much. So you study all the things the plant needs and you find out that if you have a wee dose of strontium, plants handle calcium better. And you start opening up all these new worlds of, I didn't know that. How far can I take this? Where can I go with this? A lot of that legwork's been done for you. I mean, Stephen has been in the trenches with every single type of water-induced system there could be, and knowing what not to do saves everyone listening a metric fuck ton of pain. So our mistakes that we learn from, we will gladly share with you what not to do. Because the what not to do's will save your time, your money, and your crop. So I know you can grow with HPS. I know you can grow with other LEDs. I know what kind of results I want, and I know I wasn't getting them with those other sources. So like when Rami and I, got together, and David and the guys, and we got together and started Spectrum King, we had a mission. We were going to show people that full spectrum light was what it is and how you do it. And there's a specific little blend of things that we have and we patented that we did. And then everyone told us we were idiots and full of it and, yada, yada, bad, negative, LEDs suck, all that stuff. But a couple years later, Instagram's getting bigger. YouTube guys have their channels up and people are going, that dude's buds are killer. How do you grow that with? No way. That's not LED. No way. That's not LED. And from there it went. And every time I walk into a big commercial facility, the first thing I do is stop, close my eyes, and take a deep breath. And everybody goes, what the hell are you doing? I am taking a reading on the room with my nose. Why? Because the human nose is an extremely accurate tool. I'm like a bloodhound. If there's a problem in that room, I can smell it. And when you get around enough stuff and you've made your own mistakes, there's certain smells and odors that will punch you in the head that you don't want. Red flag to the brain. You smell it. Oh, damn it. Root rot. Oh, damn it. You just know it. BioCat Solutions really helps mitigate a lot of these things because it doesn't allow them to develop in the first place. Imagine you're looking at a feed tube is basically like an artery and your feeds, it's the blood pumping through and it's being circulated. Well, if the salts are building up and reducing the flow of that artery and your emitter, the plant at the beginning of the line looks fine. The plant in the middle is a little smaller. The plant at the end looks sick because the artery is blocked. It's not flowing the same. It's not getting there and stagnating. And there's backflow pressure. Now you've got all this dead or unused salts blocking things. When you put more in there and it breaks them down, or if you start in the beginning with more, you won't have the buildup in the first place. All that time, if you've ever had to take apart a feed line system, a main line, and clean it out, you know what an absolute disaster of an aroma and what a hard job it is to do. If you didn't have to do that at all and you could just clean the room and repopulate the next day, wouldn't that be what you'd want to do? Save yourself and your employees all that negative, dirty work? I know for me, it was that simple. When we did the test with more, we're like, we have got to get this to people's hands. They're not going to believe how much time they're going to save on all the cleanup and flushing and all those details that take a lot of time. With commercial accounts now, you have, places that are turning over crops sometimes same day. I've been in a facility in one place in Sullivan, Illinois. I mean, the one crew was yelling at the other crew to get done so they could load. Like the guy's got a carts of plants, like, dude, you got to get done. We got to start going. Get at least the first few trays ready. We're coming in. And I've been in places in California where it's like a shift change at a factory. night guys come in, they whack through them clean. The morning guys come in, they reload it, and boom, that cycle's underway. The charge on the door, and we're following that recipe. They're bag tagged. They got their metric tags on them, and everything that ever happens from that point forward is logged. That's where we're at. This is the modern world of growing. Why not share all the pertinent information we can and do all the studying we can to get better results? If we simplify the labor side of things, everyone's more focused on their plants. And when you're focused on your plants is where you win, because you see everything, you can react and fix things as they come. I hope that makes sense, but that's really my kind of an obsession. I want people to be able to focus on their plants, not noise from broken machines, not trying to figure out why a pump's not working. Just focus on your plants because the system just works. Pump impellers, especially in aquaponics, man, those things get rank, stank, awful. If you can keep that going and get your filtration system where it's still doing its job but not being constipated by buildup from fish poo, it's a huge difference. It's a huge gain.
Awesome. So you guys have some pretty awesome lights for home growers and commercial growers. You want to talk about that a little bit? Because a lot of people, you know, especially for the LED scene, they're definitely my favorite lights. I first contacted them. We did a side-by-side at the Aquaponic source, and we went and bought like 6 or 8 of the best lights out there and did a side-by-side, and the Spectrum King kind of slaughtered all the other ones, even ones that cost more money than it. So that's actually how we first reached out to Spectrum King initially, and then kind of became friends after that. So tell everybody about, you know, some of the different stuff that you guys have. Sure.
Just to paint a picture, when Spectrum King, we started this, and it seems like a long time ago, but it's 6.5 years ago. A good LED light was like $3,000 or $3,500. Let's just put that number in mind. Everyone was like, "You're out of your mind. You're batshit crazy. That's way too much money." We came out at $1,279 with a full spectrum light that did a better job, and everyone just went, "What? Hold on. These guys, they negatived us. We took a lot of heat, but we didn't stop with changing the game, giving you better performance for your dollars than anyone had done before. And even though we're considered like the Ferrari or Rolls-Royce of lights, we don't cost Ferrari or Rolls-Royce prices because we know what it costs to make them. And we build our lights in Los Angeles. So I'm not ordering something from a catalog overseas and going and slapping a sticker on and going, "This is my new light." No, we actually nerd out. Steven's been around the office when we're having, like, let's call it warm discussions because one guy's opinion is stronger than another, and we're beating each other up almost. But getting the recipe right, getting the components right, whether it's a 140 watt light or a 630 watt light, it's a different tool for a different job. If you tell me, "Hey man, I'm a retiree, I just want to have a few plants for myself in a small tent, I have a 3x3x6 tent," I will tell you, get a CC 140 and you're done. From start to finish, one light, seed to skillet, you're done. You'll be fine. One of the winners of our contest a couple years ago, before the current version, the new V2 CC 140 is literally 40% brighter than its predecessor with the same power consumption and a more compact body as well. We had a guy who got 4 plants, 2 ounces per plant, so he got a half pound with a 140 watt light. Doesn't sound like a lot. Trust me, when other people's 200 watt or 300 watt LED was getting someone 6 ounces and they got a half pound with 140 watts, that's an epic slap down of other people's lights. There were brands of LEDs that were up front and center 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago that you don't even hear about anymore. Through all of it, we're still valid because we're not going to stop pushing it to the next level. If you're in a 3x3 tent and you want to grow a few flowering plants for yourself, the Closet Case 140 watt CC 140 is the way to go. If you're in a 4x4 tent and you're vegging and you're just growing leafy greens and plants you're going to transfer like to your greenhouse and go bigger later, Mother's Little Helper 140 watt. You can veg easily a 4x4 area with just 140 watts. If you're flowering in a 4x4 tent and it's just 7 feet tall, that's what an SK402 does. That's what it's meant for. If you're vegging but you don't have a lot of vertical space, we have a 402 veg for commercial guys. But really, commercial people I'm finding are doing more and more vertical farming. So that's more of the low pro line of products. The low pro veg, you have guys 2-3 levels per rack, and the whole fixture takes up a couple inches vertically. And whether it's remote power system or regular plug-in driver units, we now can daisy chain them together with a single controller. Low pro flower, if you're flowering in vertical farming, or you're flowering in a tent, you want to go bigger plants, but you don't have a lot of space, you'll crush it with that. I mean, that was the first low profile fixture that we got well over 3 pounds of light a couple runs in a row. And, you know, just massive colas, and people like, there's no way you did that with an LED. And I'm like, well, here are the video links. Here are the pictures. Here's the week by week showing the same plant has not been moved. Didn't even turn it around. Wanted people to see the plant as it was, as it developed, so they know there was no trickery involved. We have a second generation of the low pros are going to be out the end of this year. The new generation of the 140 watts are out right now. The CC 140 V2 and the MLH 140 V2 are out right now. The 402 is still valid. The 602 is still valid. We are going next generation of them, and there'll be some pretty large changes with that. As I mentioned earlier, the next generation of LED technology is really friggin' interesting. So we're going to have a much, much better overall output. The 403 will literally be like a mini 603 in the sense of its output. It will be a bazooka. And the 603 will be the brightest, best spectrum LED light that's ever been produced. I know that sounds like a big, arrogant thing to say, but it isn't. It's a phenomenal thing that we've busted our asses on, and it's taken too long. But in a certain sense, COVID, which kind of stopped the world, made us have to go back to do more R&D and really rethink things, because we couldn't get our stuff when we needed it anyway, because the supply chain was completely screwed, because nobody was getting their deliveries and things on time. And not one to be sit on my fingers and hope that everything's going to turn around. I just went back into design phase and say, well, let's really polish our pencils and get this thing right, dial it in, and we did. So stoked with it. The 602 is still going strong. You know, we thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them go out every quarter. Whether it's commercial facility or a guy in his garage, you can get those kind of results you want. If you have growing questions, that's the biggest thing I find going forward, is that how to grow with LED is a big topic, because everyone used to have what I call the buddy says syndrome. Well, they have a buddy who says do this and do that, but the buddy who says that is playing secondary information from a local kingpin who's an HPS grower that his dealer is, or his supplier, or whatever you want to call it. The methods aren't cross-platform all the same on lighting source. A guy who goes outdoors in Northern California is not going to be the same as a guy who goes outdoors in Southern Nevada. You know, it's not the same environment. You have to adjust your crop selection, your feed, everything else to the environment you're in. Indoors, we can make that environment. Well, if you're growing a subtropical strain, which the bulk of all sativas pretty much are, why not give them the conditions they want for the best results? You're not going to hurt the light. The lights can handle it. They're IP65 rated, you know, whether you rain on them or not, they don't care. So you can get the humidity up. The only caveat I would say with when you're running a room hotter and more humid is that 15 minutes before lights out, start exhausting that air. So the room's drying out. So when your lights go off and the plants exhale over that 2-hour period, you don't have a humidity spike. That's one caveat that outgrowing the LED is essential, that you maintain that exchange of air as the lights are, before lights going off and as they're off for a little while, to keep things clean in there. Going back to it, Spectrum King is just the CC 140, SK 402, SK 602, low pro flower. There'll be new products on the horizon. There's, you know, we're about to release soon that will upgrade a couple of those classes. But the 140.
We had a question on your commercial stuff. So a lot of people are doing you know, commercial size grows. What's the total wattage draw on, say, 100 by 30 or a 100 by 96 or 96 by 30? One of the, you know, a standard bay. What's the total draw on something like that with LEDs versus, say, some of the other methods out there?
Well, I would have to preface this by saying, yes, if you have 100, you know, let's say it's a standard greenhouse bay, and let's say you're doing 120 by 30 feet, but do you have static benches or rolling tables? Where is it located? Because the longitude and latitude are a big part of that discussion. If I'm in a greenhouse that I'm doing just supplemental lighting, and each light's doing an 8x8 area as a supplemental light. You know, whereas in Minnesota, that's what I'd be doing if I have greenhouses. But if I was in Southern California, I could be up to a 10x10 because I have enough natural daylight the bulk of the year. So it really depends on where it's located. Let's take an example of Southern California. Greenhouse. Each bay, let's say it's 30 by 120, but you're actually using 30 by about 96 or so because you need space front and back to move your big carts and things around. And you got a couple rolling benches, so you just have you can make a 4-foot aisle if you need to get your carts through. I would supplement the entire bay. So if I'm 30 feet wide, I'd just go 4 lights wide because I'd rather overkill than underkill, because that way in December and January and February, when there's not a lot of natural daylight, I'm still cranking out flower. So if I'm breaking it up by 8 feet, by 8x8 coverage area for a slightly more aggressive, for that type of greenhouse scenario, 4 lights wide by 13 lights long puts me in 104 feet. So 4 times 13 is 52. If I'm running my remote power system, I get more efficiencies. So the home user's plug-in light would use 630 watts. On the remote power system, I'm getting the same amount of light with 600 watts. So if I'm a commercial grower and I got 52 lights, it's basically 31,200 watts of lights. And then that breaks down to only about, I know it sounds crazy like a lot of things, but BTUs, right, is watts times watts consumed times 3.41 BTU per watt. So if I take, I'm just doing off the top of my head, I might be off by a little bit, but if I take 31,200 and multiply times 3.412, that puts me in about 110,000 BTUs. It puts me in about 9 tons of AC, roughly, for that entire bay. Whereas if I had HPS lights and I had 52 lights, I would need 26 tons of air conditioning. So not only did I knock off 40% of the bulb watts needed, I knocked off over 50% of the cooling needed. So my overall power savings reduction for that one bay of a greenhouse is about 50% versus bulbs. So with the AC being 9 tons, if we say we go 1,300 watts per ton, you're looking at about 45,000 total watts for an LED lit bay versus closer to 100,000 with an HPS lit bay. That get you, Stephen? Or he's off.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry, I just had to let the dog out. That's all.
Now, if you catch that, but I was just giving an example of an aggressive grow greenhouse that, your overall power savings versus bulb is damn near 50%.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing, especially when you're doing large scale grows.
Right.
You can pretty quickly overwhelm what your local transformers are, and depending on how willing the local power company can be on actually installing or replacing transformers, it can be very expensive, or sometimes they're willing to go 50-50 on it with you, or sometimes you can find another producer that maybe you can split the cost with and they want to have more, and you happen to be in the same neighborhood, or maybe even another business that you can kind of go in on it.
You find that it's a weird thing with power companies, and they'll ask for a stupid amount of money for an upgrade to bring up your power capacity. And I was dealing with some commercial farms that are in Colombia, and they don't really need a lot of supplemental light because they're in the perfect location depending on which valley and which hillside they're on. But we met a couple guys that didn't have, true, they were damn near on the equator, but they had a huge hill to the east. So they needed to supplement more light in the morning. So they needed more power than the guy on the other side of the hill who was getting nothing but straight daylight, perfect all day. It's your location is just as important, and your exposition of your structure, especially if it's a greenhouse, is just as important as the power you can get available. Because if you have a bad location that doesn't have the proper exposition, you need a lot more power to compensate for that daylight being blocked. That's why you see people picking these wide open plateaus and just throwing up a thing. A big project that was dead in the water in Mexico because they didn't understand how supplemental lighting worked. They literally thought they could put 60-watt incandescent bulbs and that would do the job. And when we show them the proof and show them what they would need, they realized that not only could they not get the power, even if they had the money to pay for it, it was millions of dollars to bring that much power to a couple 100-hectare farm. There's projects we're working on now in South America that are mind-blowing, but it's been proven that they can get 30 to 40% increases in crop yields by supplementing lighting on certain crops, certain time of the year, on these big outdoor pivot systems. You know, those big garden wheels, those massive things that are they could be up to a half-mile long sometimes, and they slowly go around in a huge circle, watering and treating. Well, some people now are mounting lighting systems to those to supplement the photons the plants absorb to expedite their growth cycle, and it's working. Environment, location, power available. Those questions have to be answered. But coming back to the point is that you already can save, if you're in a hot area, like say Arizona, Nevada, you know, anywhere in the Southwest really, other than if you're up in the mountains, it's close to a 50% power savings. And the other side of the coin, I knew some guys that were growing in Canada and up north and in Michigan that they actually complained that our lights weren't hot enough because in the middle of winter with their HPSs, they didn't have to have any heat. But with our lights, they actually had to add some heat to the room. But as I explained to them, even if you're adding some heat to the room, you're still using much less power than had you been using HPS. So, you know, if you're saving in those locations, just 35, 40% of your power bill, and you have to spend 5% on a propane cannon, which also gives you CO2, is another benefit. You're still saving money, you're still saving power. So really the question you have to put down is, if you want to get in the game, yeah, where is it located? What's its exposition, and what power is available to me? And not only what power is available, but what would it cost if I need to upgrade my panel? Because, you know, one of my accounts in Nevada, I mean, they tried to charge him $2 million to reroute power to his facility. And he went out and bought his own gas turbine generators and was running half his facility, fighting with the power company for 3 years until they finally did it. The price went from 2 million down to like 350,000. So yeah, arguing with the power company saving $1.65 million, I'm going to argue with them too. But depending where you're located, if they're in a strong enough situation, they have the power, you need it, they're going to charge what they want. So finding out up front, if you're going to a commercial facility, ask those questions. How much power do I have? What's it cost to upgrade my panel? What's the max I can get?
What's the access to natural gas too?
Yes,
Can you get a cheap
turbine
turbine?
generator? Sure, absolutely. There's a couple guys I ran into that do their own power generation, and they had solar farm, wind, but the gas turbine is very interesting because your cost per kilowatt hour, especially in remote locations, you can't beat it because the power company to bring you that fat wire with all those amps to you is not cheap.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting setups through Cal Micro Turbine, I think was the company. I also presented with them at the one of the California Business Association conference things last year. So,
you know, a lot of hospitals, police stations, and emergency facilities have these generators on site that people don't even know about. You know, their own town, they're there. They just don't know about it because it's not like they advertise. These guys just get government contracts for these things, and they're afraid of cannabis because they don't want to be associated. I'm like, then make a sub brand. Oh, sorry, time out. Too funny. Now, my brother's walking by saying, I got to hand him his smoking materials.
anyways,
these generator systems and power generation systems are really efficient, and they're forward-thinking technologies. So it's definitely worth looking into. I'll be back in the office working in LA tomorrow afternoon. So what I'll do is, Stephen, I'll send you links to that stuff if we can maybe put in a newsletter or something for people later, because there's a good options to look into.
yeah.
Coming back to the lighting and microbials, if people have questions or what about this, what about that, I'll gladly field whatever from anyone. If there's anything popping up there, you see, Steve?
Just people saying that HPS doesn't make sense in California. It's too hot, especially with how crazy it's been temperature wise.
Yeah.
Trying to look and see what other lighting questions do you guys have. Brendan knows an incredible amount of lighting, especially with different crops. What about advice for lights for people that are doing, you know, maybe just trying to start getting into supplementation for their vegetable farm? You know, maybe they have a
well, you're gonna in your vegetable farm, you're gonna break it down to crop types. And for example, if you're flowering, meaning, you know, fruiting, flowering plants, you need more intense light of a specific bandwidth. And then one of the simplest things you can do is look up the crop's DLI, daily light integral, and know what part of the world it's originally from. For example, if you want to grow a rare orchid that's from the Brazilian rainforest, well, it's got to be hot and humid as hell with a specific intensity of light towards the equator, much more intense light. But if you got, you know, an orchid from the Hindu Kush, that's one of those rare mountaintop ones, and you treat it like the one from this jungle, you're going to kill it. Your leafy greens are winter crops. You know, there's certain plants that are known as winter crops. They don't need super intense light, but if you extend their light cycle, you can expedite their growth pattern. But you don't need super intense light. So it comes down to what crops you're trying to grow, what space do you have available, what power do you have available. You know, if I'm growing leafy greens, like 3 or 4 different types of lettuces, and I want to mix up things like that, well, they don't want it 85 degrees and 65 to 70% humidity. They want it 68 degrees and 40% max humidity. So if you want to grow these things in your garage in the winter in Minnesota, you're going to kill it. You're going to supply food for your family or for yourself on the cheap in a little tent in your garage. No extra heat and things will be needed, because even if it gets down to 48, 50 degrees in your garage, they don't care. Those crops are just fine with that. But if you want to grow exotic orchids, well, you got to create the environment for them and the intensity they need. So let's say you bought a light that one guy got a CC140 because he's bringing his citrus trees inside a hangar during the winter, because where he lives, they freeze and he doesn't want to kill his citrus trees. So what he does is he brings them in, prunes them, and we just give them just enough light to keep them awake for longer days so they veg longer throughout winter until the spring thaw. Then he puts them back outside. And he's a few years deep on this, and he's cracking up because everyone's like, your tree's beautiful, what are you doing to it? And he goes, oh, I got just a couple tricks. He doesn't want to share his recipe. But it's as simple as giving it enough light to keep it going while cleaning it and trimming it and not letting it freeze. You know, in northern Florida, you know, a few years back, there was some bad frosts, and they had gas cannons in the fields burning 24 hours a day because that frost cycle came through. You can't, if you can't produce the environment the plants need, you're going to suffer. So whether it's a leafy green, cannabis, or some other fruiting, flowering plant, that's your first homework assignment. What's their natural environment? Where are they located? What do they need? You know, if you put cherry tomatoes with lettuce and expect to have great results for both, one's going to do well, the other one isn't, because they need different feed, they need different environmental variables. You know, it's not one size fits all regarding. I hope that clears it up a little bit.
All right, and what about for clones and seedlings? A lot of people ask about that.
Well, if you have a par meter, or, you know, now we're getting towards measuring what plants actually use, which I'm a big fan of, the new UL 8800, you know, S64 thing, sorry, standard shows they're measuring, depending if it's food standard, from 350 to 800, another one's from 280 to 850 nanometers. They're showing the clear benefit of small doses of infrared and UV. Again, I say small doses because HPS bulbs have way too much infrared. And that's why we always had to have so much more cooling to cool our plants off, because we're basically baking them live. So the cooling is to offset that. That's why the texture and the sheen of a leaf under HPS will never look the same as the texture and sheen of a leaf under LED, because the LED is not torturing the plant. That's why you can let the room get hotter. Because if you take a laser thermometer under an HPS room and you measure the temperature of the buds as far as the plants are concerned, you'll see that it's going to be 83, 85, 88 degrees. I don't care if your AC says 76. You measure the temperature on those good buds, that's what you're going to see. Well, same thing goes for your winter crops versus your flowering plants. You could have 2 tents. One could be heated, one not, and have your leafy greens and the one that's not heated, and it's 65, 68 degrees, and you'll have a phenomenal result. Whereas if your flowering plants, cannabis takes a nap. It just hangs out and waits for the conditions to be right, if that's the environmental variables that give it, or worse, they wilt and die. They're a diurnal, they're waiting for June 21st to come to go, and now we start flowering. So if it never gets hot enough, and if it's overcast, and it's damp, they're not going to succeed. It's nerd. I suppose I'm kind of pushing it hard, but I want to drill those points home that really it's as simple as starting with where's the plant from and what does it need? What crops can I put together? If I'm a big cannabis facility and I want to grow 26 strains, I would never do that, by the way, way too much. But I know guys who are doing that and talking about, and also doing a breeding program. And I'm like, wait a minute, you have 26 strains in a breeding program in the same building? Are you out of your friggin' head? I said, do you have like a garage or a backyard shack that's like a mile or miles away from your facility you can do that breeding at testing? He's like, yeah. I said, please do that. Because one thing goes wrong, one person comes out of the room dirty and your whole crop's screwed. And then I had guys who were growing pure indicas, hybrids, and pure sativas in the same room. And then they're going, well, I don't understand. This one's doing great. I'm like, your environmental variables are what? They tell me, that means your sativas are doing well. I'm like, how'd you know that? I'm like, because you just told me the environmental variables you have are best for sativa. I guys in Oklahoma that are developing phases of the facility. They have their first few rooms going, and they got strains they don't know, and they just start growing them. I heard these were good. Basically, where you started this conversation, I heard these strains are really good. So you've never grown them before. You don't know the supplier. You don't know what they want. What are the specifics of them? Send me some info. Give me a link to the name or whatever one you seed you got, and I'll research it for you. I go through them and I go, okay, these ones, this one and that one should be in the same room. These other two should be nowhere near them because they're more like OGs. They're light eaters, and they're only going to want 1050, 1100 ppm max. Where these other ones are going to want 1500 ppm of food. And like Ramo, I've known for a long time. Luckily enough, my recipe is real simple. If I feed 1500 ppm of nutrients, I feed 1500 ppm of CO2. I find it's a balance thing. So if I don't want to waste CO2 because that's money. If it's my OGs, they're 1100. I give them 1100. I just try to keep that kind of thing in check and balance. So the strains that eat similar can be grouped together. Now there are hybrids, indicas and sativas that are big eaters that you can put together, but you got to do the homework first. I mean, there's Leafly, there's so many sites you can look at, growweedeasy.com. I mean, there's things out there where you can take a look at pictures and see things, go, oh, that's what this is supposed to look like. Maybe I got a bad seed bunch, or maybe I got a mislabeled bag, which, trust me, Stephen, how many times have you gotten seeds and popped them and saw 3 or 4 completely different looking plants from the same bag of seeds?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So then you say, well, which phenotype do I want to work with? Which one has the appeal? So you got to flower all of them to find out which one's going to deliver the goods at the end. So you almost have to start them, take cuts, make another generation, banking on one's going to succeed. And I'll have some new moms in the process at the same time. But it's a crapshoot. Then I know guys who are smart. They grow 10 strains. They do 3 laps around the track, as they call it. They go 3 full grow cycles. Then they realize which ones work well together and which ones they're better at with personally, attention-wise, detail-wise. Then they come back and they go, boom. Now this guy's known as the wedding cake guy because his wedding cake is better than everyone else's. And he grows it consistently. And he's got 4 rooms doing it. So he's getting more per pound. So he's a specialist, if you will. That's the guys I find that all of a sudden they're opening another facility and another facility because they've got their standard operating procedures, SOPs down. They've done the basic homework to have a system in place that makes sense, that's very easy to replicate. I don't care if it's a Model T Ford to the best weed. You got to have a system and a method, because improv theater is great and fun, but it's not going to get you to the finish line. And when people are buying your stuff off the shelf, it better be consistent. It better look and taste the same as it did last time, whether it's lettuce or cannabis. If I have a jar and it has this name on it and it smells this way, and then next time the same jar or the same label looks and smells different, you're done. I mean, only a rookie's going to smoke that stuff at that point because they know you're not giving them what they need and not consistently. Consumers are consumers. They're going to be trendy and follow the new flavors. But at the end of the day, they know what they like and they know what they want. And if you produce it, you're successful.
Oh yeah.
Any else popping up there, question-wise?
Just lots of people talking about stupid shit that they've seen in people's grows. Lots of goofy stuff. What is there anything else? What's some other goofy stuff or weird stuff? Or I was saying that someone asked me genuinely if they could pleasure themselves to feed newborn fish because they're little and they move around, and that's good fish food, right? That's something that I personally experienced. Also had someone use OxyClean in the fish tank, Windex to kill aphids, all of those things I have seen people try to do.
You know, I used to have a T-shirt that got me in trouble. It said, "You can't fix stupid." You know, it just like certain person who's now in the hospital said you can inject yourself with bleach. You know, there's things you just don't do. I mean, you're dealing with live animals, your fish and your system. Why would you put anything in there that puts them at great risk to lethal harm? You just don't do that. You know,
I had somebody, I've had not one, but two people ask me if they could use uranium borehole water in Australia, out in the middle of fucking nowhere for their aquaponic system. And I'm like, in what universe does that seem like a good idea?
Well, maybe they
glow in
watched
the dark fish, maybe. So if your fish get away, you could find them easy.
They read The Toxic Avenger and they think somehow that's going to be a positive.
Right? Watching way too many
it seems to me like that's the only water they have access to. You know, that's probably what it comes down to.
Oh no, I understand. Just some goofy stuff.
I'm not going to grow weed in Fukushima, Japan either. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just a bad idea.
Just some goofy stuff that I've run into. So what's some goofy stuff that you've run into, or maybe just?
Well, I walked into one guy's grow, and this is a person who's not a newbie, and you know, I do my close my eyes, deep breath test, and it passes initial muster, but something's got my attention. I can't pinpoint it right away. So I walk around the room and I freeze in my tracks. And I said, pardon, the New Yorker in me comes out and go, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And he goes, "What?" And I'm looking at nanners, you know, he's got 7 strains in the same room, and I'm seeing this is not day one of these things turning on. These things are about to be seeds, you know, these little hanging down. You can't have that plant in here. You just fucked your whole grow. You fucked your whole facility. Like, I have to burn my clothes. Like, I can't, what the, I kind of got a bit animated about it. And he's like, "Well, that's bad." I'm like, "How long you been growing for? You don't know that?" Like, it's, again, being stuck in your system and so much other distraction going on. You're not focused on your plants. Bad things happen. You know, with aquaponics, with deep water culture, you got to be on point. You know, it's not as forgiving as soil. I mean, if you screw up in soil, you have a chance of salvaging things. But in rock wool, aquaponics, hydroponics, aeroponics, a pump fails or your water chiller dies, you got 24 hours to figure it out at best, if not 12.
You just got to build redundancy in it, and that's where having separated beds and being able to break stuff off and recirculate stuff on low power modes and stuff, it becomes key. And having good design is part of,
But
and also, hey, if you're in an area where you have very low likelihood of having a power outage, then maybe one generator is okay. But if you're in an area where you're in the sticks, and you have frequent tornadoes or or hurricanes or high winds or some other thing or snowstorms, you better have a backup for your backup for your backup to make sure that never goes down, or you're going to be in trouble.
I mean, wasn't that you told me that the flooding happened in Oklahoma that we were at last year? Yep. And then luckily you were up on a hill, but anyone that was in the plains, man, they got destroyed.
Yeah, there was someone else that I was consulting for up here, and their whole facility just washed away.
Yeah. Oops. What do you do about that? I mean, having driven through, having seen tornadoes and hurricanes,
start the system.
Yeah. People used to make fun of me that I grew up with in New York, saying, "You go to California, they have earthquakes there. I would never go there." I said, "Have you ever been in a friggin' hurricane or a tornado? I'll take an earthquake any day."
I don't know. You can keep the fire-nados though.
Oh, the fire net. Yeah, well, that's a whole can of worms there. Let's just say that half the fires in California were started because cannabis facilities overtaxed the grid and made transformers explode. So we're taking a lot of heat for that, and a lot of illegal grow operations on federal land with illegal wire power taps. Not doing us any favors, the rest of us who were playing fair. But that's what a growing pains of an industry are. There's always gonna be people out there who are for the money grab, the short term, and screw everybody else. Those of us who are in it intend to stay in it and work it and enjoy it. You got to be smart. you got to study your plants. You got to know their environmental variables and what you need, and the redundancies that Stephen mentioned. I mean, Jesus, if you don't have a backup generator or a friggin' bicycle with a car alternator and a damn belt to keep something going, you know, whatever it takes, a treadmill with a dog running, you know, whatever it takes to keep power going for those key things, you know, you can turn the lights down in an aquaponics setup, but your pumps cannot go off. Your chiller cannot go off. Like, maybe you can get away with an hour or two, but you're already hitting critical mass. You know, you gotta have something there.
Yep.
It could be, you know, like I said, as simple as a generator. It could be a pull start camping generator just to keep those pumps going and keeping a couple lights on every other light, just to keep things in their cycle and keeps it flowing. But as soon as things stop and it stagnates and that temperature rises, any and all pathogenic bacteria or fungi that got in your system have been activated. And then this stink fest happens. Stephen, you've had the misfortune of walking in a room a day after a pump failure, and that smell.
Oh yeah, no, I've come in after a bad storm and been one of the first people to help clean it out, and everything's just toast. So yeah, I've seen just about everything. But it looks like our time's just about up. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you? I linked your websites to both of your stuff here in the description, but why don't you tell everybody how to find you and more information about Spectrum King and Grow and more.
For lighting, you know, SpectrumKingLED.com. My name's Brendan, BRENDAN, at SpectrumKingLED.com. At BioCat Solutions, that's growwithmore.us. And I'm just Brendan, BRENDAN, at biocat.us. Pretty straightforward. Any questions you have, what I call them the whatabouts, because what about this, what about that, what about this other thing? Just ask. The only question that's stupid is the one you didn't ask. Now, if you ask me about, should I inject bleach into my fish to get rid of, you know, obviously my answer might not be the kindest, or it might be a bit sarcastic, but real garden questions and things that your true concerns that are valid, I'll answer all day, every day. I'm lucky enough to be in a position to where I can do this. Because when I started off, you know, many decades ago, slinging in the suburbs of New York City, it's a whole different world, baby. I mean, I survived and we're still here. And, you know, the gangster days are well behind us. But being able to share information and expand the output, like when Stephen and I get together and talk about things, we come up with new ideas because his approach is different than mine and my approach varies to his. And then we hear someone else's input. We're like, hey, what about this? What about that? Boom. A new thing just came together. It's all good. You guys know where to reach me. Thank you very much for your time.
Awesome.
Hope to hear from you soon.
It. Really appreciate it. And definitely check out, we've had Brendan on the podcast quite a few times, and he's, especially the first one or two times, he really went in depth and broad spectrum on a wide range of lighting topics across the board. So definitely check those out. Thanks again.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Next up, we have Laine Keyes, and he's going to be showing us Habitat Life, and they have a really, really wonderful cannabis. If you're in the BC area, especially if you're in the Vancouver area, you might have even smoked some already. So thanks a lot for joining us.
Hey everybody, do we got video working?
There we go.
Well, thanks for having me on. So today we're going to be doing a tour of the Habitat Craft Cannabis facility. So we're actually just right in the middle of doing construction to fully maximize the license that we're allowed to have in Canada under the micro standard. So what that is we're allowed 2,100 square feet of canopy space. So I'll do a tour of our new construction we have going on. Then we'll jump in the salmon room. From there, we'll jump over to the treatment room, and then we got production and in the original room we had as well. So look forward to showing you guys around. Just sort of how to flip the camera.
Awesome, and they have they're one of the few people out there that's growing salmon or some other kind of fish that's a little bit more profitable. So really cool facility and really awesome that we get a chance to get a tour of this. So really excited.
That is correct. So after we check out the construction here, our new expansion, so it's a coho salmon that we're growing. And actually we have the Adams Lake Salmon Run about 15 minutes down the road from us. So this was our original barn here. This is our main entrance. Little shipping receiving room. And here we're gonna have 6 new flower rooms going in. And everything's gonna be ran off of the aquaponic salmon water. So we actually currently are the only company who has the Canadian Organic Aquaponic Standard certification. Just a couple local horses in the area. All right, welcome to the new room. Here we got Rudy and Nikki, a couple of the founders of Habitat. They're working hard on a Sunday. Gonna clean up. So yeah, we're really moving this project forward, hoping to have construction done in November. So what we're doing in here is we've actually used sea cans, and we're gonna turn those into flower rooms. So we're gonna have 3 downstairs and then 3 upstairs, and then everything will be plumbed from the salmon room that we'll check out next. I'll take you guys down the hall and show you the sump room where all the water will be entering into the building.
Looks like we might have lost signal there. Maybe not. Well, I'm sure he'll be back here. Looks like they're just, there we go. Remember we had a little bit of, oh, nice. Looks like we're just having some connection issues there with the amount of concrete and plumbing.
All this. We had a little bit of lag there.
Yeah, a little bit of a lag there. Couldn't quite hear you, and it was skipping quite a bit. That's okay. Just maybe go through it a little bit slower. We can't hear what you're saying, but
are we better now?
yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Sounds good. So the room we were just checking out, that's will be our sumps, and they're individually going to be running water from this room that we're looking at, it's the salmon room. And those will be able to control if we want a little different water quality. That will be able to say we want to need some iron in one of our flower rooms. We'll be able to add kelp right into those. And so here, what we're looking at is the room where our salmon are located. And then we got a chiller there to make sure we maintain water temperature for our salmon. So the water temperature that we maintain for them is 14 degrees. All right, so from here, I'm gonna go back outside the building and into our inside. I'll check out the salmon room. Shipping, receiving, and then our clean areas. So we got it separated here. Kick off my shoes. Grab a new pair. And then head into the scrub room. So here we got a couple change rooms, lab coats and scrubs. So typically when we come in, we're taking off clothes, throwing on some scrubs or a lab coat. Maintaining good GPP standards. So just bear with me, Steve from I'm just gonna switch out of my clothes here.
If you pay for his fans only, you get the other camera. I'm just kidding.
That's right, Chief Cultivator, fans only. So how's the conference been going so far?
It's been really good. We've had quite a few different people from around the world. After you, we'll have Murray Hallam as well. So we've had 2 people speaking from Australia. We've had people speaking from Canada. We have all different types of topics. We covered quite a bit of Korean natural farming this morning. We did some more sustainable farming with integrating with soil permaculture and all kinds of fun stuff today. And then broke down some other methodologies with Marty on his methods. So.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, you've had a big couple days here putting this on for everybody. So thanks for doing that.
Oh yeah. Always fun, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to join us and show us what you guys are doing.
Well, yeah, we like to show what we put together here at Habitat. We're quite excited about getting our next expansion online. All right. Into the salmon room. So here we have 2 finishing tanks. Currently don't have any salmon in these 2 tanks at the moment. We're actually going to be doing our first harvest that we're able to sell here end of October. So the reason for that, we've been harvesting for about a year, but we were under an R&D license at that time. So those fish that we had to give away to the locals in the area, some restaurants were allowed to try them, but not sell them to consumers. But now we have our full aquaponics license and we'll be able to start selling to the local markets. And here we're looking at our grow out tanks. So we'll have around a couple thousand salmon usually in our grow out tank. And it takes a 14-month process from when we get them as fry. So we get our fry from Northern Divine. There'll be disease-free coho salmon fry. So I call these a fish teepee. It's a little dark here. Get these open. So we have these for a couple reasons. One, so the salmon don't jump out on us. And then 2, so that we're able to control different photo periods for our gals. So these are all female salmon at our facility. And here's a belt timer, which every day will weigh out their feed for them. And we're getting a feed conversion rate about a 1-to-1, meaning that every pound of feed that we're giving our salmon, that we'll get a pound of growth throughout all our salmon. So these girls, when they finish, they'll be weighing between 3 to 5 kg out of our system. And there'll be sashimi grade salmon that come out of here. I quite enjoy being able to grab lunch very fresh out of the tank. So from here, this system that we're currently looking at is fully circulating. So it's going down to our mineralization room that we'll head to next. And then from there, it's getting treated before it comes back to the salmon. And as well, we're pulling off the solids and then digesting it for the plants. Go give a good look of our grow out area here. Our incoming water tank. We'll head down to the piping. We'll check out where the water is leaving the building and then coming back into the room. Little dark in the corner, but so this is where everything's now going down to our treatment room. And then this pipe here that's going through a UV before it enters back into the salmon tanks is coming back from the treatment room. These little gadgets here is how we control the different photo periods for our gals.
Does Health Canada make you run the UV?
I didn't fully catch your question there, Steve.
I said, is it Health Canada that makes you run the UV, or is that just part of your design?
It was part of our design just to help keep water clarity as well, to prevent potentially any pathogens as much as possible from coming into the system. We actually run it as well right from the first incoming tank that we're looking at. We have another one right in the corner here. So yeah, we found it's really important.
Looks like he's having some issue. Oh, there he goes.
There we go, dropped off for a moment.
We'll spotlight you here. There we go.
So here we got our office. We have a lab in the back. So a quick look on this. Got a nice little painting up there. So here's our lab. So we do a lot of different water testing in here. Make sure that we're maintaining the proper water parameters for both the salmon and the cannabis plants. It's actually me and Rudy when we were on the Grow Opportunity magazine. So appreciate them putting us in there and talk about habitat life. All right, well, so we're about to enter where we say the magic happens for the water for both the salmon and the plants. So those big tanks there, those are backup storage in case you have a big water loss. I'd say those are definitely important for the type of system that we have going on. So there has been a few times a valve gets left open or something like that, that you definitely want to make sure you have backup water available. So here's where all the treatment for the salmon is going on. We'll head to the back and take a look there, but we'll just give you guys a little overview here. These are all our pH or readers. Here we have aeration blowers that we're using for our media bed. So these two pumps are pumping back to the salmon room from the treatment room. And why two is for redundancy. So in case one goes down, that we'll have a spare as well. We make sure we always have another pump on hand in case something like that happens. This is an oxygen generator, so it's generating oxygen to feed to the salmon tank. We'll come back and touch on what's going on here. All right. So that pipe right there is what's coming from the salmon room. And then the drum filter just fired on. So it's removing some solids from the system and sending it to these settler tanks. So the settler tanks are going to the digester, which is this big guy here, which is helping break down those solids for us before it goes to the plant room. So everything on that we're looking at right now is treatment before it gets the water goes into our plant room. Switch back over here. So here we have the drum filter, which sends some water for the plants. Here we have our media bed. This is where bacteria is growing to break down ammonia and nitrate. Here we're stripping the carbon out of the water and giving it an ozone treatment before it eventually ends up here and then ends up getting sucked back over to the salmon room. So on the plant side, we have digester, our settler, and then we have our product tank. So from our product tank, this is what's feeding our plant room. So we'll see the pipes there, which are going over down and we'll head into the plant room next and feeding over. We're also pulling CO2 off of the top of our digester and then sending that CO2 into the plant room. Do a little look in our product tank here. Make sure you keep your hands nice and clean around the facility. All right. Well, here we go. Welcome to our plant room. So we are about day 30 in flower here. So we have two levels in this room. So right now we got 3 strains going on in here. We have our cake strain, which has been on the market so far. Then we have caviar. And then we got powdered donuts from Mother Labs. We're actually working with Mother Labs right now to bring a bunch more genetics. Get a little more variety out there. Probably, as you can see, we got lots of fans added around the room. A lot of transpiration going on with our aquaponics. So definitely you need to make sure you keep your humidity levels down. We'll head to the back here. We got trough that's easy to see what's going on with the roots. So here. Right. So everything's living in the water system. So the way things are working is we have these stocks we're in that leg. Now I'll put it, and they are pushing water up into our troughing system. And then want to over. All right.
Looks like we're having a little bit of issues from all the lights and mechanical things, but that's okay.
So around the lighting, so we when we originally built this room, it was for R&D. So we ended up using 5 different LED lights in here to find out what we'd want to use when we expand. Do find that LED technology is changing very quickly, but we have a company out of Canada called Alias that we're going to be using for that expansion that we're doing. So there will always be continuous R&D in that department. All right. Well, I'm going to go cruise in the office, and if there's any questions, want to see anything else, we can definitely jump into that.
Yeah. So what are some of the things that you've noticed are different about aquaponic cannabis and growing in aquaponics?
Give me one sec to get out of the noisy room here. All right, sort of how to flip the camera again. There's that. There we go. A nice little hairnet on.
I have to use paint strainers because my dreads are too long. But they're the same micron, so it works.
So is your question a difference between aquaponics compared to other methods that have grown in?
Yeah, whatever your experience has been.
Very explosive growth, especially in the vegetative stage. And then as well, a lot of bulking with the flowers on the late stage. I found with our system, it's taken a lot of work to really dial it in and fully understand the water parameters for what we need to optimize the cannabis plants. We still got improvements to do, but once we have that fully dialed in, I think it's going to be an amazing, easy to use system where we get great protein as well from the salmon side, and very exciting for the sustainability side. And as well, being able to take a system like this and utilize it in all kinds of different parts of the world.
How much pheno hunting and strain hunting have you had to do in order to find strains that worked good for you and your method?
Many. That is so been at this for quite a while, and obviously the genetics have been changing very quickly. Before we got licensed, we did like 100 different phenos and strains that we were running. We had narrowed that down to the cake, which ended up performing in our system the best for what we're looking for to get started. And now, given the canopy restrictions with the micro license, we're partnered with Mother Lab out in Saskatoon, and they are doing right now a 200 strain hunt for us. And then we're gonna pick our favorites from that, start trialing them in our system. I think when we get the water quality dialed in a lot more, it's going to open up the options that strains that are more finicky, we'll be able to use them in our system as well. So it's definitely been a learning curve. It has taken many years to get to the point that we're at now, and we've still got refinement to do with the aquaponics system. And you need to make sure that you're of a farmer mindset, because a valve gets left open or something gets clogged, you need to be on site. You can't go away for holiday, and need to be able to fix the problem. Otherwise, obviously you got a living water system, and both the plants and the fish need that water to survive.
We had a question, what supplements are you adding?
So iron's a big one for us. We're using kelp for that. And then everything else, we're actually treating the water for the salmon for the most part. So we're using phosphorus, potassium, magnesium as water buffering agents.
Someone else asked, are you dosing silica?
We are not. We actually are naturally getting the silica from coming in from our incoming water, and actually just did a lab test on our water there last week, and we had 14 parts per million of it. So fortunately, in our case, we don't need to do it now. Given if you're somewhere else, it's something you'd want to make sure that you're aware of what your incoming water is.
Awesome. Let me see what other questions we have. Is how are you curing your cannabis?
So the process we're doing, I can actually we will jump up and take a look at our dry room, but we cut the stock down, put it into bins, and we have to weigh every bin, and then we take it up to our dry room and we do a hang dry. So we're hanging for 7 to 10 days, and then we're doing a dry trim. So we end up trimming at that around the 7 or 10 day mark. We keep our room at about 55 to 60% RH, and then temperatures at 16 Celsius. I'm not sure what that is in Fahrenheit off the top of my head. And then we end up curing for the 7 to 10 days from that point as well in bins. So we'll, after trim, put them all into the bins. Then we'll stir those up and burp them every day. So we will go check out our dry room.
Somebody else asked, is your digester anaerobic or aerobic?
It is anaerobic, but we're also, when our expansion comes online, we're looking to use the room that we're currently flowering in to continue doing different trials with the mineralization system. because yeah, there's a lot of work to be done yet in fully understanding that and the life that's going on in the digesters and ways to really optimize that nutrient and get different results from what's coming in from the digester. Here is the dry room. So we end up hanging everything up in trellis.
All the chairs for the trimmers.
Chairs for the trimmers. That's
Make sure you have a speaker for your trimmers too. Oftentimes people don't do that.
We keep a couple speakers on hand to make sure that they get some good tunes in during the trim times. I'd jump in and trim too.
That means you haven't done it enough yet. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's true. Not sick of it yet. I enjoy looking at some of those beautiful buds after all that work growing them.
Awesome. A lot of people don't get a chance to see kind of the whole facility and step by step, kind of all the different things that go into it. It's a lot more complicated, I think, than people realize.
Yeah, as well, actually, the scales too. So for us, we need to make sure that we're weighing everything with our license, even foliage and destruction methods, which we'll go check out that. So we use a wood chipper. And after we destroy all the leaf through the wood chipper, then we have to put kitty litter on it and then compost it. Put the camera here. Now they are accepting, I heard new destruction methods nowadays. I heard one group is now running their leaf over with a lawnmower. So they are changing the requirements.
I know in Oklahoma, they let us use, take it and pour lactobacillus ferment on it. I'll tell you what, you certainly wouldn't want to smoke it after that.
I also find, oops, flip this camera again. When you just leave it in a bag in the storage room for a couple days and it's all pretty much starts to compost itself. I don't know if we would want to try any of that out.
That's what you do when you're near the equator. You hot compost. You take a bunch of leaf material, you throw it in double layer trash bags, you throw that in the sun. 45 days later, you got black gold.
Yeah, I think we're going to look into getting a little more into the composting side as well. But right now, our current requirements are into that bucker with kitty litter on top of it. Then we actually end up taking it out to the field and composting it at that point.
Awesome. Yeah, kitty litter is the go-to up there in Canada for sure. What other things would you? What other strains are you guys hoping to move into, or what other kind of I guess things on the cultivation side are you guys hoping to explore in the next year?
So for this year, we're re-pheno hunting our cake genetic. So that's one of the main ones that we're taking a look at right now, as well as caviar. We haven't got out on the market yet. We've had a couple of challenges, so we're looking to get a strong one that's going to work in the system and start getting that on the market. So that's our next goal here, is to get a better pheno of cake. That's really everybody is focused on wanting high THC as far as the market in Canada at the moment. My guess is that's going to change at the down the road, and terpenes are going to start getting paid more attention to, but it's not currently what the situation is. So again, something that's going to get more in those high 20-30% is what we're after on both the cake and caviar side. And then we're going to explore some flowers that will throw out the red color traits or the purple traits, and look at maybe adding one of those as well to provide.
What are you going to be sticking with salmon again on your new setup, or are you guys looking to diversify your fish as well?
So in our new setup, we are actually not adding any more fish production space. So right now, we're consuming about half of the water that we'd be able to. So with the new setup that we're doing, we're looking to fully utilize the full consumption of the water coming from the salmon biomass that we have. And then for this current license we have, that will be the maximum that we can do canopy wise. Now, the rules are changing in Canada, and we could look at moving to a standard potentially here, which allows you to then be able to produce more. Or as well, we are looking at possibilities of purchasing some potential fish farms or developing a new facility at a different location, which is probably say 12 to 24 months down the road for us.
Awesome. I looking forward to that, and I'll definitely have to come visit you when I'm up in Vancouver next time and try some for sure. I'm excited about that. I think I first met you guys at was it Lift Expo maybe, or was it something before that in up there in Vancouver? I think it's the first time I met you guys, long time ago. You guys are go ahead.
You're correct. So that was before we got our micro license, and at that time, so we did have our facility operating as a R&D facility at that point. So at that time, we had to, well, it's just getting up to the point now we're able to start selling the salmon, and the cannabis we were able to give away for medical purpose. So we ended up handing you, I think, some buds and a joint. Said hi briefly.
Oh yeah, for sure. And glad to stay in touch and to see your facility and see how you guys have grown all this time. Pretty awesome. Someone else asked what. Whenever they'll let me through the border. I actually have some business in Canada as soon as they open the border again, so I'll be up there sooner than later.
Yeah, down it. Go ahead with the question.
Oh, yeah, we had a question. Someone asked, are you using any automated nutrient testing on your system?
We are actually purchased nothing that's automated. Well, I guess pH. So we have automatic pH sensors that especially on the salmon side, we'll get notifications if that's getting too low or too high. So for the salmon, that needs to stay at 7 is kind of the happy medium. So we maintain right around that 6.97 for them. And then on the plant side, we keep it within 5.7 to 6.2, depending on the week that our plants are at.
Awesome. All righty. Let's see what other questions we have. Kobe said, thank you for the tour. Let me see here. What fish foods are you feeding?
So we buy our fish food from Taplow, so it's an organic fish feed. And I'm not completely sure of all the ingredients in the Taplow feed to be able to fully answer that question for you.
All righty. Does anybody have any other questions for him? It was quite the cool tour. What are some of the other aspects? I know that you guys like to do the bear DWC. What are some of the challenges that you guys have found using that method, or why have you guys gravitated towards that over some of the other methods?
So you are correct. It has not been straightforward. There's been a bunch of challenges for us. The biggest challenge would be around, obviously, when you're doing DWC, you need to really keep your roots clean. And we've added a lot of filtration into the system to do that, and make sure that we're preventing solids from getting into that system. Because when we first started, we did not succeed right off the bat. We end up with a bunch of solids getting flushed in, which then end up choking out the roots. And it was definitely a process for us as well. Given that we're operating under the Canadian Organic Aquaponics Standard, you can't just go pick up some CalMag from the store and throw it into the system. So we've really had to understand the inputs that we can add into the system and stay under the organic standard and make sure that's fully optimal for the cannabis plants. And things are looking pretty well for us. We've definitely really got over some hurdles, but there's all improvements to be made yet to fully optimize. And then when you start dealing with different strains, I'm sure we're gonna find that they're gonna require slightly different water quality parameters. So we actually it took us maybe a little longer than it should have, but we got a lab in Canada that we're able to start sending leaf samples off. So that's going to give us really good results throughout every cycle on where our water quality is at and where our plants are at and what kind of nutrients they're uptaking and how we can keep tweaking that a little bit.
Awesome. Excited to hear that.
Yeah, me as well. It takes the guessing game out of what your plants maybe need.
Yeah. I've done a lot of work we're doing that and cross-referencing that with water samples and all that stuff too. So it's always fun. You learn a lot jumping down those different rabbit holes and adding this and seeing what happens and adding that and seeing what happens and seeing how different microbes change everything. And it's so exciting and such a cool rabbit hole to go down.
Yeah, it took a while in Canada to find a lab that was legally allowed to do it. It kind of was a transition. Things are starting to get a lot better to be able to get that type of information. But I'm very glad to have that now. Exactly as you said, you then get results from the leaf tissue, and maybe you thought you were short on iron, but then you see, oh, it has lots of iron, and now you're lacking in a different nutrients.
All right. So different pH for fish and plants. I can imagine the cycle is longer. How long does it take to have a full cycle then? Do you have two different lowering and raising pH units, question mark?
That's correct. In our mineralization room there, where there's kind of the split of the room that we're treating the water that's going back to the salmon. And that we'll keep at a 7. And then for the plant room, everything's getting treated from the digester to the product tank. And in the product tank, that water is usually coming in around 6.4 for us, actually. And then we'll end up throwing phosphoric acid in to bring it down a little bit more.
Awesome. It's really, really interesting. Let's see what other questions we got here. Somebody asked if you were hiring.
We just did actually, but we did end up picking 3 new hires. Yeah, we had 100 applicants that we went through.
Wow. Well, there you go. Quite high demand for jobs in that sector, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, it was awesome. There was a lot of good applications that came in, and we're excited to get the new members on board. And with with the one room we've had, it's only every basically 60 to 63 days that we've been harvesting, but we're going to be harvesting every 11 days in our new setup here. So But we'll keep things pretty consistent and busy at the facility here.
Awesome. That's really cool. What was it? So they let you do meat processing there? In the United States, you can't do meat processing on a cannabis facility.
So same for us. If we went through the proper paperwork, we probably could, but that require a lot more setup costs, etc. So all we're allowed to do is knock the salmon, put them on ice, and then they got to get shipped to somewhere that is able to process them. But I believe we would be able to do both if we went through all the requirements to do it. But at this stage, we have not set that up at this facility.
Yeah, and if you are going to do that, it's one thing I just was going to mention is that you can absolutely move in that direction, but you should, like you were saying, plan it in stages. You know, don't take on too many licenses that you've never applied for before and try to be compliant on all at once, because you'll end up staying up till 3:30 in the morning every day, making sure that you didn't forget something. And so as we used to say back in Philadelphia, one crime at a time. You know, just get one up and running, make them smoothly, and then add the next one, then add the next one, and it tends to go much smoother. So really good advice there on that.
Another point on that as well is you would need to be at scale to do that, or it'd be very hard to be profitable on your processing side and the costs associated around that as well. For the size of current salmon production we have at this site, that the cost would be higher than it would be just to ship them out to a different processor.
Yeah, absolutely. And then some of the stuff that people, I guess, often don't realize how quickly it can become expensive. You know, it gets quite pricey to build a facility out to be all stainless and be, you know, meet those requirements that they're looking for as well. You know, Health Canada is already bad enough when it comes to making sure that you dot all your I's and cross your T's on just growing cannabis alone, but with the meat stuff, I'm sure they're even more stickler.
That is correct, and you add all the extra governance in there, which then you need to have the woman to be able to make sure you're following all the paperwork and requirements exactly like you mentioned.
Oh yeah. Anything else you wanted to mention? How can people find your cannabis and find out more about you if they want to follow you and what you guys are doing?
So right now our cannabis can be found in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and I'd have to check. I know we were working on getting to Ontario. I don't have it at this time. I'm not sure if we've made it there yet. And currently we're working with a group called Shelter Market. So I believe it's, if you just Google Shelter Market, you'll be able to pull up their website. And then we're under the Cake and Caviar brand under Habitat. If you sign up with them, so they have a sign up program that you got to call in and speak to one of their representatives, is actually where you'll get the best price for our cannabis, and then they'll end up shipping it directly to you. So that's currently where you're able to find our product. And if you want to check out our website, we're habitat.life. And then that's the same as the Instagram, the Twitter. And then to check out myself, I post progress of what's going on at the facility quite often, mainly on Instagram at Chief Cultivator.
Awesome. Really appreciate it. Anything else you wanted to tell people or stuff to look forward to? What can they expect the next drop out there in Vancouver?
So everybody can look forward to some new variety coming from this next crop that we have with the caviar and then the powdered donuts. So that you'll be able to grab, I'd say in December, by the time it gets through the processor and then to the dispensaries. It's actually interesting for BC because we have to send our product to the processor, and then from the processor, they have to send it to like the main warehouse for the BC government. And then from that warehouse, dispensaries, they request to purchase our product, and then they can get it on the shelf. So it's definitely a bit of a process to get it there. But we're excited to get a little more variety out to consumers, and very excited about our new expansion. We're wrapping up here end of November, and getting product coming down every 11 days.
Awesome. Well, we really appreciate having you on, and really appreciate your tour. And if people want to check out more info, we got his links there in the chat. And yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having myself and being able to show what Habitat Life is up to again.
Yeah, always fun to see what you're doing and see how you're growing as you expand. It's really cool.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We're going to continue to grow as a company, and definitely after this expansion, excited to get an even bigger project on the go.
Awesome. Very cool. All righty. Well, I'll catch you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me on again. Cheers for now.
Thanks again. Cheers. Alrighty, that was a lot of fun, and always cool to see different designs and different ideas on growing. And a lot of people are interested more in those vertical type setups, especially in those colder climates. That's a really cool one, especially when growing salmon. Very cool setup. So really neat to see that. Let's give away some Casual Fields comfrey ferment while we're waiting for Mr. Hallam to connect. Looks like he's hopefully be connecting here shortly. I know he connected during the lunch hour and got his stuff working out, so hopefully we'll be here soon. Let's type in Habitat Life if you want to get some of that comfrey ferment. I appreciate everybody coming out. I wanted to thank our sponsors again. Big thank you to Spectrum King, Mammoth P Microbes, BioCat More, Real Growers, FOOP Organic Biosciences, and True Aquaponics. Really appreciate it helping us put this on. And yeah. You there, Marty? Hopefully Marty's back. I know he had to help his pops there for a minute. Does anybody have any questions? All righty. Looks like our next guest is just about ready. All right, really appreciate our next guest taking the time to come on. He is in the future currently. He is all the way in Monday already, way ahead of us.
8 a.m.
Yeah, 8 a.m. on Monday over there in Australia. So he is one of the, if not the world's biggest educator on aquaponics. He has a whole bunch of different classes and things available on his website, Aquaponic. Was it design course? Let me double check so I don't say it wrong. Aquaponicdesigncourse.com, and has a wonderful range of different things available there. And he's built facilities all over the world, growing all different types of crops. And he's going to talk to us a little bit about flowering crops and how that and how some of his experiences growing those types of crops that relate to cannabis and around the world. So thanks a lot for coming on.
You're welcome. I'm happy to be here. I hope you can hear me okay. Can you? Good sound test there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So how's things down there in Australia?
Well, we're probably suffering similarly to what you people are with this whole COVID-19 thing. We're slowly coming out of shutdown, which is good. All a bit overdone in my honest opinion, but anyway. The more chance of getting hit by a truck on your way home from work than you have of catching COVID-19. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but you know.
All righty. Well, so tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do. I gave you kind of a short intro. I'm sure you could give yourself a much better one.
Yeah, we've been doing aquaponics in the traditional way for 15 odd years now. And some 11 or 12 years ago, we started doing training. So, you know, that's just something that's evolved over time. And as a result of that, I've traveled quite extensively around the world, doing seminars and that sort of thing, and also visiting farm jobs that our students have built. And there's quite a number of very successful aquaponics facilities now around the world, particularly in the Middle East and India, particularly. Some big systems there, 1 acre plus in size. And they're all doing very, very well, which is great. Of course, we've got literally hundreds now of graduate students across the USA. That's our biggest group of students in the world. And yeah, we just opened another course yesterday, actually, Sunday, your time, our time. And that's being subscribed at about the normal rate. So it shows that there's still an interest in aquaponics. In fact, our last course that we ran in March was our biggest ever subscription. I think that was because of COVID-19. People were beginning to realise that, hey, I've got to do something about growing my own food or being somehow a little bit self-sustainable, you know, if not completely making sure I can contribute something to my food supply and food source. So that's basically where we're at. And of course, there's a bit of a crossover, of course, into your world there, Steve, with people growing cannabis. And we became very interested in that when my daughter got breast cancer. And of course, we turned to cannabis very quickly as a method of pain management. And I've got to tell you, it was miraculous, the difference that made to her. We saw it with our own eyes, how it helped her with her pain management. It was just unbelievable. She'd gone for probably 6 months, getting maybe 2 hours sleep a night, you know, really bad. And when we finally got her the cannabis oil, she just used a small portion of it, probably as big as a grain of rice, I suspect, on her tongue. And she had 8 hours sleep that night. Amazing. And that continued to happen for her. So yeah, that's my interest in cannabis, of course. And she, like a lot of people I've found anyway, want to, if they do go on to using cannabis as pain management, once they've had cancer, they're very averse to any chemicals. They think, no, don't want anything to do with chemicals. So that's why they're attracted to aquaponically grown cannabis, you know, because there's no chemical input.
Oh yeah. So tell us what some of your experiences have been from, I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to people that have done aquaponic cannabis that maybe have been students of yours, and if you haven't, what have your experiences been with people growing peppers or cucumbers or very similar plants in aquaponics? What were some of the successful methods that worked for them, and in terms of allegory plants, if you didn't have that many with cannabis?
Well, when I first started going to America to do seminars, there was nowhere in America at that time where cannabis was legal to be grown. But often in classes, people would put their hands up and say, can you tell me, can we grow really, 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 really good tomatoes in aquaponics? It took me a little while to work out that was code for cannabis. Could you grow cannabis? And of course, as you would well know, cannabis and tomatoes have a very similar nutrient requirement profile. So, you know, if you can grow good tomatoes, you can grow good cannabis. That's what I've seen happen. And not that I've personally grown cannabis, but I've had students report back to me that if you can get good tomatoes out of a system, you can get good cannabis. Now, I don't know how your experience has been in regard to that, Steve, whether it's been similar or
not. So they're similar. I would say peppers are probably a slightly better one in terms of how they behave. And the one thing that would be different is tomatoes are a little bit more tolerant of higher nitrogen, I guess, than cannabis and still give you good results. Would be the one caveat to that.
Yep, fair enough.
What convinced me though, for sure, was once I was growing nice big red tomatoes. I was like, okay, I'm going to stop, believing all these people that say you could, because when I started, 5 or 6 years ago, a lot of cannabis growers were very had a very negative outlook on aquaponics, and it didn't work and it was terrible and you weren't supposed to do it. But once I started growing tomatoes, and I was growing these big red tomatoes, and that's always been the adage, was that if you grow tomatoes, you grow cannabis. And that's when I said, okay, well, enough's enough. I'm going to give it a try, and never look back.
Yeah, I've had that report from other people as well. I find your comments interesting, Steve, about peppers being a bit closer, because peppers are a little bit more difficult to grow, I've found, than tomatoes itself. But yeah, they're very close. They're part of the same family, of course. But you remember some time ago I spoke to you about building a sand system, Steve, and we've had that running now for 22 months now, actually, and keeping good records, and we're finding we're getting fantastic results out of that.
That's good.
We've gone
now.
So
we had somebody ask how is that going, because I saw you did the build for it, but then I haven't seen much update for it. So I was curious.
Yeah, we've been keeping records and doing lab tests and all that sort of stuff, and we're finding we're getting great growth. I've just started writing a book about it, actually.
Oh, cool.
Rather than do it by video, I was going to put a book out about it so I can show tables, etc., of the lab results. And I've say this very cautiously still, but I believe it's probably the way of the future for aquaponics. It's extremely simple, and it works very, very well. We get massive tomato growth, good fruit setting. So I'd be really keen for someone to try cannabis in it to see how it goes.
I think we have one person in our group, wasn't it? Like, I want to shout him out on the podcast, but I think we are in our Aquaponic Cannabis Growers group. I think we have one person that was at least testing or considering doing a sand bed with cannabis in it. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. Do you want to, for people that aren't familiar with IABs, do you want to give a simple explanation on the difference between a sand-based system and traditional aquaponics? What makes it easier or simpler?
Well, it's just sand to start with. It's got to be a fairly coarse sand, though. It doesn't work very well if it's a fine sand. And it operates on the idea of flood and drain. So you flood it. Our system, we flood it every 90 minutes. We flood it for 12 minutes. And the 12 minutes we've just found by trial and error is sufficient time to actually flood the beds. And then we let it completely drain for 90 minutes, and so the cycle goes. And at night time, we turn the pump off. We've got it operating on a photoelectric cell. So as soon as the sunlight depletes, then the pumping cycle doesn't go on anymore. But all night still we have water circulating through the fish tank and through a filter, a standalone filter, just to keep the fish water clean. And that operates all night. And as a result of that regime, we're running the system entirely off solar, which is great. It's another advantage because the pumping required is much lower than you do when you're pumping continuously in a traditional aquaponic system. And of course, the claims made by Dr. Mark McMurtry almost 40 years ago now, that system would remain stable once it's settled down, is we're finding to be absolutely true. Our pH has settled to about 6.4. We don't have to make any pH adjustments. And the whole system now, we have never, ever added any additives whatsoever to it, except in the first 3 months we added compost tea to give the system a bit of a kickstart. But since then, we've added nothing, no potassium, no calcium, no iron, no phosphorus, added nothing. And we're getting fantastic commercial testing results on our tomatoes, because that's what we're growing mostly in the system is tomatoes, because of the idea that tomatoes are the hardest thing to grow and get a good result. So, so we're getting terrific results, and it's just so simple. It just works, requires very little maintenance. The fish are happy. The system we've got has got about 35 square metres of growing area, and we have 125 jade perch, mature jade perch, which are all about 2 pounds each, around about that size in the system. And what else is there to say? it's so disgustingly simple. It's going to be a bit difficult to write a book about it, actually.
So, quick question. So Australia uses metric for measurements and English for weights, or they use standard for both?
How do you mean? You're talking about metric or imperial? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so you use kilometers or miles?
We use metric. You know, Steve, might become as a total surprise to you, but the whole world uses metric except the USA.
Oh no! It was just odd that you said pounds. That was what threw me off.
I did that. I
Instead
did
of
the automatic.
kilograms.
I did the automatic conversion in my head because I know that you're in the USA. Sorry.
Oh no, it was cool. I just that was what threw me off, was that if they did weights on English and everything else was metric, because I thought everything was metric.
I've gotten used to having students in the USA. I just automatically drop stuff, pounds and stuff in. I have a little bit of trouble converting ounces, I've got to be honest, in my head, but yeah, no, it's all so they're all about a kilo each. Some of the fish are a little bit bigger than a kilo, some a little bit less, but they'd average out at a kilo each.
We had a question in chat. Are you using any worms in your beds?
There are worms in there. Worms have appeared. We haven't added any at any time, but they've appeared. Now, I suspect, I don't know how they get in there, but I suspect they've gotten in there because of, when we've transplanted plants in out of our seed raising area, then we would have got maybe some worm eggs in there. But there's definitely worms in there. Yeah, they're in there having a party. And we find if we leave a tomato full sometimes because we fail to pick it in time, and next thing you know, there's worms up from underneath into the tomato going for their life.
What other methods have you worked with or experimented with maybe in the last couple of years that you've also found interesting, maybe in other directions?
We've just experimented with supplementation in our regular aquaponic systems. We try to avoid using anything other than seaweed extract or kelp powder or natural means like that. We make our own worm tea, and we also make our own compost tea to add to it, to add to the systems. And that's how we supplement our regular aquaponic systems. And we find that they're all pretty old now. Like the oldest one is 15 years old, and the youngest one's 7 or 8 years old as far as regular ones go. So they're all very well established. And yeah, we had an interesting thing happen to us a little while ago, though, actually, and that is the one of the systems we had to switch over to tank water for the whole area because we're in the middle of a drought here, and our dam had gone dry, so we had to switch to tank water for our systems. And tank water has got no carbonates in it. Tank water, by that I mean rainwater, had no carbonates in it. So we had a dramatic drop in pH in one of the systems in particular. And over a period of about 3 weeks, the pH had dropped below 6, got down to about 5.4, something like that. And interestingly, what had happened is we started to have an ammonia spike. Now, I had to think about that for a little while, what was causing that, but the pH getting that low was causing a reduction in our beneficial organisms population. And so the ammonia being produced by the fish wasn't being processed quickly enough. So we had this ammonia spike, really interesting situation. I've never experienced it before. And of course, the solution to it was to add some carbonates in the form of hydrated lime or calcium carbonate and get that pH back up into the normal range as quickly as possible. So we've seen that before too. We've got a farm we built here about 2 hours drive from where I live for a client, and he had a similar situation. He was testing his water with a standard freshwater test kit. And of course, the pH reagent test in that will only read down to pH 6. So he was making the classic mistake of testing his pH every couple of days and thinking, oh, it's good, it's stable at pH 6. But in actual fact, it was drifting far lower. And when we got to the farm, because he had the identical situation, he said, I've got an ammonia spike. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm feeding the same amount of feed, blah, blah, blah. So I went up to his farm and we took the electronic tester with us, and guess what? The pH was 4.4. Unbelievable. You'd wonder how the fish had even survived. And I guess they had because the pH had dropped down to that, over several weeks. So same routine, had to raise the pH, add carbonates. And why it happened to him was because part of the reason for him was he was using town water or municipal water, which of course, once again, is very, very low, if totally non-existent in carbonates in the water. So that's just something to think about, you know, for people to be aware of. If you're using town water or rainwater, you can have a problem with no carbonates and a loss of beneficial organisms in the system.
What are some of the different successful designs? I know you have a whole course on this. What are some of the different designs that you teach that are successful in your courses?
Well, we pretty much do the same thing all the time now because we've proved it works. We've got several farms built using the system. We have a sump, you know, everything goes back to the sump. We only have one pump, which is either in the sump or beside the sump. It pumps from the sump to a distribution tank or a header tank. And then the water is distributed around the system to the various points by gravity and by a manifold. And we adjust the flow to each system, to each part of the system, at a flow rate that is suitable for that part of the system. And yeah, and then all the water flows back to the sump. It's quite simple, really. And it just works extraordinarily well because we find the flow rate for raft beds is different to the flow rate for media beds. And yeah, so you can adjust the flow individually quite easily. The other advantage of doing it that way, of course, is that you can isolate any part of the system when you need to. If you want to do maintenance of some sort, you can isolate a particular bed or a particular row of beds quite easily. When it comes harvest time, you can isolate a particular fish tank. So there's lots of advantages of doing it that way.
So what fish species have you seen people have a lot of success with in aquaponics?
Well, tilapia is the big one, of course, believe it or not, because it's a very hardy fish. I know in some parts of the world it's got a bad reputation that people say it's awful to eat. And that's obviously because they've had a bad experience with supermarket tilapia or something. But tilapia is the big one. And after that, across parts of Asia and that, they use a lot of European carp. In those parts of the world, they like to eat that. Once again, they're a very hardy fish as well. They survive well. In Australia, our most used fish is jade perch and silver perch, which are native to Australia. Trout in the colder regions, people grow trout very successfully. I wished I could grow trout, but it's too hot where I live. They're the main ones. In India, there's some interesting fish species that I can't even repeat the names of that some of the farms use because, once again, they're local, they're freshwater local species. So the rule of thumb, if you can, is to use a local freshwater species because it's going to work better for you than having some exotic fish from far away. I think in America, a lot of people use crappie fish. Is that one that's one they use? And bluegill?
Bluegill, yeah.
And also channel catfish too.
Yep. Channel catfish can be a little bit trickier if you're not as experienced with aquaculture, but are a great option. But they are scaleless, so that you gotta go, deal with a few extra challenges because of that. Tell us a little bit more about filtration. There's a lot of different theories on filtration. What works and what doesn't that you've seen out there? Because you've seen quite a bit.
Well, we go for the simple approach, as we call it, and that is using a settlement tank, which is sometimes called a swirl filter and sometimes called a clarifier, but it's the same principle. And many, many years ago, Dr. James Riccozzi wrote a paper about this. And I don't know if he was the first one to proclaim this, but he certainly said in his papers about the 20-minute rule. And that is if you pass your water directly from your fish tank through a settlement tank, and it takes 20 minutes for the water to pass through that tank, then 98% of the solids will drop out, just simply drop out, settle out. So it's the simplest form of filtration there is. And we find it's very, very effective. You can get fancy with there's all sorts of filters that people will say are wonderful and great. But we try to promote the simple approach, especially when you're building a farm for someone in a third world country, for example. No good buying and installing for them, a very fancy bead filter or whatever, because the maintenance is too high. Whereas a settlement tank, you can look into it. You can see the stuff in the bottom, open a valve, drain it, clean it, carry on. 20-minute rule. It's just that simple.
Somebody asked you, have you worked with anyone growing root crops?
Yes, we've grown root crops extensively, and we've come to the conclusion a long time ago that they are better off in a wicking bed rather than an aquaponic system. You can grow potatoes and carrots and all that kind of thing in a media bed, but you'll get better results in a wicking bed. And the wicking bed can be part of your aquaponic system in the sense that you use fish water to water it with. And, you know, you can have it there as part of your system if you're thinking about growing your vegetable supply for the home. Yeah, they work extraordinarily well. You can grow anything in a wicking bed, anything at all. And that's a wicking bed, not a wicker bed. Wicking bed. W-I-C-K-I-N-G, wicking bed. An Australian invention, I have to tell you.
Wicker beds don't hold water too well.
No, that's right, yes. Yeah, but a number of people come up and call them wicker beds. I don't know why they do, but they do.
So someone asked, are all the systems attached to the same fish tanks in that design?
Yes. Either a single fish tank or a number of fish tanks. In larger farms, we usually have a system of 6 fish tanks. And those 6 fish tanks will feed to the same sump and to the same distribution tank, and feed all the beds, whatever beds you've got, whether they're raft beds or media beds, and the water goes back to the sump by gravity. So the only place you pump, and of course the bigger the farm is, the more efficient it becomes to pump just from the sump to the header tank or the distribution tank. Shorter distance to pump, and you can run everything else everywhere by gravity.
Very cool. Someone else asked, can you use crayfish instead of or alongside fish?
Yeah, you can. They have to be in a separate tank. Crayfish, I think you call them crawfish in America, don't you? We call them yabbies here.
If you're in the south, they're crawfish. If you're in the north, they're crayfish.
Depends where you come from, eh? Yeah, so, yeah, but they're angry little things. They fight each other. And the ones we have here in Australia anyway are difficult to raise in the sense that they fight. And you know. So a lot of people, especially homeowners, you know, with home systems, often start out wanting to grow them, and most of them abandon them after a while because they're just too hard.
So somebody else asked, is there an ideal depth for the sand beds?
Yeah, we've gone with 300 millimeters or 1 foot, staying with that because that's standard. All the grow beds we ever build are always 1 foot deep, so we just stick with the standard of that, and it works very, very well, we found. I think it could be a bit deeper if you wanted to be, but I wouldn't go any shallower. You need that filtration. See, the sand bed is your filter, and the sand is the most magnificent filter, as anyone knows who has a swimming pool. The most efficient swimming pool filter you can have is a sand filter. It will collect all the solids, and it really, really will. It returns beautifully clear water to your fish tank. And of course, the whole idea is that the microbial activity sets up in the sand as it would in soil. And so eventually when the thing settles down, you get this fantastic microbial activity, because you just got to go back to thinking about a rainforest. It doesn't matter if it's tropical or subtropical rainforest. You don't have to have a government department running in there every week spreading fertilizer around, do you? Or nutrients, or part A, part B of a nutrient to make something grow, because nature knows what to do. If you have got a soil-like structure and you feed it properly, in other words, you know, fish waste, compost tea, all those kind of things that occur naturally in nature, you will ultimately, I believe, have all the nutrients present that are needed. Now, I know that doesn't go over too well with people that are into hydroponics, but different world, I guess. Different world.
So we had another question is, can you talk more about backup systems, especially with the loss of electricity?
Yeah, we believe that every system should have a backup system on it, and ours are all run on a battery bank, which is charged off solar panels, and each fish tank has attached to it by one method or another a float switch, a simple float switch, that if the water level begins to drop for any reason, then that float switch will drop and we'll switch on a backup system. In addition to that, we have a float switch that's attached to a relay that is kept in the open position when the mains power is on. Of course, if the main power fails, the contacts close and switch on a 24 volt or 12 volt DC pump to spray water over the surface of the fish tank, because aeration is a function of increasing the surface area of the fish tank, and you do that very effectively by spraying water over the surface. And of course, if you're drawing that water from the bottom of the fish tank, you're also circulating water in the fish tank at the same time, thus preventing stratification occurring. So it's a very effective and cheap and simple way to have a backup. Anyone that doesn't have a backup system is crazy. And I'm just totally always surprised at the number of people that build systems. Some people build quite large systems and don't have a backup, and they pay for it, because when it happens, it usually happens when your fish are all at a nice size, they're functioning well, and you're starting to think about barbecues, and the power will go off and you lose all your fish. It's devastating. Devastating. In fact, it's the point at which a lot of people give up aquaponics and don't do it anymore. They're so devastating. And they would have prevented all that if they'd had a backup system. It only needs to be able to run for 6 or 8 hours at the most, because if you're away, you need some kind of an alert, I guess, to tell you that the power's gone off, or a neighbour or a friend or something. But if it's at home or you're on the farm, you will know that the power's gone off. So it gives you 4 or 5 hours to do something about it, start your backup generator or some other method that you will use to restore the power to the system. So that's the story on backups. Absolutely essential, I believe.
Someone asked, what worm species do you recommend for aquaponics? I've heard about red wigglers. What other ones would you recommend?
We've only got red wrigglers, and most people seem to have red wrigglers, or composting worms they're often referred to as, and they work the best, so I understand, and I think they're the ones that seem to survive the best, so why change it? Stick with them.
Someone else asked, can you tell us more about pest management in aquaponics?
We're letting all our secrets out now. We've done all sorts of things over the years to try and manage pests in a organic way. Garlic spray, chili spray, molasses spray, on it goes. But now we simply use neem oil mixed with white oil, and we spray during the summertime 3 times a week, and we don't have any pest problems whatsoever. If we fail to spray though for a week because we get lazy or whatever, we have pest problems. Because neem oil acts more as a repellent rather than a killer, and that's why you need to apply it fairly frequently. And so does white oil. White oil works that way. And when the two are together, it's one of those cases where 1 and 1 is more than 2. 1 and 1 make an effectiveness of a value of 3 or 4 in that particular instance we've found. And it just works extraordinarily well. So take that one from me. If you do that and you spray summertime, you must spray 3 times a week. And you must also learn how to spray, and that's to spray up under the leaves. So many people go into a greenhouse and just wave the spray around, sprinkling spray around like a priest in mass. They sprinkle it around, they think that's going great. But all the bugs are hiding under the leaves, laughing with their umbrella up, and you spray on top, nothing happens, the bugs are still there. You've got to spray up underneath and spray thoroughly. And if you do that with neem oil and white oil mixed, you won't have a bug, guarantee it.
Awesome. I know Marty had some questions.
Come on, Marty, speak up.
What was that?
So I know you had some questions.
Oh, I didn't know I had some questions, but that's okay. So I just
wanted your relationships, I can't help you, sorry.
Right. So besides, I know we talked about crayfish a little bit, but are there any other things you like to use for feed, like black soldier flies, or do you have any preference for being able to raise your own fish food? What have you seen people be successful with as far as producing your own fish food, or alternatives, like if you know of a good fish food for your overall diet?
We ran a trial for 12 months in the system we have here, which has got 2 1,000 litre or 250 gallon tote tanks on it. And we put in it at the beginning of the trial 60 jade perch in each tank, our little fingerlings, new ones. And we fed them for 12 months. One tank was fed on regular fish pellets, fish feed pellets, commercially available fish feed pellets of 38% protein. And the other tank was fed for the entire time on vegetable matter that we grew on site or we harvested on site. And we did that for a whole year just to see what would happen. And we kept fairly good records of it. And we found at the end of the period of time, strangely enough, in the tank that was being fed on the regular fish pellets, commercially available fish pellets, we had 6 deaths, which we just put that down to natural attrition, which happens sometimes. But in the one that they were fed on the vegetable matter, we had no fish deaths. At the end of the 12 months when we had a weigh-in, the fish that were fed on the regular fish pellets were about 15% heavier than those on the basic vegetarian diet. Now, these fish we used were jade perch, which are by nature vegetable eaters. That's what they are. So they did very well on the diet. And over the period of time, we tried all sorts of things. We'd throw an old lettuce in there that we got a bit old. They'd eat that. We tried silver beet. We fed them alfalfa, and they liked alfalfa. That went well. But in the end, what we did was my wife and I started juicing. So the pressings out of the juice, which had carrots and cucumber and, kale and all sorts of other things we would juice. We would mix that up with some chicken eggs, which we've got our own chickens here, and some wholemeal wheat flour, and we'd bake it in the oven, spread it out so it was like a biscuit, about, let's say about ½ an inch thick, and we'd bake it in the oven and produce these biscuits out of it. And that was the most effective fish feed we found and most convenient for us, because we would have that in the freezer and we made a fair quantity of it, and we would just throw a few biscuits into the fish tank, and because they were frozen, they'd float, so we could see the fish come up and they'd gnaw away at them. They really loved it. So because we had chicken eggs in it, it obviously had a lot of protein in it from that point of view. And so that's a summary of how we did with that, and it was very effective. And since then, we just feed mostly standard fish food pellets of 38% protein to all our systems. We've got 7 systems we run. Mostly that's because I'm getting older. I think I'm getting lazy. So it's easy to do. But I know full well now that if we had to produce our own fish food, we most certainly could with the species of fish that is by nature a vegetable eater. So we've got a few of them in Australia, jade perch, silver perch, and they're very good for that kind of thing. I don't know what you've got in the USA that would fit that bill, but tilapia certainly will. Tilapia will eat anything, basically, and do well on it. So I believe it is possible to be sustainable in growing your own fish. The downside to aquaponics, of course, is the need for power. So that's another reason why I like the sand system and I'm liking it more and more, because the power requirements for it are much, much lower than the regular aquaponic system. And we are running off solar panels and running quite successfully. The only time we have to add mains power is if we have, let's say, a week of wet weather, which is so rare these days. But if you're living in a place where you have a lot of overcast weather, then solar's not so good, as you know.
So
That's
what
awesome.
other things?
Sorry. Did you notice any difference in plant growth in your 2 systems when you were feeding the different stuff?
No, that particular trial, we're going to start another one come January, similar, but we're going to separate them into 2 separate systems. But that one, those 2 fish tanks were feeding into the one system. And we wanted to do that so that we knew that the water temperature and water conditions were exactly the same for both lots of fish. So come January, we're going to run another one. We'll set up the same system, but we'll split it, and we'll have 2 different sets of grow beds for it, so we can have different water. And we'll run that and see what kind of growth we get. I think the growth might be a little bit lower, but then again, it might not either, because we're adding the chicken eggs, you see, into the feed, which is going to give it a lot of protein. But it'll be interesting to see, and of course, then we'll do some lab tests on the tomatoes we grow, of course, and see what kind of nutrient we get out of it and see how good it really is. In the final analysis, that's the only way you can do it, is with a lab test and find out what's in the leaves of the plants and the water in the end. And you've got to do it over a year too. It takes a long time to do these tests to get any real results out of them, because you can't gauge something on just a couple of months. Particularly with aquaponics, you've got to allow the system to settle, and that can take 4 or 5 months anyway before it settles down and starts to behave in a normal pattern. And of course, if you start with fingerlings as well, small fish, they have to grow and get some size to them, so that could take 3 or 4 or 5 months anyway. So you need to do at least a 12-month trial. That's what I believe. I think that's the holy grail of it. When I've read Dr. Mark McMurtry's papers, that was what drove him. He didn't get any notoriety much, which is a bit of a shame, I think, that his work didn't get much notice. And I've talked to a lot of people that actually knew him, and evidently he was a person, as they say, with a very unfortunate personality. It's the nicest way of putting it. And he didn't make many friends. In fact, he made a few enemies. And I've tried to find out why it was his work was never taken much notice of, and that's the only reason I can find or come up with. Because, you know, when I first started doing the sand, a number of people told me not to waste my time because if it was any good, it would already be being done. And that kind of thing drives me on to say, well, why isn't it being done? Is that the only reason? You know, like monkey sees as monkey does. It's a bit like this COVID-19 thing. The whole world, all the leaders have all copied off each other and locked everyone down and not tried to find a different way of doing things. And I think that's a bit like that in the aquaponics world too, you know. Anyway, we've found that his system works pretty well. And what drove him to experiment with it was he wanted to come up with a system that was simple to operate and easy to operate and could be done in third world countries where electricity was limited and also facilities like, you know, material for floating rafts, for example, was limited and all that sort of thing. So he figured, well, sand is pretty much everywhere and all you need is a fish tank and some fish, and we'll see if it'll work. And his experiments, if you take the trouble to read his paper, they're quite astonishing, actually, the results he obtained.
So I know that you've helped work with some people that were doing some interesting stuff, I believe, with cosmetics as well. Do you want to touch on that? There's a lot of people that are doing cannabis products and might want to diversify and do that as well. Or maybe they're limited on canopy space right now, but they could bring that space online and grow those types of crops to support their business until they could get that licensed. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, the information I have from that is from a very large aquaponics farm built by two of my students in South Korea. Actually, when I was there, it was covering 165,000 square feet. That's a big farm. And they were producing at that time mostly leafy greens. And they had started producing cucumbers and were just starting to produce tomatoes. I believe now the farm is about a third bigger again now, what it was then. Staff of 100, can you believe that? A massive operation. And they had branched into supplying cucumbers and leafy greens of different kinds to be used in cosmetic manufacture. And the cosmetic manufacturers had tested the stuff and had laboratory tested and found that the aquaponically produced products had a far better nutrient profile than anything else they'd tested before, either grown hydroponically or in organic farms. So that was something. And of course, that opened up a whole world for that particular farm to produce these products for these manufacturers, because organic cosmetics are very big in South Korea. As the owner of the farm described, he said Koreans are very sensitive about the skin. You know, they want to keep their skin nice. I guess most people are, but they seem to think they're more worried about that than anyone else. And that's more important to them than anything else. And so that opened up a whole world of producing crops for the cosmetic industry. And I think it's and of course, the interesting thing is they projected their sales for that would increase over the next 6 months by 25%. And we've actually got a video about that in our training course. And students often ask, how can they increase by 25% in 6 months? That seems like a wild claim. And the claim is because of the increased pricing they are going to be getting for their cosmetic product that they're selling to the cosmetic companies. So, you know, I think that's a large untapped field really for regular aquaponics growers to look at and suss out. Those markets that add value, rather than just selling lettuce at the farmer's market on a Sunday morning. There's got to be ways to add value.
Yeah, I think a lot of aquaponics is still kind of stuck on the lettuce model because that was the one thing that was kind of shown that was easy, but there's a lot more potential that aquaponics has. What's some of the other non-lettuce crops that you guys have grown over the years? Well, we've experimented with a lot of different Asian greens. We supply a restaurant at the moment that's run by a Thai fellow. He's got 2 restaurants, very successful restaurants.
Actually, we built a farm for him because he's that keen on aquaponics. He wanted his own farm. And, you know, he's got a lot of different plants. And I've got to be honest, I don't even know what the hell they are that he's got there, and grows them quite well and uses them in his different recipes that he has. So, you know, there's a lot of specialty crops that you could, as a farmer, grower, suss out in your own local area. You know, find those kind of restaurants that do things differently and supply them, rather than just trying to flog your lettuce off on a Sunday morning at the farmer's market. And that's what I think is important, don't you, Steve? It's you know, people want to know, can you make a living out of aquaponics? Well, it's like any business. You have to specialise. You have to be smart about what you're doing and find interesting ways to market things. And I think that's happening in the cannabis world, isn't it, too? I was in Oregon, last trip I did overseas before this whole, you know, this virus thing started, was to Oregon. And I visited a few places there that were growing cannabis, and they were, you know, had producing cosmetics of different kinds and all sorts of products. And I thought, and there was a lady running one particular place, and she was very, very clever with her, you know, her marketing, her designs of her labels and things. And I thought, wow, that's a way to make more money out of a small farm than just growing lettuce, for goodness sake. There you go. Look at that. Steve's got one. Beautiful box. What's the design like on the front? Give us a look. You're moving a bit too fast, mate. Lovely. Look at that. See, there you go. You know, see, cannabis has got a lot of potential in that regard, hasn't it? There's really a lot of potential.
Oh yeah, no, I always tell people you want the best thing to invest in the whole cannabis industry is this right here, packaging, because sales are only going to go up, and you know, there's only one direction that any of those guys are going to go. You know, as more and more states come online, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's more to it than just smoking it, eh?
Oh yeah. Well, you know, depends on what part of the industry you want to get involved in, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, here in Australia, it's still not legal. They say it is, but the big pharmaceutical companies have done a number on the government, and to get a license to grow it here, you've got to be a millionaire. It's just very disappointing. We're hoping that'll change a little bit, but not really at the moment. Still basically an underground industry, you know.
Hopefully they'll ease up. I've been working with a guy down there on a license application for one to hopefully get a license, but it's been kind of a mixed bag on the slow slog to get their stuff through. So, which I'm sure has been for many people down there.
Yep. Sure.
Something else I was going to ask as a follow-up. Was there anything that maybe you found that you added to aquaponics that worked really awesome but wasn't commercially viable or didn't really make sense, but maybe you're just like, holy crap? Oh, I remember the question I was going to ask earlier that I was really dying to ask you. In a soil, you don't want to plant brassicas or things like that because they'll kind of slow down the plant growth of the nearby plants. Have you found anything in aquaponics that you shouldn't grow near other plants, or maybe you should only grow by itself, or vice versa? Anything that's maybe synergistic to grow near each other in aquaponics specifically?
Not really, Steve, no. When I first started doing aquaponics, I planted all sorts of crazy things because, you know, you try things because that's what you can do. But now we just stick with growing leafy greens and corn and tomatoes and cucumbers and all the regular things that people eat on a regular daily basis. I certainly don't try and grow Jerusalem artichokes anymore or anything like that. But I don't find there's any problems. It's just like, I just liken it to the rainforest floor. You know, things grow side by side because plants take up whatever nutrient they want and ignore the rest. And that's how it works in nature, and how it works in a good aquaponic system. Once it's established, is plants will take the nutrient they want and they ignore the rest. And there might be some plants that don't like each other, but we haven't encountered them.
Very cool. Yeah, no, I was just curious on that. We often do companion planting just to help with various aspects of growing, or we'll do bait plants as well. So I was kind of curious to see. Yeah.
Bok choy is a bait plant.
Bok choy is.
Yeah, insects from across the world will come to a bok choy plant.
Good to know. I found was it cilantro? Cilantro is the absolute favorite thing for root aphids. If you have root aphids in a facility, you put a cilantro plant in there, within 48 hours they will find it.
Eggplant's another one. If you plant eggplant, aphids love eggplants for some strange reason. So we like to grow eggplant because we like to eat it, and so we spray that very carefully 3 days a week to keep the aphids away. If we don't, man, the aphids are in there, like as if there's some kind of world aphid convention being carried out.
Eggplant's good because Aureus love to hang out on eggplants. So it's a good banker plant too, aside from just being a good bait plant.
What did you say?
Aureus is the pirate bugs. You know pirate bugs? Yeah, so the genus is Aureus. There's 3 different species they use in the United States, so we just call them Aureus just to make it easy for everybody.
Yeah.
Peppers, such as like your ornamental peppers or peppers that are continuously flowering really rapidly, chili peppers, anything like that is a good banker plant because they can feed on the pollen. When they don't have protein to feed on, they can jump over and feed on the pollen instead. So, but
how do you spell that, Steve?
The insect or the
insect Aureus.
The insect is Aureus, Orious, Aureus. Or did I spell that wrong? Somebody in chat want to correct me. But Aureus, they're called minute pirate bugs. They're really awesome for cannabis. They're really great generalists to release with lace wings. If you're going to do especially a good combo, lace wings, them and rove beetles can fly through a greenhouse and immediately gravitate towards any problem area. If you have a hot spot that you don't know about, they'll all hunt it down. They're very good at that. The downside with Aureus is they can bite you. They will leave welts on you that are similar to mosquito bites. If you screw with them, but they are very, very good little pest, predator, and very easy to keep around if you have banker plants such as the rapidly flowering peppers, or in your case, we were talking about eggplants. Anything that's going to continuously produce heavy amounts of pollen is going to help them stick around.
That's an interesting piece of information. Thank you.
Yeah. There's quite a few different other, rove beetles and lots of predators will fall back to feeding on pollen as a secondary source. Again, if you don't have any insects around, that's a good thing, but they got, you don't want them to go away. So it gives them something to feed on and they can kind of, it's not their favorite food, but it's a survival food.
Yep. Oh, good information. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else you wanted to mention? How do people find out more about your classes? What are some of the different classes that you offer? We got about 10 minutes left. What are some of the different things that you offer for people to educate themselves? Because you have quite a wide range of different educational tools.
I'm just typing address in here. I don't know if my chat goes to everyone or not. I don't know. But that's our main website, and our other website is aquaponicsdesigncourse.com, and that's the one we run our online course through, which is our biggest course that we do. And of course we do face-to-face courses, which has been decimated a little bit by the whole COVID thing, but hopefully soon that will go away or go back into the background somewhere and we'll be able to continue running them. But that's mostly what we do. And those online courses have been very successful. We've got a Facebook page which is just Aquaponics Design, and we've got 650,000 followers on that, which is massive, and just shows the overall interest there is in aquaponics and sustainable growing around the world. And it's just amazing. Our follower group is, the biggest group is the USA, the second biggest group is India now, and then the third biggest group is Australia, and then followed by Europe. And of course you've got all sorts of other countries in between there, Saudi Arabia, and the Arab countries have been decimated by COVID. You don't hear much about them in the news, but they've been decimated. Of course, a lot of people there are starting to think about food supplies and how can they maintain stuff, when airplanes stop flying, people can't get supplies from all sorts of places, and it's made a lot of people start to think about growing food, at least as much as you can. I doubt if you grow all your food in your backyard, but you could certainly grow a lot to help you through tough times.
Yeah,
Apart from the whole argument.
I was just going to say, definitely seen an uptick in people being interested in producing their own food or as much as they can. And, you know, I feel like sometimes people, you know, don't do what they can just because they say, oh, well, I can't do everything. I can't grow enough to support myself, so I might as well just buy everything from the store. You know, you can produce a lot, even if you don't do everything for all the months out of the year. You know, you can definitely provide a lot for yourself and save a lot, and at least have the skills so that everything does, you know, go to hell in a handbasket. At least you still have the skills and some of the stuff that you need there to make it happen. So
yeah, it's 2020. You never know what might happen. It's 2020.
Yeah. I mean, how would we ever have thought what has happened in the last 9 months would ever happen? How would you know, a year ago, if someone would have painted the scenario, you'd have thought they're crazy. You said, how can it possibly happen? And it has happened. And, you know, people have been devastated by it. I mean, in Australia here anyway, and I guess it's the same in America, those that are on the public purse, you know, the bureaucrats, they're totally unharmed by it. There's wages still drop out of the sky every fortnight. But those that are in private enterprise, those that are trying to grow, you know, run a restaurant or tourism or anything like that, there's thousands of them here in Australia have just been sent totally broke. They'll never recover, of losing their houses. And the bureaucrats don't care. They say they do, but they couldn't actually care less. We had a report here recently where someone was saying, some real estate bloke was saying that there's a transfer of wealth is going on. There's people in private enterprise are losing their homes, and guess who's buying them? Cashed up public servants. So, you know, but anyway, it's another whole subject. It's a good reason for us to try to be self-sustaining as much as we possibly can, I think. If you live on a small suburban block, it's amazing what you can grow in a very small space using aquaponics or wicking beds or something similar. All you got to do is change your diet a little bit and be a little bit more leaning towards being a vegetable eater rather than a meat eater. And, you know, you can grow stuff. It's amazing what you can grow, and grow relatively easily, actually.
Oh yeah, you can grow anything I've found in aquaponics. Sometimes you might have to adjust your method a little bit, but you can grow, and how the roots are set up. But other than that, you can grow anything in aquaponics for sure. Even cactuses. We've germinated cactuses in aquaponics.
Have you really?
To prove that you could do it. Oh yeah, I got pictures to prove it.
We have massive aloe vera plants growing in our gravel beds. In fact, we pull them out and throw them in the compost pile, and they still continue to grow. Yeah, aloe vera like you've never seen before. And of course, that's supposed to be a desert plant growing in aquaponics. It doesn't make sense, but it does.
Oh yeah, we've germinated plenty of prickly pear cactuses and then transplanted them into soil afterwards just to accelerate that early growth stage and stuff like that. So yeah. All right. Well, anything else you'd like to share with people before we let you go?
Hey, Steve, there was one more question from chat. They were asking if they can still sign up for your class that started yesterday.
Yeah, of course. Well, this is sign up week, as we call it. And we run through till about Thursday or Friday until the class is full up. And yeah, and then week one starts next Sunday morning. And the way it works is every week there's another batch of lessons are released, you know, opened up for you to see and to watch the videos. There's a comment section under each video where people ask questions about the video. And once a week I run a webinar on Zoom, just like you guys are doing now, for our students. And that's interesting because I run it at my time is 11 a.m. in the morning, Friday morning. And that San Francisco time for that is about 5 p.m. in the afternoon before, on a Thursday afternoon, and various other time slots around the world, of course. And that works really well. We get students get on, particularly students from India and those places who don't have English as their first language, so they can understand the verbals better than they can read the stuff, I think, sometimes. But we still have a lot of people from around the world on that, and that works very, very well. All the videos are all subtitled in English. So if my accent is a problem for you, you can read the words. I don't have an accent, actually.
Well, see, to me, I just came back from Zimbabwe, right? So like the British Zimbabwe and British Australian is like not that different. So to me, you just sound normal, but I can understand other people have problems.
Yeah. People tell me I have an accent, but there's the old saying, no one has an accent until you leave home.
What was that? I'm sorry.
No one has an accent until you leave home.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to come on and sharing your knowledge. If you guys are looking to hear more from Murray, I believe you'll be at the Aquaponic Association conference as well this year, right?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I take it back. All right.
They didn't invite me to go, but just this morning I sent them an email saying, sorry, I don't really have the time.
Okay, well, my bad. I apologize.
That's all right.
But all right. Well, we'll have we'll definitely love to have you back on the show sometime. And yeah, I appreciate you taking the time to come on. And if you guys are looking for great education and kind of a top to bottom course, he is one of the better ones out there. So definitely check it out.
Thanks very much for inviting me. I really appreciate
Cheers.
it.
Heck
I hope
yeah.
you have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
It's Bain. Steve, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Having some connection issues here. Hey, it looks like Tanner Stewart's joined us. Appreciate it. Bain Howard's joined us. Waiting on Dylan here. Let me make sure he's got his link. I think we still have a few minutes. Marty, do you want to run a giveaway here for Mammoth P or yeah, do a Mammoth P giveaway.
All right, sure. Anybody who wants Mammoth P, shout out in the chat. Yeah, it was great to talk to Murray for a little bit. I guess it's always a lot of fun to talk to. Nobody wants Mammoth P, huh? Oh, you're probably not cut up to live yet.
You got to remember there's a delay.
Yeah,
I forget.
I forget. How's Stewart Farms over there?
Pretty good, man. We're
Yeah, why don't you introduce yourself here while we're getting everything sorted here.
right on. I'm Tanner Stewart, founder of Stewart Farms, a soon to be vertical, but currently single layer, aquaponically driven farm. We're on the far east coast here. I can give you a visual aid here. This is New Brunswick on the east coast of Maine, or sorry, just north of Maine on the far east coast. This is our big, huge building, which we are not at all barely in. We've developed 10,000 square feet of the facility so far. But here, I got a map ready. See? So here's where we are. This is Maine. We're 6 hours north of Boston on the I-95. And I can zoom right in. I don't know if you guys see a leg on your end. Oh, here. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. There we go. So this is our 4-phase project here, and this gives the representation of how much of that building that we're actually in. So it's actually this little area right here that I'm running my mouse on. We're in our first phase is about 10,000 square feet of our entire facility. So we're moving we got our tilapia in the system right now. We're using tilapia, Black Nile tilapia specifically. And yeah, that was an adventure getting the fish in the farm. But no, things are going good. You know, we just took down our first 2 crops, Steve and Marty, since we got licensed. That's just in the last 2 weeks, actually, because we got licensed April 13th. So we brought down Mandelbrot's Royal and Girl Scout cookies. And they're looking good, smelling good. We got a big outdoor crop we're bringing down here right now, but it's getting cold here on the East Coast, and we're getting some of these phenos might not make it.
Alrighty. Bain, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure thing. Hey guys, Bain Howard here.
A little bit quiet. I'm not sure.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hey guys, Bain Howard of Vertica Farms, located out here in the small town of Orem, Oklahoma. We're just a little ways south of Muskogee. If anybody knows where that one is. We operate about 20,000 square feet of facility between two separate buildings. We have both of those are hybrid greenhouses, so poly sides and tops. We're running deep water culture aquaponics in one of them, and then the second one, we're working on bringing aquaponics online up there. Currently, it's being fed with irrigated with our aquaponic water off that DWC, but we're working on, that's the big project right now, is shifting that more and more towards aquaponic heavy.
All right. Hopefully that shifts the view so everybody can see it. I'm going to do the whole Brady Bunch view here. We also have Mewassen Farms, who's been a really awesome contributor to our Facebook group and has some really amazing cannabis on a regular basis that he's showing off over there. So thanks for joining us. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I'm Dylan with Mewassen Farms, and yeah, thanks for having me.
Is that a new
It's
name?
been an awesome. I'm Dylan.
Well, I know who you are. I said, is that a new name?
Sorry.
Your farm name, or
Mewassen Farms.
Did you just come up with that, or has it been that for a while and I just don't pay attention?
It's been that for a while, but it's more so just like the YouTube channel name.
Gotcha.
But then I'll be doing some consulting work for other micros and possibly licensed producers in the future. And then once I do get into the legal framework with Health Canada for producing for stores, I'll be able to do direct farm to retail sales in Saskatchewan. Just the way the regulations are set up here, we're allowed to do that already.
Very cool.
Yeah, it should be good.
And deep cut, his picture is the Aquaponic Cannabis Growers group picture. So when you guys come and check it out, like I know you're going to come check out the Aquaponic Cannabis Growers group, you will see his lovely picture framed up so well there of his fish and his plants and everything all lined up there. So we appreciate you letting us use your picture there.
No problem, man.
Heck yeah.
It was a fun contest.
Yeah, we did a contest for people to submit their grow, and the angle on his and everything is just sweet. So it's a good pick. And then we also
works
have,
out good. It was near the end of flowering too. Sorry, go on.
Oh, awesome. We also have Laine Keyes is going to be joining us again as well. So to answer questions. So really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for letting me join the panel here. Look forward to answer some of these questions.
And if you're just catching this this talk and you haven't seen the other one yet, definitely go check out his other talk a little bit earlier today, where he gave us a really awesome tour of his facility, both future and present. So really cool to see all the things that he's been doing. I thought we could start off with a couple of questions from chat, and then if you guys had any questions that you guys want to throw on the floor, we just felt like it'd be cool to get a bunch of commercial producers together and kind of answer some questions from the crowd. We actually did a similar event with most of the same panel on the Future Cannabis Project a couple months ago, and it was a lot of fun, and a lot of people enjoyed it. So we figured we'd close the conference with something equally as cool. So we thought it went over really well, so we get to do it again. So we'll start off here is what's the most common problems you're running into when running commercial facilities? Whoever wants to go first can grab that one.
Well, I can just talk about like while we're turning on our facility right now. So like I said, we got our license April 13th. So we're on month, 5 roughly of of getting our rooms turned on and rolling. And, you know, we're also deep into pheno hunting. You know, we've got a significant genetic library, and we've got 4 flower rooms that we're turning on. And we're kind of doing a combination of running our key base strains, you know, 2 of which are Royal Kush and Girl Scout Cookie. But also we've got another couple rooms that we're pheno hunting in. And, you know, like starting up any farm or any company, it's really, you know, trying to plan your process flow ahead, and you know, and holding your mum and veg stock and deciding quantities of mother plants that you're trying to keep for certain strains, and, you know, planning, you know, we're going to run these 2 strains, you know, in room number 3 in 4 weeks. But then, you know, actually we're going through it right now, right? We let one of our strains in half of our room, you know, we let it go for 9.5 weeks, right? So that threw off our whole schedule, held some veg material back in our room. We had another instance where we popped 200 seeds across 6 different strains, and you know, we're working with the university here right now, and we decided to let them do our sex testing, and we're trying to get set up because, like, we're quite research driven, and you know, they took 3 weeks longer than we had thought they would take to get the sex test done, and that really messed us up. So now we've got you know, because we need to kill half of them, right? we should have cloned them like a week and a half ago, and we had to hold them for a week and a half longer, and plus half of them are males, and we know that, right? So we didn't want to clone a week and a half ago. Oh, sorry. And clone double the amount of plants just because we would have been cloning half of those as males. So I mean, you know, really scheduling, you know, building a schedule and thinking you're going to stay on that, and just dealing with the reality of all these different you know, miscellaneous issues that pop up. So that's kind of the fun that we're
timing.
What's that?
Timing is always, you know, it's always a bitch. I mean, it always just like you were saying, all it takes is that one little thing, you know, like you've got a couple of plants that got to hang out in that room a little bit longer, or maybe not a couple, but a significant couple of strains, or, you know, you have something that hangs out in a room longer than it's supposed to, and then it just throws everything off moving forward. Your bedroom gets too crowded and you don't have a place to put them, and, you know, they're just I would say that's one of the more challenging things. I guess I don't look at it, I always kind of look at it in order. Like they're asking, you know, what are the common ones you run into? Well, the first one you run into is getting licensing. And then the second one you run into is getting set up. And then the second, you know, it's like, for me, it's more like an order of things as opposed to like a menu of them. So I totally relate with what you're saying about the timing aspect of it, especially when you're trying to get into production, not just stay in production. Trying to get to production, I feel like, is even more challenging than staying on track, which is challenging enough as it is.
Yeah, I think you really hit the nail on the head there. Really getting a solid plan together. You can do all you can to get your timeline mapped out just right. You know, these ones are going to follow these ones through this room. We're going to get our deep clean in, and then on to the next thing. But consolidating that with real life, and then being able to adjust on the fly when those inevitable things pop up, whether it's, you know, a little issue with pests or a nutrient thing that's got you hung up for a few days, and just that little lag it puts and the fallout that has to your whole schedule. Being able to adapt and with that on the fly is really key.
Being the crew that's doing deep water culture and using coho salmon water to grow cannabis, that has been quite an adventure and a big challenge for us. We currently, to our knowledge, we're the only group that has done that in that way. And we've called around for all kinds of advice in certain aspects, mainly around nutrients, what you're going to be lacking, how to filter your system. and we've really had to learn firsthand through some trial and error, and obviously doing it as smartly as we possibly can, and always being on your toes, because one day somebody will leave a valve on and you start losing water, or a pump gets clogged at, say, it's 7 o'clock at nighttime, and now you gotta spend the next 5 hours fixing that pump, making sure that all your salmon stock is safe and your cannabis production is safe.
I would say, in my experience, the single hardest part of it is licensing and dealing with all the BS involved with licensing. After licensing, in terms of day-to-day challenges, I would say just making sure that employee biosecurity and employees not 100% of the time making sure everything is the way it should be, and that causing and not even intentionally. I'm talking about accidents, like it's the end of the day and they realized, oh shit, I left a hose on, and they run in real quick and break protocol from their car just to go turn that hose off, and didn't go put their gear on and didn't go through the whole nine. And stuff like that, or people being a little too willing to take in the cut of the month and the popular strain right now from a source that maybe they know they shouldn't have gotten it from, or maybe they got a strain and they normally don't even take in strains, but they broke it just because they're trying to carry this popular one. Or the other one I see a lot of problems with is people running their clone spaces way too hot. If you know, those clones need to be no higher than 75 Fahrenheit. If you're running them much warmer than that, you're going to have problems. It's going to screw up your rooting. You know, that's kind of on the upper end, but I think that's probably the stuff I see when I walk in and I see just super commonly. That and then the other one I see is mosaic virus. I think I see that all the time, where you have some kind of you know, weird issue going on, or weird you know, very obvious insect and you know, one insect infection, or maybe russets or mosaic somewhere in the grow is super common. Last year was septoria, but now I guess everyone's traded enough cuts in Oklahoma to infect at least one strain in their mom room with mosaic now. So I've taken so many pictures this year of mosaic, it's crazy. But at least we have people like Medicinal Genomics that are making assays where we can actually learn what we're doing on that stuff. And was it what's the other one for viral testing? I'll think of it. Anyways, agdia.com. That's the other one for viral testing. They have test strips if you're trying to ID that stuff. So the next question in chat here. All right. How are we operating our systems? The last system was a little bit different. I myself do mostly dual root zone aquaponics. My preference is to do media beds and to do, you know, 2 to 4, maybe even 8 on a 100-foot run, if possible, and then doing dual root zone pots and that. And again, to have that level of nutrient control, I can, you know, really accelerate the growth of individual strains and side by side. And especially like Marty was saying, when you're trying to, you know, pheno hunt and figure out the right nutrient regimens, once you've found a good pheno, you can run, you know, a whole bunch of side by sides really rapidly in a single run and really dial them in a short period of time. So those are some of the advantages, again, that, and not only that, I find that when just through testing, that it gives you a pretty big increase in terpenes. At least me personally. Now, there other people have found other ways to do mineralization and stuff and had really great results as well. It doesn't mean that you can't achieve it, but for me, it's the way that I've found is the easiest to control, and then the easiest way for me to get people that are used to soil or cocoa or something else to convert to and succeed with, because it's something that's kind of familiar to what they're used to, and it's easier for them to transition to on a commercial scale, and they feel more comfortable with, at least in my personal experience. I don't know who wants to jump in next.
So pretty similar, dual root zone, aquaponics, and media beds. I guess right now what I'm working on is kind of what Steve was just talking about. I'm first trying to dial in nutrients, I guess, more in terms of how much potassium, how much phosphorus, do I really need in those different systems inside an aquaponics system? Because I think we have enough evidence to show that, compared to other methods of growing, we can use fewer amounts of nutrients. So I'm trying to figure out what ratios work the best. And I can only grow 12 plants at a time, so dual root zone really allows me to be able to dial each one in per system. Hey Steve, can you mute? I'm getting a little bit of an echo.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, it's all good. So yeah, because I can dial in the soil mix and keep it isolated for each dual root zone pot, inside one I can have 12 different variations, or more like a control in variations of a single strain or multiple strains if I want to do more than one. So right now I'm trying to keep my cuts pretty consistent, where I only have a couple of them that I'm using to dial in my nutrient profiles for my new system. And then once I have that, so from the first run, I already have target zones for the next one, and I'll vary those over the other 12 plants and get that even smaller. And then I'll be able to do that inside of a single run. So that's the advantage of being able to run them all in a single system, but still be able to have different nutrients for each plant, is I don't have to run 12 tests in order to accommodate the same thing. So inside of that same 2 to 3 month period, I can test 12 variations instead of one if I was doing a single system with all my plants. So that's kind of been what my focus is. And then once I know what base profiles I want to start with for nutrients, then I'll start doing pheno hunts with the same nutrient profiles that I already had dialed in. So that way I can create my baselines a layer at a time. So that's kind of what I'm currently working on. But I'm growing indoors primarily. I will have an outdoor system next year with the same, U siphons, media beds, same type of stuff in a greenhouse. But for right now, mostly indoors. We've got about just under 4,000 watts of ceramic metal halide that I'm growing in the flower room right now. And it's about 20 by 20. So that's what I have running.
So for our system, we have coho salmon, and then we have a decoupled deep water culture system for our flowering. And then our propagation, we actually take water from the coho salmon, and we just put those in an aerator, and that is how we spread our root. So all our cultivation's done indoors. We have our salmon room, and then that water goes down to a treatment room where we're treating the water for the salmon to make sure it stays in the water quality that we need it to. And then another process that's treating the water for the flowering room. Now we are looking to have as minimum inputs as possible. So we're doing a lot of water buffering to, for example, to get your potassium, your calcium, your magnesium actually in the salmon system to maintain the pH. And then we're also, so the pH for the salmon's at a 7, and the pH for the plants, we keep between a 5.7 to a 6.2, depending on the stage of growth. So for that, then we add phosphorus in to bring it down. So we're doing a lot of development on how to optimize the living water. And there's definitely levels to it. We've had the current system we have operating for a couple years now, and still refinement to be done. We're also currently expanding, and we're gonna have 6 new flower rooms, and every flower room will have its own water control. So each room will be able to tweak nutrients a little bit. Say we wanna add a little extra magnesium, and we'll be able to do that in its own individual sump, and then see what the results are. And as well, also environment wise, we'll be able to bring the degrees up by 1 or 2 or bring it down at certain times throughout the flower cycle. So we're going to get a lot of information quickly compared to what we have been in just the one room we've been operating for the last couple of years. So we'll be able to learn 6 times faster.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Who wants to go next? Bain, you, for whatever reason, your sound is, I'm not sure what it is that. No, we'll let somebody else go. What's that? Worked for a second there.
I'll just while he's getting her done there.
Well, we could have Tanner go next. While he's getting sorted.
Right on. Well, we're currently running a decoupled system. So we just have a very small fish farm to start. So we've only got a 1 metric ton per year system at this time. So we've got about 500 black Nile tilapia in each one of these tanks. Got our little belt feeder up here, and of course our drum filter. That's our bead filter there in the back. Phase 2, we're going to build out a 17 metric ton system, so that'll give us ample nutrient at this time. But right now we're just top feeding. So we're an indoor grow as well. So everything we're doing right now is very, very research based. So not unlike Laine and how he's tweaking his I'm dropping my mic here, tweaking in his deep water culture system in 6 different rooms. But they're dedicated to deep water culture. We're actually following the footsteps of you, Steve, a bit, but we're wide open, right? So we're saying we're starting with living soil, top fed with aquaponic water. Then we're going to progress to different mediums. We actually have a pure carbon char medium that we're going to be running here probably in the new year. We're going to be running that up against a cocoa coir. Everything, of course, will involve being fed with the aquaponics water, and we'll be doing some dual root zone stuff as well, and then bottom feed versus top feed. While doing our best not to go down useless routes, right? I mean, it's really about tweaking our strain to the best of its ability. What you're looking at here actually was our very first living soil test. So on the left here, we've got a soil called Crystal Cure, and this is a really nice formulation. It's got some carbon char in it. It's inoculated with a mushroom tea, which I really, really liked. It's a lot more of a peat base as well. So we didn't top these plants a whole lot. This was our very first run. So we kind of went with a single cola plant. This is the Royal Kush is what you're looking at here. But you can see a drastic difference between just really the thickness and the undergrowth and the canopy here on the Crystal Cure. And of course, it's not nearly as nutrient deficient. And then you can see here, this one here had some root issues actually in the back. But you can see here the undergrowth is really not anywhere near the Crystal Cure soil. So on our first flower run, we basically eliminated kryptonite out of our repertoire. So we're going to move forward with Crystal Cure as our baseline living soil. And we ran Girl Scout in the same soil, and the Girl Scout didn't react quite as negatively in the kryptonite as the Royal Kush did, but it did have lesser overall yield. But yeah, so really for us, everything we're doing is research driven. So it's about really answering those questions of what's going on in the microbiome in the soil, what's going on in the microbiome of the fish water, and then combining them, running them separately. This is going to take, this is really the whole basis of our entire company is understanding what the microbiome is doing and how it's how the plant is reacting to it. So decoupled system right now. And well, it'll definitely remain decoupled. And as far as far as I guess as we don't really have a set way. Like I said, we're just going to be plowing through and figuring out where we'll land and what the best way is for us here over this next year and a half, 2 years.
Awesome. And what about looks like we got Bain and Dylan left here.
Yeah, I can go. My setup is similar to Marty and Steve's. It's a flood and drain system with dual root zones, with a super soil mix, lots of red regulars in the media beds. Eventually, I want to do an outdoor system with light deprivation of greenhouses, passive solar, heat, earth sheltered aquaponics. But that's probably like a 3 to 5 year plan. Yeah, otherwise this is a pretty simple setup here.
Hey, how's that audio coming through now?
Much better.
Awesome. So here at Vertica, I think we're doing something very similar to Stewart Farms. We've got the table set up in much the same way with the living soil that we're top feeding with our aquaponic water. And now that aquaponic water, we're pulling off of a continuously recirculating loop that we've got DWC that we're running some other plants in, that we're working on converting that over to more of a dual root zone type of setup, much like Steve, you and Marty were talking about earlier, on top of those floating rafts with 3 to 5 gallon pot on there, and letting those roots get down in between or excuse me, below that. But for right now, that's really proven effective for us. We just installed a big geothermal heat exchanger system to try to get our temperature in that deep water culture down, because that was giving us problems for a while there, especially during the heat of the summer. But we're working on moving that over to more of a dual root zone setup, and then, like I said, up the hills all living soil containers.
There's the next question is a good one. What do we look for people that we want to hire?
Okay, I'll answer. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I can speak to that right now. We're really going through that process at the farm, like as we speak. We've got 2 really great guys. I've got to give a shout out to them right now. Zach and Tim are really helping us hold it down out there. But when you're looking for new people, I'd gotta say dependability is a huge thing. Someone you can count on day to day.
Can you get a little closer to your mic because it cuts out a little bit? Yeah. There you go. I think that's the problem. There you go.
Dependability is what I was speaking to. Somebody who can show after day, and really someone you can count on to follow through with all the SOPs you've set forth. A lot of time and effort goes into putting those together, and so being able to turn that over to somebody and know that they'll be able to knock those things out, and you can work through that weekly list together and get everything that has to happen around the farm, from day to day, week to week, month to month, taken care of. That's huge. So yeah.
So we just went through the hiring process as well. We actually had 100 applicants when we were going to be hiring 3 people for the expansion that we're doing. And so the very first thing we look for is that they were able to follow instructions on the application. We had some certain questions and things that we wanted answered there. And a handful didn't end up filling that stuff out. So we didn't move any of those applicants forward. After that, there were some certain skill sets we're looking at. In our case, we want to understand the micro life a little more. So we had brought on somebody who would be able to handle that, and then some experience around certain things like cultivation, etc. played a big role. But the big next step after we did phone interviews with the top candidates was to then check their references, and had all the same questions for the references, but having strong references was pretty much the final thing to make our decision for who we'd end up bringing on the team. And exactly as mentioned, that they're going to be reliable have a farming mindset for us, because you really, it's not a 9-to-5 job all the time. You got to be prepared if something doesn't go right, that you're going to be able to stay longer, or if you're scheduled on certain days that you may have to come in at 12 at night to fix some challenges that may be happening in the facility.
Yeah, I've got two key things that I'm looking for now, and the first one is you have to love the plant. You have to love cannabis, and you have to love the plant. And I didn't think, like, when we first got going, I didn't look that this has just been like a, drop the hammer down decision here in the last couple of weeks, really, or even the last month. I didn't think it was as crucial, right? I knew we needed, I know it was a preference. It was a preference at the beginning. But, we are running a startup company in what is a startup industry, in the legal space anyways. And, working in a startup company in a well-established industry is hard enough. So, having that built-in passion in a startup company, in a brand new startup industry. I mean, the closest thing to this is the .com, right, bubble that burst, and it was a brand new emerging industry in with companies rising and falling left, right, and center. It's a lot of pressure, and you're farming. That's the big difference. You can't really compare it to the .com, and actually, because then you're farming, right? It's not like you're making a software. So the second thing, so passion, you got to love the plant. And I'm pretty sure that's going to spill over into the administration side of this company as well, because, if you're sitting there looking at a spreadsheet and you never go into the farm, at least you know what you're spreadsheeting about. And the second one is the ability to adjust to rapid change. And that kind of goes back to the farming side of it, right? Like, you have to be willing to come into work every day and be like, oh, we're not doing what we said we were going to do yesterday. And then you got to come in the next day and be like, oh, we're also not doing the thing we said we were going to do today, right? And to Laine's point, no, we're going to be here for 18 hours today. So and that all kind of loops back. So, like, if you're passionate, chances are you're not going to mind those extreme changes every day. But, you might be passionate, but then you really just can't take those shifting tides. I mean, a lot of people need structure. Like, they need structure, and a lot of people just aren't built for this kind of a gig, right? So I'm just trying to, going forward, when we're hiring people, we're interviewing people, and they make it through all the kind of to the last conversation, just trying to be as negative as possible and be like, nothing you think we're going to do is going to happen. Many things are not going to work out, and this is going to be really hard, right? And kind of lay it out.
Yeah, I think that as far as, like, I have the unique perspective of hiring people for a different industry also. As an IT professional, I've been IT manager multiple times and ran, tech support crews. I've ran installation crews and hired multiple people. And first of all, it's almost always a crapshoot, but there are, I feel like, important things in terms of aquaponics that are interesting, which is, the first one I have to say is, if you have any type of farming experience at all, you should just come to the top of the list, at least to be considered. And there's a reason for that, which is everybody can sit at their office job and fantasize about growing weed and how cool it is and how fun it must be, and not realize exactly how much work it is until they do it for a couple of days and then never fucking show up again. So that's just, so if you've done it before and you know what you're in for, and you're still willing to do it, then by all means, that you should definitely at least talk to them. Then the second thing that I'll say about hiring people that I feel like is the most important thing across the board is what questions they ask. What are they interested in when you are talking to them? Are their interests related to plants, expanding their own knowledge? Do they want, do they bring their own stuff to the conversation? Do they talk about strains that they've already grown? Do they talk about farming that they've already done? Do they ask questions related to what the job is going to be, or do they ask questions related to what the pay is going to be, what the hours are going to be, things that are more related, let's just say slightly more self-centered as opposed to knowledge seeking, because I do feel like people thrive in what they love. And if they're there to get an hourly wage, or they're there to just have a job, it's going to be difficult for them to succeed. So if you have somebody that is showing up to a job interview and asking questions just because they genuinely want to know stuff about growing a plant or cutting clones or doing a farm of any sort, try to consider them a little bit more than maybe somebody that has more experience, but is only concerned with how the job is going to benefit them financially. So I would say knowledge-centric questions in the interview process are always something that I've been looking for. And that's the same even in IT. If people were coming to me and I was interviewing them for a technician job and they were asking questions about the latest operating system, or how better to classify tech calls, or trying to get information out of me to better themselves, those people almost always work out after being hired, in my experience. So that's my 2 cents.
Oh yeah, definitely anybody who's on point for any experience growing, especially if they've experienced growing like acreage, then they definitely move to the top, because they're going to, especially insect observation, they seem to really have a one-up on. I also like to do, I'll take somebody, especially if I really think they got a good chance of being hired, have them suit up and whatever we need to do to get into a room, and be like, cool, tell me what's wrong with the room right now. And let them go run around and tell me what the hell's wrong. And I know what's wrong. I scout the thing every morning, right? So that's cool. But maybe if they're really good, they find something I didn't know was there. Then they're a really good chance to get hired. But in general, if they can at least tell me all or most of what I know is wrong with the room, is or hey, there's nothing wrong with the room, let them run around a room for 30 minutes until they tell you nothing's wrong. Sometimes that's kind of fun too. But either way, let them tell you that, call them on their experience. There's a lot of people out there that have trimmed or something like that might have watched a few podcasts and they can talk a good game, but throw them in a room for a minute and tell them and see what they do, and see what their reaction is when they walk into a room. Another big one is, do they complain about being itchy? Do they know that they're going to get itchy, right? Like that's a big one, right? Like, people that are like, man, I don't remember weed being itchy. It's like, okay, you haven't grown weed before. Just like, get out. Like, that kind of stuff. So just stuff to think about. There's little stuff like that too, where, just you could tell if somebody's grown or not just by taking them into a grow and then asking them how they're going to go about doing X, Y, or Z. Can give you a real good idea, and it can take you 5 or 10 minutes to find out if someone actually knows what they're doing or not pretty quickly. I went to a grow. Oh man, I went to a grow in Oklahoma, and their master grower didn't know he was supposed to balance the pH of the nutrient solution. Which I've seen all kinds of stuff. I've seen people over aerate their systems and hold their pH at 8.2 and all kinds of things. So you never know what kind of wacky ideas people's master growers, quote unquote, will have. Alrighty. So before we move on, do you guys have any questions here on the panel that you guys would like to ask other producers, or anything you guys are stuck on, anything you guys are wish you had an answer to, or anything like that, before I go back to user questions? Or not user questions, but viewer questions. Anything? Bueller? Nobody? All right. Anyone have any favorites? Go ahead.
How'd I order myself some black tilapia, Tanner?
Sorry, what's that?
But how do I order myself some of your tilapia?
Well, you
Or
will
when's your
be
cannabis coming out too?
in about 7.5 months. I will be able to smoke some tilapia up for you, and then we'll trade some smoked tilapia for some smoked salmon. I don't know if that's an equal trade, but it's a trade. Yeah, so we're about 7.5 months from them getting to 1.5 pounds, and the weed. That's a good question, Laine. I mean, we're just about to put the royal in for its first cure, and I got to get my COA on it. So fingers crossed on it. So that's like the soonest we can have any weed on the market is looking like November 15th, kind of best case, and that would be for that run of royal, and the Girl Scout would be kind of early November, but we're probably going to start here on the East Coast. We couldn't be further away, right? Like we're starting in New Brunswick. You guys are in BC, so I'll be kind of working my way there, unless we land on Shelter Market with you, which is a possibility, right?
Well, I look forward to trying it soon here, and to some smoked tilapia.
And God bless Canada for letting you travel with weed and concentrate on their airlines.
I know. All us Americans are super jealous right now of this entire conversation. Just in case you were wondering.
Oh yeah. Oh man, like getting on planes, like planes stink nowadays. Like you can carry, some guys can carry like, like a half a pound, right?
Yeah, down here in Oregon, so Oregon, you can fly out just about anywhere you want to, and they say, hey, wherever you're going, it's their problem. So for the most part, Oregon, you can fly out with stuff, and you can fly from Oregon to Oregon, no problem. So that's been great. But man, to be able to send products to another state just seems like, should be so obvious that it should be able to happen, and it doesn't. So that's always frustrating. But I do have a question for you guys, since Steve brought it up. I know a number of you guys are doing pheno hunts right now. So what are your favorite phenos that you haven't been able to try yet? What are you excited to try when it's done?
Well, I got this Cherry West from Freeborn, and I ran it indoor and outdoor, and it's actually Mean Gene talks about one of the phenos being a mutant strain, and it is the weirdest looking plant. Like its leaves are on like any plant I've ever seen, and I wonder if I can find it here. But it just stinks. Like, oh, here it is right here. 1 second here. And I actually did smoke some non-cured, like, okay, see that leaf profile? It's just the weirdest looking plant, right? This was early on, like this was about like 4 weeks before we took her down. But anyways, it just stinks. It's got like a real fruity smell on it. I'm really looking forward to smoking a fully cured version of it. And it's kind of looking like it might be meant to be an outdoor strain, and it finished about 10 or 12 days ago, and I probably could have took it down about 5 or 6 days before that on the outdoor, and it was kind of short and stout, and it looked really great. So it looks like it actually might be an outdoor strain. It doesn't seem to be doing as well inside, so we're going to do a couple runs of that as well. But that's I basically fell in love with it on the outdoor, and I rubbed one part of the butt, like I kept rubbing the top cola, and then it ended up molding on me because I kept touching it. So I had to cut that part off. So don't be touching your outdoor bud even if you love the plant.
So for me, due to so we're only allowed so much cultivation canopy space given the micro license we have. So with our expansion, we're actually fully utilizing that just for flower production. So we ended up partnering with Mother Labs out in Saskatoon, and right now we are in week 2 of a couple hundred pheno hunts. So I would say in 6 weeks when I go down there, I'm going to get all kinds of exciting plants, gorgeous ladies to look at, and be able to pick some new flavors for us. So it's 6 weeks out at today's date, but I'm very excited to check out our new phenos that we have going.
They have some really nice stuff going at Mother Labs. I'm based just outside of Saskatoon.
Yeah, they got an awesome site there. I toured up there a couple months ago. Great group of guys, and very excited to go back and see what we have coming down the pipe.
Sweet.
Who wants to go next?
I'll jump in. So we've got a strain of Distillado G that I'm really excited about. It actually fared really well. We had a bit of a pest problem come through, and it was the one plant who just stayed pristine and clear, even when plants right next to her just got swamped. And so we've got some that just got chopped last week. It's on the racks now that we're waiting to see. I mean, the flower is really nice. It's got some pretty color to it. So we're really interested to see how that one really turns out after dry and cure, and we get some COAs on it, because we've got a bunch of her prodigies in a room right now that's coming along, flip to flower, and is following up behind it. So we're really excited about that one. And that one should be available in our dispensaries in Oklahoma City here in the next couple months, probably about 3 months out from now. So that one's gonna be good to see how that turns out.
Go ahead, Dylan.
I'm running a few different phenos by Ethos right now, but the one that's standing out the most is probably Purple Sunset and Insane in the Membrane. I haven't flowered Insane in the Membrane yet, but it looks like it's going to stretch 3 times as big as it is now. So I don't have enough ceiling space, but that's okay. And one of my favorites to always have going is CBD Afghani by House of the Great Gardener. Every time I grow it, it ranges between 8% THC and 12% CBD, and the terpene profile on it is perfect, and it's super, super, super resilient to bugs and pests. So like Bain was saying, you have an infested plant right beside the mother, and the CBD Afghani just wasn't affected whatsoever. So that's one I'll definitely be keeping around as well. But I'm excited to try out these new Ethos genetics. I've never really ran any of them before. And yeah, probably after I'm done pheno hunting, I'm just going to go switch back to doing 1 or 2 strains, because doing more than one in this room is a task by itself.
I have a couple different varieties of my blue hash that some of the people have gotten their hands on. I usually throw those out when there's a fundraiser or something over on Future Cannabis Project and stuff like that. And that's the lineage I've been growing for a long time, since in Colorado. And then Mr. Green Jean's Garden has been back crossing those for me and working that line a little bit. And then we've been kind of jumping that in and out of aquaponics for quite a few generations now, and it really seems to just scream. But of the ones lately, the stuff I guess that I'm most excited to germinate next, which I'm about to soon, is a whole bunch of landrace Zimbabwe that are allegedly brought back from Zimbabwe, from the up in Nyanga Mountains, which is going to be a lot of fun pheno hunting those super high in pinene. So that'll be a lot of fun. So have you guys found any interesting test results so far in your searches?
No, unfortunately, we just sent off our, well, we're preparing to send off our samples for our COAs next week, so we don't have any results on that one I was speaking of just back yet. So eagerly awaiting that.
Yeah, we're we got pretty high hopes pinned on this next COA for our original. It's the original Girl Scout cut. It's kind of classic. You know, it's not really in the current hype train necessarily, but on the first run of it, you know, it did 2% terps and 22% THC, and that wasn't a run we did actually. It was a run I had contracted out while I was waiting to get my license, and just everything you could imagine went wrong in that room. So you know, it kind of did those numbers despite that growth situation. So we're just about to get our next COA on that. So it's supposed to do up to 28 and 28% and 3.5% terps. I gotta like, my nose isn't a COA, but like, it stunk up. It stunk up the whole building. You know, it was, you walk, as soon as you pulled up to the building, it was Girl Scout that you were smelling outside. You walked in the office, it was Girl Scout. It was right beside the Royal, right? You know, it was in the same room. So we had two tables of the Girl Scout, two tables of Mandelbrot's Royal, and you know, it was just unbelievably powerful of a scent, right? So it kind of took over everything. So fingers crossed. You know, I'm more excited about the terp numbers than the THC numbers personally, but the market's more excited about THC numbers, unfortunately, than terp numbers right now. So
Awesome. Very cool. Anybody else?
As Tanner mentioned, for us so far, so on our cake strain, which is a Mandarin Sunset crossed with a Dosey Do, our highest COA we've got back was 33% total cannabinoids and 1.87% terpenes. Now we're hunting through hundreds more here, so I'm expecting that we're going to be able to get those terpenes up here from some new phenos, and as well, the market up here is focused very around the high THC, but I think people are starting to also really care about the terps. So having that combination of the two is going to be big for making sure you're top of the market choice.
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, terpenes is one of the things that we found a huge boost in. We've had some get quite high in the aquaponics, especially when you start getting into hybridizing it with some of the different fermented inputs. It seems certain plants have different compounds that really trigger terpene production in certain plants as well. Maybe not something that you could do in a certified organic system without getting yourself into trouble, but when in an R&D system or something like that, where you can experiment a little more, you definitely, or in a home grow for sure, can play around with some of that stuff that we don't have access to always on the commercial scale too. So, but definitely some really interesting things that we've seen. CBD as well, and a huge increase in CBD against soil controls that we've had. I can't tell you how many times we've done that one now. 5-6 times that we've done that with different groups. Yeah, quite a bit. The other one was beta carpholine. Beta carpholine in particular, we seem to have a huge boost in. Was the other one that I've seen just across the board in the aquaponics versus soil have a pretty big boost. Bain, you do a little bit of side-by-side as well up there. Do you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, not particularly on that in particular. We don't have any that we were able to run exactly side-by-side comparisons and get our variables as controlled as we'd like just yet.
Sure. I was just curious, just because I know you have the different setups up there. I did a lot of work to help at Bain's the company he works with. I was working with them a little bit before.
It's kind of like a house sometimes. It feels like it.
Yeah, right. So let me see what other questions we have in chat here. Let's see. Is anybody growing any CBG cultivars?
Not yet, but I definitely want to.
Maybe if
I
I
was
could get
curious
one
about.
well, I might grow something else, but no CBD here.
Nope, nothing in particular here.
Let's see here. There's some other questions. Thank you very much. Lots of people saying thank you for all the awesome content. Good. Go. Okay, hold on. Can't believe it's taking me so long. So, no. All right. Would you guys have any other things you guys like to say about aquaponics and your experiences about doing it versus other methods in general?
I had a recent pretty good anecdote occur. I came out of the leafy green world originally, and I ran a farm for 3.5 years in Western Canada and Edmonton, Alberta, and we did spinach, kale, arugula, Swiss chard, 20 different types of basil. We did the old servicing of restaurants, home delivery, box systems. But the fact of the matter is that aquaponics really made me fall in love with leafy greens. On a personal level, I didn't realize spinach tastes so good. I didn't realize arugula was supposed to taste like horseradish. And recently, I had heard that a chef of a high-end conference center called the Shaw Conference Center downtown Edmonton. He used to buy all of our aquaponically grown leafy greens, and after I exited that company and came to focus on Stewart Farms, they the guys that were running it, they eventually shut it down. But since he stopped getting aquaponically grown leafy greens, and he tried hydroponic guys, like local indoor hydroponic guys, and he refuses to bring any indoor grown in if it's not aquaponically grown. And he's a phenomenal chef. And I just heard that within the last week. So if we were to be back out there again and Stewart Farms was to get going back on the food side, he would bring our products back into his restaurant here again. I know it's not cannabis driven, but it's just a testimony. For me personally, anyways. I mean, I've tried lots of vegetables, fruiting crops and leafy greens grown in hydroponic systems, and to me, the food just tastes better in an aquaponic system, and apparently it does with that particular chef as well. So I just thought that was a pretty good anecdote.
I mean, for me, it's just my favorite thing to smoke, I guess. I mean, I've grown it all kinds of different ways. You guys watched my talk earlier. I kind of went over all the different ways in which I have grown it, and then everything I grow, I consume. So by doing it multiple different ways myself, I feel like I can at least eliminate the grower's bias in terms of that, because obviously everything that we grow tastes good to us. I think the same's mostly true for food as well. So it's easy to say that our own cannabis is the best cannabis, but if we only do it one way, then I feel like it doesn't rule out our bias. So after growing in living soil and growing in decoupled systems and growing in sub-irrigated planters and growing in just straight pots and growing in hydro, in all the different ways, and then consuming them, I can still say confidently that every side by side, every strain that I've grown, I've all preferred in a full loop aquaponic system. So that's why I do it. I'm a consumer of one, so I don't have any other customers that I have to be concerned about. So that's nice.
It's something that you can be really proud of. For us, like I can go grab sashimi grade salmon right out of our finishing tanks and have for lunch. Get the amazing cannabis that we've been producing at our facility. And as Tanner mentioned as well, it opens up the opportunities to be able to get in food production. And I've tried some of the kale and lettuce from Deepwater Farms up in Calgary, and definitely I could tell the difference from what I would get at the store otherwise. And having that quality product grow in an aquaponic system, you get amazing protein and your greens, whether it be leafy greens or cannabis greens.
Yeah, I think the thing that really sets aquaponics apart for me, I come from a vegetable and leafy green background as well. And I can definitely agree with what you're saying, Marty. The grower's bias is present. What you grow, I do think tastes better most of the time. But that aside, I believe that aquaponics is something that's really unique and you can be proud of in terms of its regenerative properties, and you can make it really low impact. And from a commercial standpoint too, once you get everything dialed in and your processes figured out, I believe it's truly a more economical way to produce what, again, in my opinion, is a higher quality product, better tasting product at the end of the day, and better for customers, whether they be medicinal, as is the case here in Oklahoma, or recreational in other markets. So that's what really sets aquaponics apart for me, and that's the reason I'm going down that path.
Absolutely. I found no matter the crop, it really increases the flavor. Hands down, that just it doesn't matter if it's lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, cannabis, night and day, doesn't matter unless you're growing in like the richest living soil. I think is the only thing that really compares. And that takes time and experience that a lot of people just don't have, and patience that a lot of people don't have, to be frank with you. So yeah, so I think that's the kind of the biggest thing all around that you just can't really compare. So on that note, why doesn't everybody go around and tell everybody how to find them and more information about them and their products, and then we'll conclude. So why don't we start off with Tanner there?
Yeah, well, thanks, Steve, for having me. It's always great, and always great talking to all you guys as well. It's nice to be, it's amazing to be part of this community. It really is. I tell people aquaponics is kind of like a religion, and once you're in, you're in. But yeah, you can find us on, of course, our website, stewartfarms.life. So we don't do .com, we do .life. So stewartfarms.life. You find us on Instagram, same thing, stewartfarms.life, and also on YouTube, stewartfarms.life. We put a lot of we do a lot of vlogging. We try to share as much of our journey as we can in between how crazy things are. So, I do a lot of interviews with medical patients as well in the cannabis field. So you can check me out at tannerstewart.life on Instagram and Facebook. And then also you can find us on LinkedIn as well. And yeah, anybody who follows us, we really appreciate it.
So again, I'm Bain Howard of Vertica Farms. You can find us at Vertica Farms OK on Instagram. We're just getting that one up and running, so there's not a whole lot of content there. But you can find out more about our dispensaries located in Oklahoma City and Edmond at vertica.ok on Instagram, and Vertica Dispensary there as well. So you can find our product from the farm there. So come by, check it out, and let us know what you think.
I'm Dylan.
Yeah,
with
thanks
New
again,
Awesome
Steve,
Farms.
and a great job to put him. Oh. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I'm Dylan with Me Awesome Farms. You can find me on Instagram, Me Awesome Farms, and also meawesomefarms.com. Just redirects to my YouTube channel, which I should probably update more. But yeah, thanks again for having me, Steve. Always learn a lot on these panels. Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, great event. So I'm Laine Keyes, and with Habitat Life. So similar to Tanner, our website is habitat.life. And then our social media accounts, Instagram and Twitter are the same thing, habitat.life. You can find the company and what we're up to there. So if you want to follow me personally, I got the Chief Cultivator Instagram as well. And then our products. So you can find our products at Shelter Market. So if you Google Shelter Market, you'll be able to find Habitat products with them. And in the dispensaries in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba as well. You'll have to probably look around to see which ones are carrying us. I know we've been selling out quickly in a lot of areas, but I hope you can get your hands on some of our deep water culture aquaponics chronic that we've been doing over at Habitat.
Awesome. What about you, Marty?
Oh yeah, so you can find me at AP Meds on YouTube, Instagram, Patreon, most of the socials, in the Aquaponic Cannabis Growers Group that we mentioned numerous times, of course, on the Growing Fishes podcast. So yeah, big shout out to all of our sponsors and all of the guests here on this panel, and most of all, Steve, putting all this together. Nice little golf clap for you there, buddy. It's just been great. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to be here for quite all of it, and I'm definitely going to be watching it back over on some of the ones we missed, but just appreciate the turnout, and just shows what a strong community we have with aquaponics. Kind of like what Tanner was saying about the religion aspect of it. Once you're in, and kind of taken care of in a lot of aspects. So I really appreciate that about all you guys showing up and sharing your information. And big thanks to all of you, and Steve.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Thanks a bunch, everybody, and Steve especially. All the love and information has been great.
So 1 second, I gotta break up my dog. So thanks everybody for taking the time to come out to the conference. I really appreciate it. I'm Steve from Potent Ponics. You can find out more information about me at potentponics.com. You can find my class at apmjclass.com. If you want to take a long format class, Marty and I have been putting a ton of effort into kind of reformatting that class into a much longer course than it originally was. So it's going to be a lot of fun on that. And then please check it out if you really enjoy this type of content. We finally have a merch store up that helps pay for the server and the website and all the stuff. So that's can be found here in the description. We have all kinds of cool aquaponic cannabis t-shirts and hoodies. It just helps keep the lights on as far as the project and being self-sustaining. So if you enjoyed it, check that out. And we have links to all the different speakers all weekend. Special thanks to my Angela Tenenbrock, Roger Loper, Matthew Gates, Brian Flipowicz, Breeder Steve, Chris Trump, Dr. Wilson Leonard, Josh and Kelly from Dragonfly Earth Medicine, Wade Laughter, Joe Pate, Josh Rutherford, Marty Waddell, Wendy Kornberg, Scotty Real, Dinesh, Brendan Strath, Laine Keyes, Murray Hallam, and everybody here on this panel. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks everybody for coming out and being part of this wonderful conference. Also shout out to Mammoth P Microbes, Spectrum King LED, realgrowers.com, Potent Ponics, Optic Foliar, FOOP Organic Biosciences, and True Aquaponics Store for donating items and donating things for us to give out to the podcast and to the conference. So really appreciate it. And we hope to see you guys again soon. Again, thanks everybody. We will keep this up. I will be breaking them down into individual videos, but I will leave them up in their current form until that's completed. So I just think it'll make it easier for people to find them and find the information they're interested in. So thanks everybody for watching, and I really appreciate it. And we'll catch you guys Thursday with the podcast's normal time right here on the Potent Ponics YouTube channel. You can always find great aquaponic cannabis information on the Growing with Fishes podcast. which is available on your favorite podcast app or on YouTube. Thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you guys again soon. Peace.